Watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only Twin Solar System podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Wow. I don't know what just happened there, but welcome to the show. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I am happy you all are here, and I'll be even happier when we have some music. So let me see what we can do about that. But hey, I'm Rebecca, and this is the one and only Twin Solar System podcast that there is. So welcome. And we already have a big crowd here, which is wonderful. Let's go ahead and add one more to the scene here with me. And you know who that's going to be, the one and only Sam Hofman. So here we go. Hey, Sam, how are you today?
I'm tolerable.
Hi. There.
Preferably acceptable. And hello, everyone.
Well, I'm
still seasick, you know. We had a big storm last night.
Yeah.
And all that. Yeah.
Yes.
Wild weather in Montana. Good to be here.
So
I'm glad everybody's here. I'm glad there's a lot of folks in the chat room already.
Right. There is. I know.
And we have a big lag again.
A lot of cats already. We'll try to get the music going here. I don't know why it wants to just keep sporadically turning off. So I don't know. So, but we'll keep working on it. But hey, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad it's Saturday again. I mean, this whole week has been kind of a blur for me. I don't know about you, but I have been busy. So, but I'm finally good. I can like rest when we have our show. See how nice that is? I can just sit in one place and hang out with my friends. So let's go ahead and add another friend on here with us. Who will we choose? Let's go ahead and get Jesus on here with us, okay? And he's our good friend in Utah. Hey, Jesus.
Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Nice to be here. Nice to see you.
Doing good.
Nice to see our usuals are here. Hi, everybody.
Right.
Hello, Sam.
Well, how
y'all doing?
Yeah. I haven't even mentioned this to anybody yet. Well, I did vaguely say something to Sam about it, but I wanted to show what I got in the mail today. Jesus. Look at this, everybody. Look what Jesus sent me, everybody.
You wow, that's great. Yeah, I knew you like theories. Somebody told me you like theories. I was like, I think she'll like this. So.
And then a keychain, and it says it's from the Phenomicon convention that you went to recently. Yeah. So I got a token of memorabilia, and these I'm gonna wear these earrings in my sleep. No, right. I love them. I really do.
I think she'll like these, so I got them. I sent a few other people some other stuff too. I don't know, Sam, have you received anything?
Not yet, but thank you if you did. I do have to. I have to throw in that. Remember Hector,
you never received Hector.
Ayala, I got his letter on Friday.
Oh, you
I got his letter. I finally got it. It took 3 months to get here.
That only took mailed on.
It was mailed on the 7/23/24, and I got it Friday.
July.
Yeah.
Wow, that's almost 2 months. Holy crap.
Oh,
I sent it all on the
months.
same day. I sent Gillian's. I know hers going to take a little longer because she's overseas. So
I love getting packages.
Yeah. Well, I love it. I was totally surprised. I had not any idea that, you had something in the works.
Yeah. It's one of the funner part of things. I was like, who would like what? I sent one to Caroline. I know she likes something in particular.
Oh boy, yes.
Hers should be. It said a day after yours, because she's a little further from me. But
yeah.
Hopefully she got her.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course. It was hard not to walk around and be like, I know somebody who likes this.
No,
Poor man went broke,
for
man.
sure.
They got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead. And speaking of Gillian, let's go ahead
I do
and
have
add
to
her on here
really
with us.
Sorry for interrupting, but I do have to say thank you, Hector. Thank you very much for your donation. It was wonderful. I'm glad. It only took 3 months, and I know you were a little worried about it because there was a donation in there, and I really, really appreciate it.
Right.
Excellent timing.
Right.
Right when everybody needs it the most. And I mean, I last night I was praying that I didn't have to have a fundraiser for a brand new roof because, oh my God, we got hit again last night. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Hector. Finally,
you get more than your fair share. And I don't know if he's here right now, but we'll for sure tell him when we, make sure he knows. So, let's go ahead and get Gillian on here with us, our good friend in Scotland, everybody. So this is so cool. Here she is, everybody. Hi, Gillian. How are you? How are things there? How's the sky?
Amazing. Well, I'm hoping to see some northern lights.
Yeah.
Well, that's right.
You usually do.
Yeah.
I went out and took some pictures now, but I haven't seen what they look like because my camera was about to die. You know how... Yeah, well, I've got too many cameras on this phone, so it was kind of dead. All that cute pictures during the week, I couldn't believe it. Jeez, and Christoper made the most amazing video.
I saw it last night right before I went to sleep. I was like, this is nice. And then I fell asleep right afterwards. I don't even think I commented or anything. So, that's what I saw that was the last thing I saw last night.
We'll be
I was trying to talk in my video, eating a biscuit as well, because I came home and I was starving. I let the dogs out and we looked up and I thought, wow.
I know he's been very busy this week. He really has put out a lot of good content. So we all have that to look forward to as well. A lot of work from Christoper. So speaking of Christoper, let's go ahead and bring him on here with us so we can all be finally together. So hi, Christoper in Vegas. How are you?
Full house today.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, it's cool to have everybody on today. So, how's everybody doing?
Hey,
nice day.
I'm well.
Nice
I am well.
Day, clear skies, nothing happening in my area. It's been a little dull.
You're commenting in your sleep again, Jesus?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do that often. It's my time where I come home and I have time to do my rounds, but it's also at the end of my day. So sometimes I'll be like, I'll half comment and forget to hit the send button. I'm gonna wake up the next day like, oh wow, what did I forget? But yeah, that's my time where I get to do my Nibiru rounds. So yeah.
Cool.
I'm the same way as far as staying up late.
Yeah, great stuff.
I stay up late because it's so peaceful at night. It's just peaceful. There's no one to interrupt or, So
100 degrees outside.
And how hot is it? How hot is it, Chris?
It was gorgeous yesterday, and now today it's total
pretty hot.
Yeah, the street might as well be on fire. It's just awful. But yesterday was great. I love it when it's like, it's like high 80s maybe, but you get that nice warm breeze and the sun actually feels good on your skin, you know. So
yes,
all summer long
we'll
it was like I felt like a roasted bell pepper or something.
Yeah, I did see a lot. I don't know the location. I want to say Midwest vicinity, but there was a meteorologist asking people, what do you think about 90s in October? Because that's basically what he was saying. It's going to be, you know, warm for October for, you know, somewhere. But we're not surprised. I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Well, we should
Let me show you all real quickly.
We should be cooling off quite significantly now in October.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm wondering
Right. Not 90s.
It's been a little cool, but it seems like we should be a little bit colder, you know, here. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm ready
sure.
for it.
Yeah, Alexander.
We will get there. So let's go ahead and look at the comments because I've
Roll call.
not been able to fully go through them yet. So
Yeah, I was busy just looking now to
yeah,
see.
look at all these. Wow, everybody. Oh boy. Well, hey, T Racy, first and foremost, here she is, everybody. Big hugs, pink hugs. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. And it's Marcus. Of course, it's Marcus. No, Marcus is always going to be here. It's from, and he's in the Netherlands.
Awesome.
I goosebumps every time I stop and think about how we're all around the world, like right this minute. And here we are just having this, you know, hangout
I'll be
session.
right back.
So, okay, girl. So, hi, Marcus. Good to see you.
Oh,
And Dubaloo, she checked in 5 hours ago already.
Dubaloo,
Oh, wow.
hello.
Yeah, good to see you,
See you.
Dubaloo.
Glad you're here. Glad you're here.
And I know I see her name so often, which is cool. I mean, it doesn't matter what platform I'm on.
Right.
I see that Dubaloo name. So she's like, you know, a consistent follower. So
Yeah.
we appreciate your support. And here is Dennis, and he is in the house. I didn't have to read that. I already knew it was going to say that. So have the best show on earth. Much love to you too. Hi, Dennis. Oh, good. Does this name look familiar to you, Christopher?
Yeah.
Jackie.
Yeah. That's,
Hi, Jackie. Good to see you. It's
Hi,
Christopher's
Jackie.
wife. Yeah.
yeah.
So one day we'll get her on the show with us, like by you on camera. I don't know, maybe
Excuses,
not.
excuses, right?
Your mom sent me a
Hey, girl, if I could do it, you could do it.
request.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I got her friend request the other day, and I approved it.
Cool.
I don't usually do that. I don't know most of those people out there, so I don't add a lot of people to my friend list. You know, I'm around 6,000 already, but and I will try to add people I recognize, but most people I don't recognize, I don't usually add them on my friend list. But anyway, I digress.
For the best.
Well, there's
Please
some accounts that I get if you don't have a personal picture, you don't have any family, anything, you know, that normal people do. I don't accept it. You know,
Right.
No.
3 friends. Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. If it's just like a new account or something, I'm like, I don't think so. You know?
No, or even if they are a friend of a friend, that's not
for
sure.
Not even
way
that.
in. No, that's
You
not.
could always
I
tell
have
a
to
real
really.
account. You could always tell a real account from a fake one. You know, that's just you know, people have
Mostly.
normal everyday things on there. You know, but yeah. By the way, I did get your mother's friend request as well, which I did accept as well.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. So it's nice to see you have a good support system, you know, between you know, Jackie and your mother.
Doing,
I know your dad at very least gave it a chance, you know. At least kind of was, you know, this was opening up to even say hello on the show, so that was nice.
Yeah, that was cool to do that, and you know, he's not sending me, you know, stick figure cloud. That was funny, but my mom is she's kind of like getting into it, so I'm excited for her. You know, it's I don't know what she thought when I first told her about this, and then you know, she's coming along. She's not taking pictures of rakes in the backyard anymore. when I told her to take a picture of the sky, she sent me that picture with the, just like this much sky, and then there's just the backyard with the rake, and it was just funny.
Yeah.
So she's doing better pictures now too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean,
rubbing off on her.
I mean, she's trying to see them. So, and I mean, she has you to help her. So that is a bonus right there when you got somebody on the inside to,
we learn by doing.
Hold your hand. Yeah. Let's see who's next here. It's Susie, everybody in Slovenia. Hi, Susie.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? Nice to see you here.
Such a nice lady, and she's got the cutest little dog. I think it's a Chihuahua. I'm not. Anyway, but every time you see a picture of Susie, she's got her baby right here. It's so sweet. So, yeah, good to see you, Susie. And Egg in New York. Everybody, hi, gang. Hi. Good to see you, Egg.
Yeah.
Hi,
guys.
Here.
Gals.
Let's see. Yeah, let's keep. Oh, hey, it's Brendan. I knew it. I was looking for your name, Brendan. Brendan is in Ireland.
Oh, cool.
Gosh, I'm happy to see you, Brendan. And my good friend Maria. Hi, Maria in Alaska.
Nice to see you here.
Hello, Maria.
It's good to see you. Nice
I
lady.
got a report
as well.
from Maria this week, and she was talking about. This is just a real fast side note, and then you can get back to what you were doing.
Okay.
She has been talking about a military increase in military aircraft and stuff sightings. I did look into that discussion, and there has been I almost said 62. It's 26. A little bit of dyslexia there. 26 air intrusions from the Russians have been flying over the state of Alaska within Alaska's sovereign airspace. In the last few months, there's been over 26 recent flyovers into our airspace, and so that is why the increased activity. And I thought I would share that with you.
Interesting.
Yeah, and this week they had a really belligerent one where the ship flew between the two joining escort ships that came to escort the Russians out, and that one Russian MiG or whatever it was, the Russian plane, flew so dangerously close that it could have actually ripped anybody's wing off. It was only 30, 50 feet. I mean, we're not talking meters, we're talking feet, and it was so close, it was unbelievable. So there's a lot of activity going on with the Russians, and of course they're having trouble with the Japanese as well, and and India and a couple other countries are starting to turn the tide and tell Mr. Putin that he needs to get the hell out of the Ukraine. Anyway, back to what you were doing.
Okay.
Oh, look there.
All right.
There's somebody called Asona saying hello to you, Sam.
Well, hello. I don't see that yet.
Okay. I'll get there in a second. We'll find it.
Let's
see.
Hi, Sam. It's a friend from the store.
Awesome. Glad you're here.
Cool. Got a local Montanan.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. And Germany with. I can't get my words to come out right. It's Alexander in Germany.
Yeah, Alex.
I want to say Switzerland. I'm like, no, it's not right. But hi, Alexander.
Great work as
always
usual,
good to
Alexander.
see you.
Thank you.
Yes. And it's 10 p.m. in Germany, not Switzerland. Maybe in Switzerland too. I don't know. But hi,
We love
and we're going to have some his videos.
members.
Right.
Right. We're just taking a little
have
trip
our
around the world here
weekly-
right now.
Yeah, right.
Awesome.
Exactly. We'll have our weekly little catch up on what's been going on with Alexander and his great videos. So we'll see that here soon. And hey, it's Audrey in South Africa. What time is it?
Audrey.
It's 10 p.m. for her too. Awesome.
10
Good
o'clock
to
as
see
well,
you.
eh?
Good. Right.
They've been having some tough
So
weather
they're
down
the
there as
same. I
well.
did not know that. What was that, Sam? South Africa?
Oh, they've been having. South Africa has been having some tough weather. There's a dry spell going on in Central Africa, which is normally at this time of year is when they're having their monsoons. However, the monsoons have moved northward into the Sahara Desert, and there's actually reporting coming in from the northern Africa, the Sahara, that it's turning green, and they're getting way large amounts of rain that are completely off the scales of normal, which we can get into details more later on.
Incredible.
There's stuff going on everywhere.
Yeah, it's actually turning green.
In Tulsa, but everywhere else, it's like, dang, I look here, I look there. It's like just constant. Wow. All right, let's see who's next. Experimental is here. She's in the UK, everybody. Experimental.
Hi,
good to see you.
Yeah,
and
next week.
Hey, Susan. Susan in Missouri is here.
UK.
Great.
Well,
Susan in Missouri.
Bluegrass land. Sure enough. I'm not too far from. I mean, I
like Missouri.
Missouri.
The trees are a little spooky, but I like Missouri.
The trees are spooky.
Like Silver Dollar City or what else? I don't remember, but Silver Dollar City for sure.
They have a lot of oak forests. There's a lot of oak trees and different trees
Anybody
than we have
else?
out here in Montana, because we have pine and spruce and larch and all of that here. But you go into an oak forest and it's kind of spooky, like Ichabod Crane and all of that, Sleepy Hollow and their forests are pretty spooky, but I do like Missouri.
Yeah, and they have cool caves, like big caves you can go in and tour and stuff. So kind of neat. Ozark area, I love it. Okay, let's see. So hi Susan, good to see you. And Michelle, everybody is here. Michelle and Indiana, good to see you.
What about
Freezy. Yeah. I know you said it right. Yeah, and Freezy is here. She's checking in.
Wendy's here too.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. And Josie's here. I'm just going down the list, so I'll find her. But Josie is here, giving us a high five or a wave. Good to see you. And Karen. Hi, Karen.
Hi, Karen.
She's always here too. So let's see. Good to see you. Hi, Nancy is
sure
here.
It's not Karen?
Nancy in California. No, I'm not sure. I don't know. Right? Which is it? Karen or Karen? Now we'll never know probably. Hi, but Nancy. I know it's Nancy. So good to see you, Nancy. And she's in California. We need to have a phone line so people can call in. I've got to figure out a way to make that happen.
That would be really great. Yeah.
We're going to do that. We're going to do that. It's not if. We're going to do that. We're going to take calls.
Yay!
So, all right. Yeah.
I would like that.
We'll make it happen. We'll do it.
Too.
Let's see. Let me. New Zealand, you say? I see Dennis. I have. Oh, okay. I'll get there in a minute. Here's Dennis. He's here. Hi, Skywatcher Dennis. And Kaylee Lewis is here.
Hello,
hi, Kaylee. Nice to see you. You finally catching alive. I was going to say, I have not seen your name in a while, but I do understand. I mean, people have lives, but I'm glad you're here for our live. So good to see you. Still looking for Robert. I'm scrolling. Lots of. Oh, hey, Wendy. I found Wendy finally.
Hi.
Hi,
Good
Wendy.
to see you for sure.
Hey, Wendy.
Always is. And Carlos, Mr. Skywatcher. Carlos is here.
I was just. I am actually still finishing that episode where he came on the show, so it's funny to come across him because I was just watching, watching that on my way home.
Wasn't that cool?
Or listening to it. It's been a while back. It was one of the shows that I didn't make, but I haven't watched this. So I've watched just about all of them, but I had like half of that one still to go, and I was like, well, he actually came on the show. I kind of missed that. So nice
I want to do that again. I was gonna say, I mean, you're welcome to join us again, Carlos, if you want to. So
I was seeing that
was fun.
Him and Carol go way back. So I was like, well, then nice, because I know Carol is one of our. She's probably the most senior member here, out of all of us. So You know, I thought I heard her say like 2010 was when she came across Sam. I was like, wow. That is, she is definitely our senior member. Because I go
Are you
back
talking about Carol Ann?
2015.
Okay.
16. So
Yeah.
she's got like 5 years on me.
Wow.
I found Sam in 2014. I was just looking for Nibiru stuff, and that's when I first found his videos. But
How did you come across the whole Nibiru thing? Is what I want to know. Because when I came across Sam, I had no. I mean, maybe a few months prior to that, in my searching, I came across. Carlos Ferrata was the first one, then Zechariah Stitchin, and I had no clue anything about Nibiru or Planet X, anything. When I came across Sam, I was really new to the whole Planet X Nibiru thing. So how did you come across that? You know,
isn't that the truth? I mean, really, that's all I did was YouTube for Nibiru, and one of his. I want to say it was the Radio Wasteland, but it could be in the Fight for Freedom interview. I don't remember for sure which interview, but I was telling Taylor about it earlier today. I was like, it was just his excitement. Like I could tell this guy, was just talking, and I'm like, he is sure excited about whatever it is he's talking about, and that's what got my attention. Because I just like to listen to him talk. And I did not have any idea what he was saying, but
but you could tell that at least he really believed and was excited about what he was talking about.
He was excited.
I
got excited.
I want to listen to more, and especially the fact that I was noticing a lot of things in the sky at that time that were not right. That were just so wrong. So when I came across Sam, I was like, wow. But again, how Nibiru? Like, was that through your religion phase where you came across Nibiru?
It was because it kept coming up as end times, and I was studying into conspiracies, and I was just in the very early stages of, looking into conspiracy theories, end times stuff. Like Jade Helm was a big thing at that time, and I was all into Jade Helm. And anyway, so Nibiru just kind of was one of the topics that was in that mix. And I found Sam, I found his videos, but it was still 3 years before I actually got into his group and started, so.
Well, here we are.
And look at us now. I know. Look at us now, right? Right. That's pretty neat. And here's his friend from the store. Hi. Is it Asana? But that's pretty neat.
Interesting pen name.
Asana.
I'm very, very happy that you're here. Thank you for listening.
Right.
Thank you for being open-minded enough to make it here. That's nice.
Add some more information.
I assure you,
it's a very daunting subject.
I assure you, Sam is not just some crazy man. He has a lot to say.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Just a little bit, just a little crazy. I mean, you have to be to kind of get with this program. You have to be a little crazy. But...
I think the first thing that really struck me about Sam was when I seen Understanding the Skies video first.
I love that series.
Yeah, and I wasn't, it was so like a big surprise because I had read the Earth Chronicles, but I thought that they were actually a sci-fi series in the teenage section in the library when, I think I was 18 or something, and I thought, hey, this guy's good. He's got little maps and shit and everything. That's cool. And then after a while, I thought, oh, wait a minute. This could be real. But then I forgot about all that, because I got into life. And then one day I seen that fat striped planet sat next to the sun. It was on the right of the sun. And I thought, no, still there. And then the next night and the next night and the next night, the thing was still there. And I wasn't even on Facebook then, hey? And I thought, I didn't even have a phone that was compatible with Facebook. I had to go to an internet cafe, which was run by Nigerian guys up the street. And you had to pay 10 rand to get on for an hour. So for me, I would stash it. and that was my sweetie money.
Is that a
So
lot?
I went up this.
Like, is that a lot? Is that considered expensive?
Nah, no, $10. But actually, you could buy. Actually, it was kind of like half of what you would pay to buy data for the week or something back then.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, what do I do? Do I see if I get another $10 stash off someone, or I'll just mooch for one off someone? Like, well, I didn't mooch. I just I would see if I could get like an extra couple of hours babysitting, and then I had extra money. So every time I found one of the understanding the skies things, I thought, wow, this guy's really serious. This must be for real. Maybe this is what I'm seeing, because I just entered planet next to the sun, and then anomalies with the sun. I think because everything was burning in my garden, I just entered things that was relevant to my life. And then one day I thought, maybe I should put in the word Nibiru, just as a shits and giggles thing. So I put it in, and out popped all these absolutely shocking and surprising Sam talking on Radio Wasteland and all the rest of it. And then I was struck by how serious it actually was.
Yeah.
That it could actually happen in my lifetime, kind of deal. And that's when I started to really jump in the rabbit hole and start digging, and I thought, wow. And it just, I didn't stop from then, because I always had been interested in all these things. And what really excited me the most was when he sort of kind of shyly talked about remote viewing. And that really got me, because I had just recently ordered one of the books in the library about Ed Dames and remote viewing. And then there was a guy called John E.
I
Mack.
know Ed Dames.
Wow.
Or I that's who recruited me.
No kidding.
Wow.
Wow.
No. Major.
Yeah,
Major in the Air Force.
Yeah, because he had actually, in the book that I had gotten, Sam, they were talking to some guy who had been shot in Iraq, and he got shot and maybe hit his helmet and gone through his helmet. And after that, he'd had supernatural experiences, as if his third eye had opened seriously, and he started being able to see stuff.
Yeah, when you have a head injury, one thing goes away, but another thing takes over. There are new pathways are developed when you damage your brain, and then in some cases the brainwashing does not set in as heavily, and you actually learn more by seeing things with new eyes of a child, and yet you're at an adult learning base.
Wow.
So that's the skinny of it. I study all of it. God, yeah, what a week. Holy cow. Are we done with the highs to everybody before I take off?
Let me make sure. I think so.
Robert.
Here's Robert. Robert is in
Well,
New Zealand,
Skywatcher
everybody.
Carlos says he wants to come on. Send him a link.
Oh, okay. Esther is here. Hi, Esther. I can do that too. Carlos. I gotta find your email again. We'll figure this out. Seems like we emailed it last time. I'll find you. Okay, for sure. Yeah, we are caught up. Esther was the last one. So, last but not least, as they say. But yes, Sam, now you can talk all you want, Sam.
That concludes roll call.
Oh, right. Everybody's checked in.
Careful what you wish for.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna jump here and turn my light on behind me so I can
want to show
read
you
my notes.
real quickly. Here's what my sky looks like outside today. I love light pinches. I'm like,
Oh,
Oh, that's incredible. I love it when it looks like that.
Yes,
So
me
cool.
too. Ooh, yeah, I just get goosebumps. Anyway, that's what was going on about an hour ago or so. So
I call that laser beam sky.
Nice light
laser
pinch.
beam. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there is a body on either side of the sun that is pinching it off, which is why you're seeing the shaft lighting. The sun is shining between two large bodies between us and the sun, and that's why it looks like that. And you're seeing the light pinch.
That's why.
Boy, I took some crazy deep dives. Where do you guys want to start? Do you want to start on weather? Do you guys want to talk about?
I finally saw Tim. I got a pick him at Tim actually last week.
Oh, cool.
Which was great.
Yay!
Yeah,
Excellent.
I got cubes. The cubes kept. I almost thought that they were coming for supper the last couple of nights.
Disney week. Yeah, they're very close because, well, now remember they are underneath the Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail. They're kind of hiding there in that wake. And boy, did we get some pictures this week about the Saturn's yellow moon. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Huge in the sky. It's on the right hand side of the sun, everybody, and it's really hard to miss right now. We got a lot of pictures in all last week. I did send Rebecca a handful of early pictures
You
of
did
his
say
Saturn.
that.
So, because we talk about, going back into 2013, 14, 15, 16, etc. And those early day pictures that a lot of folks have never had the opportunity
these are good.
to see. I shared a series of them with her going back, just 2016-ish forward. And just some really good ones, some of my favorite ones out of my Saturn file alone. And there is an early 2015-16-ish one, which includes other planets as well. And then I sent you a few drawings and then a post talking about the solar system and the X-class flares that were all...
Yeah.
Now, everybody out there may be feeling really tired, really achy. No matter how much rest you get, you feel like you're tired again and ready to go back to sleep. We are in the middle of wake between two major X-class flares and a post. It's a transition in this year's cycle of the sun. Now, what we are going through as of turning into the fall season, I'm saying you're looking for my notes, and I'm not, of course, finding the one exact thing I was supposed to be looking at. Okay. I'm bear with me. Okay. I looked at it this morning and I don't have it with me, but there's a transition in the solar cycle, and because we're moving into the winter orbit, of course, this part of our solar cycle is going to be quite interesting. So be ready for more. And I am, of course, not finding what I was going to look at.
Yeah.
Oh, there
I'll
it
get
is.
those
Hello.
pictures, Sam.
Excuse me?
I'll get these pictures. I'm getting your pictures ready.
It's called the Russell McPherson effects. It's a semi-annual variation of the geomagnetic activity of our sun. And of course, now we've seen examples that we believe that the two suns are separating. And there's visual effects going on in that. We believe that the larger sun is coming closer to us and outshining the smaller sun. So do keep your pictures going. And we believe Alexander got some good information on that last week. I have to mention that I did see Orion, the constellation Orion, due south this week in the sky at night, and it was huge. It was
Sam, I saw that myself as well. I was like, that is not in the right place.
I saw the moon. This was a big whopper in the middle of the week, probably Wednesday night, Thursday night, something right before dawn, and I saw 3 crescents. 2, one stacked on top of the other one, and then another one to the left of the moon. Yeah. And so there's a lot of reporting out. I saw some videos this week. I did not keep captures of them because I didn't know them. But sometimes I will, if it's really noteworthy, I'll grab a copy of it. But I did see some videos where other people are seeing this as well. And now that they're talking about that we have this new quote-unquote mini-moon, because that did kick in. We are in the mini-moon era. It will be here for 56 days. It's going to orbit around us again here very soon. The comet is highly visible. It's changed where you can see it during the day and night, so do keep your eyes open for the new comet. I was really surprised where Orion was. Now, I had heard some reports from scientists, and I don't know how old this video was, and they were describing how Orion should be in the northern sky, and I went, not ever in my lifetime. So you have to be careful of who you listen to and who you believe, even if they're reputable. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze here. Excuse me. Anyway, cat hair. we have to be careful what they're handing us right now, especially since we know that there is some misrepresentation going on there. You know, hey, watch my right hand while my left hand is doing this. And I'm wondering the same thing about this mini moon, because literally what I saw the other night with 3 crescents, and not just one, not one crescent on the moon like would normally be. But I actually saw another one directly below it, or as if something was larger and behind it. And yet there was another one to the left that was a little bit more weirdly hued, sort of as if I was looking at it through a double pane of glass, but I wasn't, because I was staring at it by eye in the morning from my front porch. So I was like, wow, I'm looking at 3 crescents. And I've been talking for a couple of years now how we've had 2 crescents regularly. And I believe, and I have believed for many years now, that there's a larger yellow object behind the moon. Now, I'm not sure if that's where the we call the Norway Spiral Orb or the Empire Orb, because it does look exactly like the Death Star. We've had thousands of sightings over the years, so we know what we're talking about. We're not making conjecture. I mean, thousands and thousands of sightings over the year. And as Gillian and Christoper and everybody this week has also seen, we've had a lot of activity with the long box cube being very, very large and very close, because the Saturn is very close to us right now. So therefore, the long box cube on the right-hand side, in front of a Saturn's yellow moon, in front of, and sometimes mixed into the Ion trail, and the fact that lead asteroid is now literally going in front of is Saturn's yellow moon, which we've had a couple hundred captures of over the last 2 weeks. And I love it when my drawings are, I draw them ahead of time, and then, here we get, 20 and 30 and 40 sightings that exactly match it. Mine are, a little bit of angle difference or whatever. Your out view on the different parts of the planet, wherever you are on Earth, your angles may be different than the monthly sight drawing. But once again, I am highly accurate this month, and I'm quite proud of that. And I wanted to, knock on wood and then, dust off the old fingernails on my lapel and go, yeah, that's right, I'm correct. And hey, David, how are you?
Hey, it feels great to be right, Sam.
It does. It really does, and I love what we're doing. We had some new members on Montana Skywatcher this week. We've added now. Like
I've noticed that there's some good stuff and then some not so great stuff. But it's always a mixed bag when you
reported, please do report it to me. If you see something that shouldn't be there at all, don't hesitate to report it, please. We've as of last week we added like 2,200 now, because I added a couple hundred more people in the last week. So far it hasn't been the zoo that I expected. Yeah. No, I expected it to be insane and get those guys that are posting Planet X crap that red Planet X is still behind the sun. And I haven't seen any of that yet. So please, everybody, continue to be respectful. Now, there are some rule breaking going on. I would ask that you would publish your own or post your own captures, although I still will allow some extras for admission. But generically, we would ask that you would send in your own captures. That way you learn better how to see the passing planets. Because like we said earlier, you learn by doing. And once you start taking your own sky captures, and then you get the opportunity to get an explanation of what we know is going on up there, you'll have the ability to put A and B together to come up with C. So 1, 2, and 3. So
there is no replacing actually watching the sky yourself, guys. You could learn so much in the group. You could learn so much, from us, but nothing can replace actually watching the sky. That's the only way you're actually going to see this, is to see it with your own eyes, because seeing is believing. And I want to get back to the whole moon thing, Sam, real quick. I saw a lot of reports the last couple of days coming in on TikTok and everywhere that the moon is not visible.
It's gone.
That it's gone. And if you Google it, what it's telling people is that for one day of the month it is invisible because it's in darkness, and I'm like, cut it out! Like, this has never been a thing. Stop.
Well, that's called the part of the no moon cycle. that's when there is no light coming refracting off the face of the Earth, because the light that we see on the moon is actually refracted off the surface of Earth.
Yes.
Otherwise,
So
we
to
would see
speak,
a
but
black
what the-
circle.
But it happens. Okay, so it's supposed to happen one day of the month.
Right.
What's
No moon.
happening
Right.
Is that people are going almost a week now without seeing. I've been seeing the same lady. She's been posting a video every day.
Well, it's entirely possible. There's
the
other objects.
moon is not visible, and she's not the only one. And they keep saying that it's because it's at 0% lighting. But it should only be happening one day. It's
You can type that into Google to find out when the cycles of the moon, and then do a comparative. And if they're wrong,
well, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing, Sam. And what they're doing is that there is that one phase, but it's been happening for more than one day at a time. And
I'd actually noticed people going on about it, but I hadn't studied it hectically. I just know myself.
And NASA is
I've
openly
seen the
admitting
moon
about
much
the mini
less.
moon.
Right.
So what I think they're doing is, I think they're putting up the character actor, where they're saying this is an asteroid. It's a tiny little asteroid. Now this thing is 45 feet long, 15 meters. Okay. So, and the normal thing is you wouldn't be able to visually see it by eye. You'd have to pull out a good telescope to see this thing going by. But I think they're throwing that in there for the uneducated or the uninformed. Let's put it that way.
That's around the time, Sam.
The uneducated don't look this up, but the uninformed to fall into something they may see, and then they'll go, "Oh, maybe I don't know."
See, I agree. Because right around the time that they put that out there was when I saw freaking asteroids pass right in front of the moon, and I wasn't the only one. There was a few people who took pretty good shots of asteroids crossing in front of the moon, being lit up by the moonlight. I
have a listing of those. There are 5 in the immediate area of the moon generically right now. It is 2024 PT5 is the one that they're talking about. Okay, now you can also write this down, guys. Folks with a pen and pad close by. Now, there are 4 other major asteroids in that same equation that's going on of close passing. And of course, they're not telling you that. There is 2024 RN15. There is 2024 SX1. 2024 SC, as in cat. 2024 SK. So, and those are also in the immediate area and in the mix, and we will be seeing more of them in the coming nearby month. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff that they're, of course, not talking about when we know those to be the object cluster group, or what we refer to as the OCG, because it's faster to say, sort of. And we called it that for many years. We know that they're mostly asteroids underneath, in between and in front of and around Attu and Uri, which are gas giants. And we know that gas giants have large numbers of moons, large asteroid fields of debris that they have, because we know our Jupiter has them. We know that Saturn has them. I mean, it's like one of them has 80 some moons and stuff like that. So not even counting the small stuff in Saturn's rings and all of that. So we know that gas giants, which in my opinion are electron clusters, and they have this mass graviton pull because their internal atomic weight value. Remember, we're not talking Einstein's physics, gravity. We're talking Hofman, interstellar physics, which is chemistry and electrical universe. So anyway, gas giants, in my opinions, are electron clusters, and you can look that up. So there's a lot of activity going on, and the asteroids are very close. Uri is doing an amazingly huge close pass right now. We are at the tail end of the 180-day cycle. We are kissing cousins currently with the Saturn's yellow moon, which is massive. Yeah. And we got tons of pictures coming in, and it's awesome. And let's hope everybody gets the opportunity to see more of it.
Yeah. Vicky, hi. How you doing? Nice to see you here. If you get any interesting stuff, take a screenshot and then send it. Will you put up the email, Rebecca, for people to send in pictures and
oh yes, okay,
and stuff. If you catch anything interesting, guys, send it in and we will discuss it on the show. She said that there was some interesting stuff in the Arctic webcams, and I was like, if you catch anything interesting, you send it in.
Yeah,
Send it in, and we'll discuss it and see what's going on.
Yeah, but remember, avoid Alaska webcam. Oh God, I saw a bunch of those this week again too.
Yeah, I agree. Avoid the Alaska ones.
Oh God, people.
Yeah,
my God! The
Alaska housing unit. It's the housing unit on the Alaska ones. They put us. What they do is they put like a plastic cover over the camera, and it gets dirty and it gets water and whatnot, and it really just
Larry. I'm getting every week somebody sends. Well, look what we captured, and it's that same dust refraction.
So.
Well, it's why I never. When I get my my case for my phone, I never get those that cover the camera, because you're gonna get that double pane reflection, and I always make sure doesn't cover my camera, because it will. It just gives people. Well, first of all, it does make the photos questionable, but it also, what we want to do is keep. It is important to keep credibility, guys. So anytime that you do stuff like that, you make people who are already on the fence about what we do kind of just question. I mean, if you have somebody who's new and still trying to learn this, what you're going to do is just kind of push that person away from potentially learning the most incredible thing that is happening on Earth right now. So we don't want that, guys.
Hey, David.
Hey, David.
So how do you? Here's your pictures, Sam, of Isatum that you sent me.
Okay.
So you sent me this drawing first.
Yep. This is June this year or last year. God, I drew that a year ago. Wow. This is a generic example of the orbit scenario, and it's sort of tipped on its side, but what is happening is the Nibiru and the Isatum on the right-hand side is coming closer towards us, whereas the Saru, the Uri, the Atu, and Nepesi are now rising above us and spiraling in front of us and going beyond us. Now, Nibiru is, of course, going beyond our right shoulder during the day. Isatum is coming over the top of us again. Now, we've seen evidence of Nepesi getting smaller and yet moving from the left-hand side of the sky and doing close passes over the top of us, to now moving onto the right-hand side. And of course, that will be reflected in next month's drawing. Or excuse me, October's drawing, which we are now already in. Wow, it's the 5th
10
already.
days, Sam. 10 days.
Woo!
Like,
Flies by, man.
10 days to do your thing and see what happens. See what you come up with.
Yeah.
These things are moving fast, guys.
Crunch time is on.
I have not had this has been one of the boringest cycles for my area personally, but it's nice to see other people's stuff. That's been pretty cool. Sorry, go ahead, Sam. This
is a really old photograph. This is the early days and the onset of 2015, 2016. Now, if you look dead center in the picture, you can see a sort of little crescent illumination, that white line.
Yes.
That is Atu. Behind it is that dark area in the upper right corner is massive, massive Uri. Now, the red dot is very large planet Isatum. The dot above that is Nepesi. And Saru is in the upper left corner. And Nibiru, of course, is behind, farther to the right. But this is 2015-16. This is when we first started realizing that Atu was in front of Uri, which is much darker. But if you look carefully behind Atu, you can see striped Uri. And Uri at one point in time was the size of a basketball if you held a basketball out in front of your hand at arm's length years ago. And that was very surprising that as Uri got closer, how big she actually is, a gas giant. So, I mean, these are massive, massive planets. And what's amazing is that Saru and Nibiru are even bigger. And it's just like, wow, it's just mind-boggling. And a lot of this stuff, a lot of this information, maybe it seems too daunting for you to learn, but once you start up and get used to the transition in size and everything. This is an early 2018-ish picture of Isatum, maybe 2016. I got to take that back. Anyway, there's no clouds. It's Saturn's yellow moon.
This
When
is
we use
one.
regularly
This
for a
one.
second
This is an old picture. I remember this one from my early days.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
16, 17, 18.
Yeah, because
I'm
I
looking at the
remember
light
it looked
angle
like
and I
my
remember the
flares.
pathway.
It looked like my flares. I kept thinking, what's
Yeah.
that red ball with a pimple on it? It's like,
Yeah, what is that? And then we kept seeing it over and over again, so we realized it was real. Of course, this is the winged red planet.
There's also a way, guys, to find out if it's well, thumbing the sun will help, but also always look at how it's lit up. You know, if you have dark, starting, know where the sun is. If it's on the left of the picture, you're gonna have lit, the right around one side of the sun, and then it gets darker, which is exactly what you see in this picture. But occasionally you'll see, and this happens a lot in the Alaska webcams, where you see the flare and it's lit backwards. It's lit completely wrong. It's lit from the other side. So then you could deduce that it's just a lens flare because it's not lit the right way. It's lit the opposite way, or not even lit at all.
And here is a really early shot of Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon. That's the yellow moon is the white dot in front. And this is a really early shot, 215, 214, something like that, 216. And now remember, it's been so many years, I can't absolutely remember the date on these captures, but I do have it in the Saturn file. So, and God, we got many from Sharon Arbeck years ago, and we got many of the transition on in 215, 16, 17. It was on the left-hand side of the sun at the horizon line. Came close visually at the horizon line outward in the evening. You can see it's already past sunset in this shot. And then it went over and started moving from the left-hand side over to the right, and then went above the sun in 2017, 18, and 19, and then drifted way back with Nibiru as well, because Nibiru and Saturn are right next to each other. They're the other arm of the two-armed octopus of this solar system. And so we have that, and as of 2019, Nibiru and Saturn started coming towards us again, which is what that first drawing was of my pictures that I sent to Rebecca that she started with.
Nice.
You mean go back to that one, or no?
No, you don't have to. You can go forward. Yeah, this is again a colorization of Saturn's yellow moon. Now we believe that Saturn has 3 moons, and one of them is in the lower right corner, although you can't really see it because it's dark shadowed from the light angle because it's behind, but it's there. And we believe that Saturn has 3 moons, which is why there's that ion tail. It comes off the front larger moon and then reaches to the other moon, and then it puts out the rounded winged effect around Saturn proper. And remember, this is the yellow moon, and et cetera, in front of Saturn.
That is a crazy picture.
Yeah, I mean, okay, later. So which one is the moon? Are both of those?
Yeah, the third one is also, it's in the right-hand corner, but you can see the circle blob, but it's not illuminated.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, that's why
okay.
That I think has to do with why the ion tail goes from one moon to the other 2 moons, and then wraps around on both sides. The winged wrap around planet is Saturn.
That's probably what obscures it, right? Is all that stuff?
Speaking of which, sidebar note, we had, and I gotta remember who it was that got. I wish I could remember the guy's first name. I remember I've got it somewhere, probably in Skywatcher 1, but we got some pictures this week of a very large, very close green asteroid, and I truly believe, and I'm very excited to answer this for a lot of people. I think we got a close enough view of the green asteroid to explain why she has those weird dots. Forever we were wondering, why does it look the way it looks?
Okay.
What's with all those little, cartoon space alien dots. It looks like a C virus. It literally looked like a virus, and I'm gonna have to thank him again. But we'll talk about that probably on next week's show. You got to remind me to get those together because I didn't ahead of time. But
okay,
the green asteroid has a whole bunch of little asteroids around it.
Wow.
That's what it is.
Like
Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
It's dozens. I saw that. I got the pictures. I saw dozens and dozens of smaller little asteroids right around the big old green asteroid.
Okay.
I went, that's why. It looked weird to me. I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. I thought, how can it have these little orbitoids?
Here's some
that are
pictures
there?
of the green asteroid. I'll pull those up.
If you'd like.
We can look at that in a moment. Let's see.
Yeah.
Looking for one that has the dots.
I can. Yeah. Well, there's.
Oh, here. There you go.
There you go.
That's it.
Yeah, those are little asteroids, and there's way more than what we're seeing here. There's tons of them. All the little black dots are on there, and if you have a larger screen, you can blow it up. But there are
around it a bunch of small stuff there. That's crazy.
Yeah, we had no way to prove what it was because we were waiting for a close-up, and I finally got a close-up, and I went, "Oh my God, that's what it is!" There are, pardon the expression, there are shitloads of smaller asteroids around the green asteroid, and it's so luminescent bright that they're all glowing. Because the object cluster group, the lead asteroid, the blue asteroid, the red asteroid, the green asteroid, on occasion self-illuminate. When they ionize between a body, when they pass close to a body, there's a static discharge where they actually, just like a 4-foot office tube lighting, when you put an electrical connection, a thread connection between a larger body and a smaller body, that accelerated ionization is what becomes self-illumination. And now these asteroids could also be, being that they are so close to the larger green asteroid, they could be self-illuminating by proximity. Excuse me again. Electric Universe. I think it's already time for a Ricola. Yeah, it was. I just went, oh my God! Finally, after many years of wondering what the hell all that was, and it's like, and then we got that picture, and we'll talk about it next week because I'll hopefully remember to get those pictures ready. But
yeah, you should make a post or something in the group, so I don't have to wait till next week to see that because
I can look now, and of course we lost Rebecca, but let me exit full screen here, and I'll click on Facebook, and I'll see if I can find it really fast.
I'm looking for it now, but I am not.
Okay, well, it's in my file. I have to go into my Facebook file generator. That way I can send it. Oh, God, and then, of course, my computer is stalling because I'm doing that. Okay, yeah. Okay, now it's opening. All right, now I got to
remember that picture, but somehow it ended up in the green asteroid file. So I'm like, I guess that's the green. I don't know.
I'm gonna look real quick if I can
find
that picture I was just talking about. Jesus wants to see it. All right. Let's see. It's in the A file.
Well, not Tommy wants to know if we're going to be discussing the North Carolina hurricane. Which
I do a lot of videos on that.
We can go there too.
Look at too.
All right, was that the last of my?
Not telling that. Yes, we will be discussing that. So stick around. Sounds like you are in North Carolina.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I cannot believe it. I've seen so many videos on Facebook and TikTok of people, people that live there. They're sharing what they are seeing, and it's not like anything that the news is showing. No. So, anyway.
Well, I mean, look at the response that they're getting.
I know, it's terrible. These people are like left to fend for themselves. Like there's people getting their own horses, their own donkeys out and taking food and water to people. And where's the Salvation Army and all these organizations that are supposed to be there
Well,
to help.
we're sending.
I heard it was
we're-
helicopters or private people and just people helping other people because they need.
Well,
heard-
they're stopping people from coming in and helping them. They're actually turning people away. And
There was a man.
I'm like, people are so frustrated because, in the meantime, the economy sucks. But yeah, we're sending billions of dollars. And I hate to go there, I really do. But let's just call a spade a spade. Like, we're sending money, billions of dollars over there to fund other wars while we need help here. Like, what the hell? What the hell is going on? Like, what is going on? This is not what's supposed to be happening. We pay an insane amount of taxes every freaking year. You can't buy anything without paying taxes. Yet these people are giving $700 was what what's her name was saying, that they're getting $750. You lose your entire house and they give you $750. What the hell are you supposed to do with that? That's like a week
There
of
was a woman
$750.
And then they have to apply
there was
for
a lady
it. They're not
who
getting it right
applied,
away.
and they're
Some are
being
getting
turned down.
taxed. Like, how are they?
Some are getting turned down.
Yes, they're
Wow.
getting turned down.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
Some are getting turned down. People that are in the hotel. Like, it was one lady, she lost her everything. She's in a hotel. The hotels prices are jacked up because they're in demand. So it's like $400 a night to stay in this hotel. And she applied for the $750 and she got denied, her and her sister. And so, she's burning through her savings.
Jesus.
So
How can they do that with the hotels?
It's the worst.
How can they do that? That's disgusting. That's awful.
Well, price gouging and people get away with it every day.
Well, I thought we had laws in place for this. I thought we had laws against monopolies. I thought we had laws against price gouging. Yet we're seeing this over and over again, and nobody. It seems to be accepted like it's fine.
Alone.
But there was a time where we had laws for this kind of stuff.
Oh wow! Sona says it's a loan, and now you've got to pay it back. Can you believe it? That's disgusting. Oh wow. No way.
Okay, I sent you 2 pictures, Rebecca. Those are not the ones that I wanted, but they are from Bill. So
yeah, it's just
very
wrong.
Turn that off. Turn that off. Yeah, tiny amounts. Now, FEMA is running out of money. They have spent an awful lot of money this year already because now we've already forgotten about all those tornadoes, April, May, and June.
Mm-hmm.
And they spent a huge amount, and of course it was underfunded because of certain political groups that don't want to give anybody any money because we should earn it the old-fashioned way, and so I don't have to say more than that. And we are going to see increasing large numbers of major storms, and there is going to be a whole lot of, we talk about this often, that, coming to a town near you. And it is. We had a major storm through here last night, and I have a whole bunch of stuff to go out and clean up. And I literally have probably some more roof damage again, because what was happening last night was scary. I have to go look up there and see if anything got ripped free. I had that happen already a couple of times up here. Now, we had another event, a month ago? And then last year at this time, we had a major wildfire that ran just past my house, and my front yard was the incident station where they parked all the trucks in my yard on my grass right next to my house. You look out the window and you're staring at the front of a Ram pickup truck. Not kidding, that close. They drove right up into my house and right up onto my wall. Yeah, so I knew that my house wasn't going to get burned down because they didn't want to lose their trucks. So they always protect the trucks better. So we have to realize that it's going to be nasty. And by the way, since we're here already, we have a brand new forming hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico again. For those of you who didn't do your research this morning, the next it's tropical tropical depression 14 or Hurricane Milton. Now, I suggest anyone living on the west edge of Florida to start planning now, because literally by Wednesday you're going to be in deep trouble. It'll be too late. So let's see. It is forming tomorrow into a hurricane, class level 1.
I hope
And then by
in the clear.
Monday, it's going to run up into a category 3, and then a category 4 by Wednesday. Now, the models are variable. The German model, the European model, the American model, etc. And I went through all of those today from several different sources. They are expecting a centralized Central Florida, Tampa Bay area, impact area, including tidal surge. They're expecting great deals of rain along with this as well, and even pre-storm rain. And then the possibility of the variation in the other models will show us it going a little farther south, which would be to the let me see. I'm trying to think of where that is. It's like, and I told myself I wasn't going to forget the name.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking. Of course, when you take your notes, you can never find your notes.
No.
Yeah, I'm sitting here and I wrote this down, and doggone it if I can't find it right now on purpose. But anyway, it might go south of Tampa Bay, Fort Myers, that's the word, or down to the southern area to Fort Myers, but straight across. It's going to go straight across the state of Florida, and then it's going to reform into a category 1 again. But I doubt personally if it's even going to break down from a hurricane. I think a category 4 hurricane and go across the state of Florida and then back out into the ocean. Now, there are other hurricanes out there, what they call fish storms. There is Hurricane Kirk and Hurricane Leslie. Currently, they are whopper hurricanes out in the middle of the Atlantic. Now, Hurricane Kirk is going to run next week all the way up into the northern hemisphere between the United States and between Europe and Africa. And then it's going to hook pattern in just south of the UK and run into France and then northern Spain as well. So be prepared for a major flooding event coming along with that, and because it will be either still a hurricane or a tropical storm. Now, they are believing that Kirk is actually a Cat 5 already. So we don't know what's going to happen, and there's not a lot of information because it is, like I said before, a fish storm. So they don't spend a lot of time covering that. But it is a very, very organized fish storm. Okay, now this picture, if you look at this, I looked at this picture, and I kept asking myself, what am I staring at? What am I staring at? What am I staring at? And I believe that this is the green asteroid. See all the little circular dots and all the, because I couldn't fathom that being Natu's moon with normal. And so I was like, what am I staring at? What am I staring at? And if you look, there's a whole bunch of little circular dots. There's a whole bunch of this is not the group of pictures I wanted to use, but I could not find them. But there's a whole bunch of small shit showing up, everybody. So, and it's all big now. So, and then of course, red asteroid is very large. The tan asteroid is extremely large. I got some pictures last week of it, very much bigger than I expected. So we're going to have some extremes going on. Now, that storm that went through here yesterday over Montana, it was sort of a very odd blip on the radar, and I'm kind of wondering what it would be. And although it wasn't covered by many radar discussing meteorologists, so a really great look at the storm. I know I saw it from ground level, but I didn't get to see it on radar, and that again could have been a close pass of some asteroid type thing. Because I mean, we had 75 mile an hour gusts, hurricane force gusts again, and then we had it last month also. So some freaky shit going on here. And these are not normal storms. I've never seen storms like this before. I've never heard. And I mean, I had a headache all day yesterday morning, and then I was nauseous, like seasick in a boat all through the windstorm. It was horrible. I felt horrible all day yesterday. And then I'm mildly seasick again today. So there's some shit going on then. I think the planets affect us, and I think the solar flares. We were talking about it earlier. We should be getting hit with an X9 flare. Now, a week ago, we got hit with an X8
flare.
So
This
this
happened
is an
yesterday morning. It was
X9.
the biggest
I
solar
caught
flare.
I
since
caught some of
2017
the
over the
pink
last 7 years.
auroras on
This is
some
video of
pictures.
it. There's the
I'm
solar
guessing they're
flare,
pink
and then a
auroras.
And look
Could
coronavirus
even
direct
injection, a
dead center
CME
right at
followed.
us.
That's what
Yeah,
sparks
yeah.
the auroras and the northern lights. So the northern lights expected to be active this weekend over the next 2 nights.
And it's in the southern hemisphere, which is odd.
Okay.
Wow, look at the thing.
Yeah, the beta and the gamma are unbelievably different than I ever remember watching. This is a more, I'm questioning if this is our star.
Wow. Yeah.
I wonder if they're showing us films of the standard red coming at us, because this does not remind me of our normal star. The size of these coronal holes is completely.
That does
And it's
not
got
look
two hemispheres
familiar.
of activity rather than one centralized.
That does not look familiar at all. I gotta say, that does not look like
That
the
does
sun
not
I
look
know.
like our sun to me. Yeah.
Interesting.
So now, if they are, if that big standard red is coming by us and burping, and this is, of course, and I sent Rebecca. Did you see that thing with all the words on it, Rebecca?
That
I sent.
I did. Yes. You want me to share that too?
If you when this video is done, if you
for sure.
could that up, I'd like to mention it to everybody, because we talk about this occasionally,
Yes.
and people do say we don't talk about enough about the metaphysics of what's going on, or as Gillian put it, I reluctantly talk about far seeing, and I don't like to stand there and brag, but yeah, our solar activity is much more unbelievable. And we're going to see more. As they are separating, one leaving the other, I think there's some, electrical occurrences that are changed. And to me, it does not look like our sun. I don't remember seeing the coronal holes that bubbly and freaky and big and massive. And it's a strange look to me. I don't recognize that as our sun. It could be the standard red we're watching right now, or what they're divulging. But anyway. So if you could post that little...
Yeah, I'm pulling it now.
I stole it off Newsfeed today.
There we go.
I do occasionally borrow things from folks. I try not to, especially if they're not members. But every once in a while, it's too good to leave it alone.
Wow.
And I'm scrolling.
I'll wait till you get this.
Scrolling. There it is.
Not Christopher. I'll wait till you're done, Sam. And then Alexander said he had an experience with the sun too. So
Okay.
I'll come back to your comment.
We are caught in the
Here
middle
you
of a
go.
powerful energetic sandwich. Solar flares. We had an 8, an X8 like a week ago, and now we have this one, which is a 9, which is even bigger. It is the biggest of this solar cycle. If you're feeling achy, utterly drained, or no amount of sleep is enough, you're definitely not alone. And boy, I'm telling you, I'm getting some weird pains and sharp this and achy that and tingling, freezing ice. God, why is my legs acting like this crap? And I have been dizzy. I have been connectively cognizant. I mean, I've been going, God, why am I so cloudy? Emotional baggage. I keep having these burp utterances from my past coming back to haunt me on several faux pas that I did in my past life, in my earlier life, that I'm feeling unbelievably emotionally guilty about. And why did they come up? And boy, I hadn't thought about that in 30 years, and boy, there it is.
Right? Wow.
So this is a transition. And I wrote a letter to Nicole this week and tried to explain that we are going through a planetary effect. We currently, right now, because the transition of the planets were our normal planets, and you add the other gas giants, we have 4 gas giants, 2 moons. We've got this Oh yeah, there's a supernova that is being expected to be seen this month from another galaxy, some 300 light years away. The Earth weather is all screwy. We've got the magnetic Earth core crap going on where they don't know what's going on. They think our inner core is doing some things. There were reports this week. There was a centrifugal, what they call an anti-cyclonic circular rotating thing at the North Pole, where it was actually going backwards this week. Were some reports at the tip of the North Pole. It was unusual as hell. There is the possibility that our weather may change directions because remember, as of, was it 2018, 2019-ish, all of a sudden both hemispheres, northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere of Earth weather started going the same direction. And that has never existed within my lifetime. It's always been the opposite. It's like when you flush a toilet in the northern hemisphere, it goes one way. When you flush that same toilet in the southern hemisphere, it goes the opposite. And that's what our weather used to do. And it's currently not doing that. And then like a week ago, I'm seeing the tip of the North Pole having a rotational anti-clockwise rotation, the opposite of the rest of the weather in the northern hemisphere, including in the North Pole. So that I thought that was freaky. I don't know if it's still occurring, but I did see reports of it. So we also have to take that into account. So it's also affecting our human consciousness. And I recommend grounding. Go out, put your feet on the ground, barefoot.
I did some of that yesterday. I went out to the lake and walked around on the little beach barefoot. Got in the water a little bit, freezing cold, but I did it just to kind of get that grounding, and it's always a good feeling, guys.
Thunder is asking Sam what determines the auroras. Like, she's thinking that
aurora
large would be more visible.
It's positively and negatively charged stellar material that kind of gets blown out into space, and it's charged particles. And then when it interacts with our magnetosphere, it is like we talked about the 4-foot office tube lighting. Those charged particles hit our magnetosphere, our outer magnetic atmosphere, and they self-illuminate. And that's why it flows in waves, because those are particles that are liquid, literally, but they're liquid plasma-like. It's one of the few conditions in which plasma exists, positively charged stuff, and that's when it hits our magnetosphere, the North Pole or the South Pole, and both of them at the same time usually do it. And what that is, it's an overwhelming of our magnetosphere, which is what it's supposed to do, although occasionally it'll break through, and this is where we end up with, power lines or generators that blow up or light on fire, or internet that doesn't work. And we did have an infiltration last week, I believe, and quite a few systems went down around the world. Radio, it was in Hawaii and everything. We got such ionization of our upper atmosphere that they had a radio blackout in Hawaii for quite a while. Most of the Pacific Ocean was completely not working. And then other businesses will go, your internet will go down, or your business computing will go down, or your cash registers will go down, and so be prepared for some of that. And that is starting now again. The X9 is hitting us now. It should be any time now, including tonight. So, and this is why I'm disconnected.
How long will it last?
8, 10, 12 hours. Depends. Well, I mean, how long was the duration of the blast? All of that can be looked up.
Right. What about DJ? Hi, DJ. They're asking about Marshall Masters.
Oh boy.
Does he talk about the two solar systems separating? Do you know? Does he talk about that?
Well, I have not looked into Marshall Masters in many years. I am smiling quite heavily right now. I did offer Marshall Masters personally a whole bunch of information, and he kind of snubbed me. I think his science has finally caught up a little bit. He may have actually grown some science from when he started. and he's been around almost as long as me out there. I hate to give him recognition, but let's hope that he's coming to terms with the separating of the two stars. And we are not separating currently. We're passing right through each other, the smaller solar system through the larger. So yes, we are separating. We are past the halfway point, but I'm not sure Marshall would see it that way because I don't think he takes into account the cycle. A lot of people out there think this is just a one-up notion that we're done, and we've been doing this for 14 years, you guys. And so this is a slow thing, and it's not. It's I would not bank on what he's telling you, although I can't. I'd have to see his information to be able to debunk it. But
well, it's not.
Hello, Marshall Masters. I hope you're out there. I hope you've learned something.
It's not bad, completely bad information. I think he has. I see him not as often, but I find his voice a little comforting, so I enjoy hearing him speak. But he's a little religious. He's a little religious, and I think that's the part where I can't really get in because
I couldn't get past the 3 years.
Every time I hear the religion thing, I feel like it's always going to be a little biased and a little bit incorrect because you already have something kind of guiding you.
He's a little limited on his discovery base, and
if you have these preconceived notions. Exactly. Yeah. If you have these preconceived notions already that it's about what's in the Bible and all that, I think it clouds your judgment and it clouds your science. But
and to go on,
he touches on some things that are somewhat not completely wrong, but he's still expecting it. Like it's coming.
Well,
like
I'll give you a complete.
I
admire Graham Hancock. He's very smart, very brilliant, very accomplished. Of course, he's obviously had the money to be able to do that throughout his life, and the notoriety, fame, family, money. I don't know where it comes from. I mean, he does great work, but he does not add the Nibiru binary solar system, which would answer so many things that he's seeking questions for. And I watch his material all the time.
It really gives me I don't know, anxiety thinking, God, if only we can get together and put this together, buddy, we would imagine the science
if only,
out of it. Oh, jeez. Because I do feel what Graham Hancock
I would love for these guys to treat us as credible.
What Graham Hancock did that I find very fascinating is that he's learned to see the world in a big picture instead of just locally. And I think that's where a lot of people go wrong is that a lot of people think really small. It's the reason why they're not seeing the planets. It's the reason why they're not seeing what's happening. It's because their peripheral vision is about the size of our moon, and they can't grasp the fact of how big things really are. I think Graham Hancock has done that here down on Earth. But if he could just take those skills and use them up in the sky, I think he would have.
He didn't click with the binary.
He would really speed
and that's
up
the thing,
the science.
We have to remember, we have to take into account very strongly that this is cyclic. This happens cycle after cycle after cycle. This is not a one-time passing, oh shit, we're going to die. This is, and we cover this occasionally on the Factory Planet topic. We do suffer a herd culling. We do suffer climate change. But you guys, when you add a second star to your immediate solar system, of course you're going to have planetary warming. But it is not just global warming. It is solar system warming. All of our planets are heating up. And you can go and look that up.
And again,
the thing is, nobody's adding two and two together.
And if you were to think a little bigger, you would actually realize and look into it that it's not just happening locally to us on Earth. These storms that we're seeing, they're not just one local storm. It's part of a much bigger system of storms that's happening. And you have to learn to look at the world through big eyes, guys. You have to think bigger. It's the only way that
the ending of the Mycenaeans, the Minoans, the Hittites, the endings of these civilizations, and then the new beginnings of all these new civilizations, like the Hittites did come out of the destruction. And prior to that, there was civilizations that we don't even know about. There's there's a stone, and as a matter of fact, I just watched that from Graham Hancock, and I encourage you to look up the Sumerians Kings list. It's a stone, and watch what Graham Hancock says about that, and the accuracy of the listing of all those kings, and cross-referencing the pre-Sumerian gods and stuff like this, and the other civilizations. And you also have to take into account, and a lot of scientists do not do this. They don't even chalk up these climate change models. Now, remember that modern science today is saying, well, 8,000 years ago, Africa was green. I don't think it was 8,000 years ago. I think Africa has been a lot greener than only within the last 1,000 years has it turned into the Sahara the way it is. Because if you take into account the Hittites and the Syrians and the Turkish modern day countries, the Hittites and the Greeks and the Romans and Santorini and the Egyptians talk about the sea people and everything. If you take all of that into account, that these wars all were created about the same time, which was also during the breakup in the Bronze Age. Now, many different people give different yearly times of that Bronze Age breakup, but I'm attesting that the Bronze Age breakup came from the passing planets, the climate change of the second star passing again. Back then, the Greeks knew we had two suns. Previous civilizations knew we had two suns. The Egyptians knew we had two suns. That's why one, like Ramses, went to the sun god Aten, and we talked about that in previous shows as well. And then Tutankhamun went back to anyway, we talked about that last show. So you got to take into account that modern Western civilization science is completely wrong in a lot of ways. And unfortunately, I really wish Graham Hancock would add the binary solar system information to cross-reference, and he would have all those answers that he just can't answer to why this civilization disappeared or why that one started, or we can even talk about the Tower of Babel syndrome, which happened in 3500 BC. And people think BC, oh God, we were cavemen back then. No, we were not. We had technologies that are not even discussed. We talk about the Arab batteries, and this is technology that goes back 5,000 years. And Western sciences, unfortunately, crushed the knowledge of the Arab people, and they were way more advanced than anybody in Europe centuries before Europe. And so anytime that you're hearing that political opinion that, Western science knows best, no, it does not. And I'm getting a dry throat again, so I'll let somebody else talk.
Well, I mean, we also, you got to take into consideration, and I don't want to go conspiracy theory here, but most of what they tell us here in Western society, it's propaganda like you have no idea. I don't think people really realize that too. The amount of propaganda here in the Western society is insane. Absolutely insane.
Our society has been intentionally dumbed down to retain power because they don't want you to know about these planets. Otherwise, this shit would have gotten out 10 years ago. We have been talking about the passing binary system with proof. Absolute pictures of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures in 14 years of these passing planets, which we have seen by eye around the world. And yet it is still not gotten out because there is this huge, and it's not just one faction, you guys. There, we can talk about all the, we can talk about the Roman Catholic Church alone has multiple factions in it. Some have a goal of this and some have a goal of that. Yeah. And that's just the Roman Catholic Church. And then you got to take into account all the billionaires and all the countries who have all the money from their people, and
the Mormon Church is another one.
There you go.
Absolutely,
L. Ron Hubbard's people, and all of these other, and the Edgar Casey people, and all these other multi-million-dollar factions.
Yeah, they literally
have their own agendas.
The Mormon Church here literally tells you not to look into their history on the internet. They literally tell people that. To not do that, to not look to not look human information, not look at outside information outside of the
The Mormon Church was
congregation.
formed on a level of greed and murder that you wouldn't believe. By the early founding members.
The level of growth that they've had, even though here in Utah they're losing a lot of numbers, they're also gaining a lot in other countries, a lot. Which I look at it as subscription fees, because once you're a member, that's really all that it becomes. It's just
the tithing's unbelievable.
10% of your income every week, and they don't really teach you anything of value, really,
Well, we're kept down. We're misinformed. We're lulled into complacency. Now, there's an old Roman saying, and this may even come from pre-Rome, which like Socrates and those guys, which were 500 BC, which was right before the actual kick up where Rome became Rome, which is many, many years before Rome became Rome. But there's an old Roman saying, you enslave the masses through comfort.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is why they fed their poor masses, those people that lived in Rome City proper, Rome. The poor were always fed every day free bread and free beer. And they made these people comfortable. And then they were able to tax them and be able to keep them around. And then of course, they brought in the aquifers. And now, granted, the Romans did do an upgrade to a lot of services from a lot, we talk about Galilee, or we can talk about Jerusalem, or we can talk about anything. But the Romans actually brought in fresh water and toiletries and hygiene and taking the garbage out of the city, and don't bury people inside the city so we don't screw up our water, et cetera, avoiding the diseases. And that's another big thing that we don't take into account when we think about the history and the documentation of the cities and civilizations that were wiped out and suddenly gone or vanished, or we didn't even hear about them in the first place. You have to remember the plague. It has been around many, many times in the last 5,000 years. And there have been many kinds of plagues. So, and then we just went through, our own little C virus issue. And so you got to take that into account. And so, and these when the second star comes in and we cross paths, all of our normal planets tip, all of weather patterns change, the Earth tipped, our weather is different, then we heat up because the whole planet's heating up because it's getting new facial refractive light from an even larger star, and that changes in the plagues, and then the bugs and the weather and all of that, and including heating up the entire solar system. And it happens every 3,654 years, etc., over and over and over again. So, don't think we're going to be completely destroyed. Earth is fine. It's just the fleas on top of Earth that have to worry.
What about the 12,000 year cycle? I'm just curious. I see that out there a lot. People talking about this being the 12,000 year cycle. Do you know what they're?
Well, that is divisible by 3. Is what when I hear that, I'm like, well, that is divisible by 3. We see 33,546 years. So I'm thinking they're when they say that, it's just a cycle, an older cycle, maybe. Or what do you think?
Yeah. Question is, does it cross-reference with the Mayan calendar and the ages? We've just moved from the 5th age into the 6th age. So yeah, who knows? And this is why I say be careful who you look up. And if it is human information, unfortunately, if you don't have your information from off-world like I do, then you're kind of limited in the facts, and you are subject to gossip and collective knowledge that could be tainted, dulled, honed in. I mean, look how many times we ran into people talking about red planet Nibiru and it being beyond the sun and all. I mean, God, we did that for years when we knew for a fact that Nibiru was blue because it was a water planet and there's people living on it, They're not little red guys running around on a red planet like they showed in the movie Star Trek, which I thought was cool. They mentioned Nibiru, and they do absolutely mention Nibiru in Star Trek, but then they make it a red planet. I was like, disappointing, but cool.
I agree.
And on Scooby-Doo, there's a Scooby-Doo episode.
Are you serious?
Nibiru.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, people freaked out about that for years.
Sitchin.
About every 6 months, somebody would send me a copy of the Scooby-Doo issue where they talk about Nibiru.
That's how programming works. I mean, it's like literally programming. Like,
you just
after programming,
you know,
sneak it in
here and sneak it in there. Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
so that's how they do it.
The amount of people who are on TikTok just this week or YouTube saying that the second moon, the asteroid is Nibiru, and it's like we're just like pulling this out of the air and just making a video.
It's
I'm like
amazing
having to bite my tongue
into.
and not comment because
I've been seeing that too, Chris. Like I've been seeing that with the moon has disappeared, and then
the moon has disappeared.
They all come to the conclusion that Google says that it's because one, it's not visible, which. Okay, I'm not arguing that, but if it's been over a week that you don't see it, it's maybe because we might be tilted in a way where we're not seeing it, it's not visible or whatnot. But the confusion in the comments is absolutely insane. You have one person arguing this, the other person arguing that, and it takes a lot out of me to not comment and probably end up in an argument with somebody.
Right.
But I'm just like, I want to just tell them, hey, man, like all the answers you're looking for are in the sky. Just get familiar with the sky.
There's an old 70s saying.
See in the day, watch the skies, get familiar with the skies. Most of your answers are there, or it's a good place to start. You will understand a lot of our history, guys, a lot of where we were and where we're going by learning what is happening in our skies today. Just get familiar with that.
And we've spent that decade doing the homework. We have spent over a decade, which is why we're here telling everybody out there now with, we are the experts because we've gone through 14 to 10 years, etc., of going through all of this information and debunking the crazy and tolerating the semi-sane, and then trying to listen to the people that are completely lost their minds, and then jumping over the sanity level. And don't even get me started about QAnon. Wow. That has really screwed us up. The shit.
If you had told me the idea of QAnon before it came out, I would have been like, "There's no way this is gonna work. There's no way people will believe you. This shit." And wow,
and they buy into it.
Hi, Irene.
They buy into it because they get addicted.
What were you going to say, Sam, about saying from the 70s or something?
Oh, saying from the 70s. Stress is the suppressed absolute desire to wring the neck of some asshole who desperately deserves it.
Okay.
You want to wring their neck because they're, or, pardon the expression, but bitch slap them because it's like, how could you be that stupid that you buy into this shit? And I'm not trying to come off as arrogant, although, I am smart, and I hate to even go there because when I was told my IQ versus the rest of the planet, I went, oh, okay. And I never even gave it a second thought until many, many years later when this was sort of rammed down my throat. Like, you mean you guys don't understand the concept of, planetary circumference figuring, SOS, surface area of a sphere and all that. I took for granted. And not many people even know about that. And it's like, oh, okay. Wow, maybe I know a little bit more than other people. And I never expected to be more than what I am. And this is why, and I always, again, this show, I got to thank everybody out there for listening and tolerating me once again. It is always Tolerate Sam Hofman Day because he's going to say some crazy shit. And I read the comments in last week's show on YouTube. And a lot of folks appreciate my candor, my honesty, my level of who and what I am. And I just try to share with everyone right off, as cleanly off the cuff, as honestly as I can. There are a few things I do intentionally hold back for a number of reasons. A, I got kids at home still. B, I would get in a lot of trouble. And speaking of which, Rebecca, do you want to talk about what your week entailed for your Facebook?
Yeah,
or do you want to not talk about it?
I don't want to like glamorize, that I'm like back. Just,
lady,
because I don't like.
You're there when.
I know. I mean, but yeah, Facebook is just on my trail. They're on my trail. I mean, they're like, how would you say it?
Okay,
like,
okay.
The
nutshell.
I got
Rebecca ran into a little bit of trouble.
I don't even know why.
Again.
I had to start over.
I
had to start my Facebook life over again. This happened 2 years ago when they wiped me out, and a few days ago I click on Facebook and it's hesitated, and my stomach just knotted up because I know what that means. Usually it means you're in jail. If you get that slight hesitation, I thought, oh great, but it was worse than that.
Yeah,
I mean the account was gone. So that's what happened. I'm starting over. No, it's forever. I have 180 days to appeal it. Which is it doesn't matter.
Okay. I did. Yeah, you're okay.
It's over.
I didn't read it too well, obviously.
R.I.P. R.I.P. It's like over. So I have to start fresh. So, but Christopher
somebody
was
commented.
helpful
I did
in
learn.
getting
Let me
back.
see who that was.
Yeah, I messaged Christopher on TikTok within a few minutes, and he had me, back in the back door.
Yeah, we're
but
still picking up the pieces, and then
anyway,
had
that's
to get back
what's
to
happening.
Montana Skywatcher Anonymous.
Yeah.
David, what can they do now? Oh God, David, they can do anything they want, and then say anything they want, and everybody will believe it. You would be amazed at when the government says this happens or that happens, or this is the truth, or this is what we think, or for example that we have a second mini moon, when in actuality there's 5 major asteroids right now around the moon. They're not telling you about the other 4, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's a soft disclosure. It's a distraction soft disclosure. They get credit for knowing it's there, but then they don't tell you where it is. Like even in the years ago, we talked about the Skull asteroid like 4 years before NASA ever announced it. And by the way, we got some great pictures this week of the Skull asteroid again. They came in from Europe. Awesome. Thank you everyone out there that is sending them in. And this shit is real, guys. We're not guessing. We are not guessing. All of us know this shit is real. And the question is, are you willing to step across that belief zone where you can study enough that your eyes will tell you exactly what's right in front of you? It's like there's an old saying about the American Indians not even seeing a sailing ship pulling up on the east coast of America because they couldn't fathom what they were staring at. They didn't even see them. They looked like clouds.
It's like their brain didn't acknowledge something that they didn't have any context for at all. Somebody told me that story when I was new to all this, and I'm like, how do people not see this? Because after I kind of understood what I was looking at, I was like, that's pretty obvious. Like, in hindsight, this is not that.
Well, remember.
And then somebody told me that story, and I'm like,
in the early years, everybody
our psychology
coordinates to look at for the planet. And,
yeah. But our psychology, our brain functions. Sorry, Sam. You keep cutting in.
Oh, it's all right. No, please go on. We have a lag, so.
I was saying is our psychology, the way our brain works and functions is fascinating, guys. It's not. It's what do they say? The best way to create something is in plain sight, and in a way, what they did with the way they went about dealing with this whole Nibiru system thing is in a way is very simple but genius in a way. Just don't acknowledge it. Act like it's not happening, and it's worked. it has worked for everybody, and as much as my mind is blown by that thought that nobody's questioning what's happening, it's just our psychology is just something weird.
What do you guys see here?
These are the colors I got recently. A lot of this stuff, a lot of this color here.
So what do you see? What do you see?
Well, there's definitely two bodies here. You have the blue in the front and little pink in the back.
Yeah, but there's yellow as well, so that's like Saru, obviously, in the corner there.
No, there's three. There are 3 planets in this shot.
Wow.
Oh, so okay, so that's
Okay,
like
up front.
That could
up
be
front
Nepicity.
is Nepicity.
Okay.
Nepicity.
Correct.
So
Behind it is Uri. Behind it is Saru.
Wow.
And if you want to see the real sky, look in the left horizon line at the city buildings. That's the real sky. That orange bottom yellow on the right-hand side is the open core of planet Saru. And it is a massive core. She is huge.
Wow, look at that.
Nepicity, Uri, and Saru in this shot. And that's why your brain goes, weird. This looks weird.
Because our sky is that little sliver at the bottom. That pale color. Everything else colorful is not.
And these planets are sky pillars. They're right over the top of us. They're very close to Earth. They're heading past us. And Saru keeps, with each passing week, gets bigger and closer as Nibiru goes farther away behind us to our right shoulder, excuse me. And that is the edge of Uri discharging right there on the Salamander asteroid group in the Tan asteroid. On the bottom.
I want to say that even the reflection on the water on the picture before this showed the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So.
See?
Yep.
Yeah. Right?
See the
Look
two
at
colors?
that.
Water blue and then the water pink, green, purplish, whatever,
Andrea, I agree. I'm sick of this AI era. I hate it.
Oh, yeah, that's opened up.
I hate it. It what it does, and I
honestly, the computer made this.
Well,
I had a lot of people. It's probably AI generated.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Is that it's a great way to dismiss a lot of what's real.
Isn't that convenient?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking as well. It's a lovely way to say that your lurid, crazy colors are not real.
And this is red planet Isatum directly over the top of us at night.
That's incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that red.
Right, and it's the same.
And it's in the water.
Same shape it's always doing with the band around the edge, and then I don't know if that's the ion tail, but that main middle line that always is on that angle.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And that black square at the top of the page could easily be the long box cube. Which it's very big right now.
Very busy.
And
I was thinking this week.
And the long box cube dozens of sightings this week alone.
Right. Well, I was thinking,
and it's
the
very
Moon
big.
has come so
very
close.
Big.
Do you think that the long box cube might move? Because we're seeing it a lot now, and they use these,
Well, now remember that Isatum's yellow moon is way closer than it ever has been.
Right? Maybe they might want to move.
And it's going over the top of us. So being that it's closer to us now. Yeah, well, they're closer to us than they have been in the last 2 years. And now they're directly over the top of us, so it looks way huge. Right. That's the bottom of Uri right there.
If I was an alien and I want to hide, Isatum's yellow moon is not the best place to be doing that anymore. I don't know.
Well, they came out of hiding in April of 2019 because prior to that they were hid. They were parked in front of the sun. So if you look there, you couldn't see because the sun blinded you. But we did get it in film capturing from cameras. But then as of 2019 in April, they came out from hiding and then they parked. The Texas cube is on the left and the long box cube is on the right. And then the Empire orb / Norway spiral orb has been running around left and right all over the place and moving. And then, of course, after that, in 2019-ish, the space tube arrived. And we've seen a whole bunch of that and a whole bunch of Star Destroyers, or, Carillion cruisers, or whatever you want to call them. And they look just like the ones in the movie of Star Wars, which is why we call them Star Destroyers. And they match. It's scary. And there's several different types, but they're all big, huge triangular ships with that big, huge conning tower on the top and the back, just like in the movie Star Wars. And so we've been seeing a lot of those. I got dozens of shots from around the world this week as well of the Star Destroyers and smaller craft that I can identify. And if we don't have that information, then I don't try to jump out of the spectrum. This is the bottom of Nepenthe again. And the big three is dead center in the middle above the rainbow coloration. You can see the big three standing there, 1, 2, 3, plus a whole bunch of smaller stuff, but we generically call them the big three. And there's asteroids galore, you guys, and they're huge. So this is going to be one hell of an interesting month. I mean, we got so many things going on astrologically, and even if you include it into astrology and this coming movement and the changes and the transitions and the eclipses and all this other stuff and the comets who are, harbingers of doom and all this according to astrology in a lot of cases and history from different civilizations going up through the ages. But it should be an excruciatingly interesting step toward Halloween here, and looking forward to that.
So has the cycle ended? Last year the 180-day cycle extended. It kept going till December.
Right.
Seems
right.
like
It probably will again as well. Yeah, they're going beyond us and above us in ways that they never did in 2023 even, or 2022 or 2020, 2021, etc. They were farther away, and now they're in close past, but now they're in really close past, but going beyond us. And, I can't lay out a cycle as it being predictably the same thing every day, but I'm sure there's weekly cycles or a monthly cycle. And we've also stepped into, you're right, Andrea, it is Nepenthe in front of. The Saturn's on the right. Saru is the reason that it's big yellow in the background. That's the base core illumination of Saru, where it's orange and yellow.
Been paying attention. Mm-hmm.
Yep, good job.
Good job.
You have to take into account that it could go straight through this. It could just go right till March and we start all over again.
Wow.
So we'll see what happens. I'm trying not to go there. This is again the bottom of Uri.
Okay.
And that close pass and what we refer to as a whiteout and the close pass, and up there and to the left area is where all the asteroids are, and they're doing some cool shit, including whatever the hell just went through here yesterday. I mean, my God, what we had, that storm that went through, it was insane.
So is the blue part, like the blue area, Uri?
Yep, everything. Yeah, that whole blue area is Uri.
Wow.
And there's just a white base cloud pass reaction between the planet Uri and Earth, and the atmosphere in between them. And this is where we talk about the 180-day cycle and the close pass, because there's asteroids between Uri and Earth, and that causes a lot of electrical discharge. And if you notice the sky illumination, this is centrally illuminated, I believe, from lightning, and I don't think it's because the sun is behind it. I think we're looking in the north sky after sunset, because if you look at the trees and the ground, it's all very dark. I could be wrong. I don't know when the capture, but I'm making an assumption.
See you later.
Thank you for being here, David.
Yep.
Hey, David.
And Irene is talking about Hurricane Kirk.
Yeah, Kirk is not going to hit Florida. No, Kirk is a fish storm, and it's going to actually hit all the way up through the North Atlantic, and it's going to hook into France. You're looking at Milton. Milton is the next storm. It was Tropical Depression 14, and it's now been renamed to Milton. And as of tonight, tomorrow, it is going to be a Category 1 hurricane, and is expected. I was hoping to talk to you today, Irene. And they are expecting a central hit in Tampa Bay at a possible Category 4. Now, it may also go south to Fort Myers area and over the tip, but that whole area of Florida will be encased in a heavy rainstorm scenario, and again with onshore wave height from the push and all of that. Okay, look where okay, on this picture. Do start preparing now, Irene, because it will affect all of Florida. It's going to be a whopper, and it's moving quickly, so it's going to have a really nasty hit. Although it might be less rain, but there's going to be a tidal surge will be more prominent. So if you look at this, where the light source is, the light is coming from the left-hand side. So therefore, we know that this is Saturn's yellow moon, and the stuff behind the weird dark illumination behind the telephone wires is most likely the long box cube. And I'm going to go get another Coke. I will be right back.
Okay, Sam. And then I'll ask him about this question for not telling about 5D. What do you know about that, Gillian? About how this system relates to ascension, shifting to 5D?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gillian.
No, it's okay, Chris. Would you want to say something?
I was just gonna say, just to have the capability to want to understand this, the binary solar system or the Nibiru system, is you moving more into a different dimension that you've already been in, basically, is how I see it.
Well, I thought that, just recently, people have been telling me about, don't you feel the weird energies and the timeline shifts and things that 1 minute they were this color and now you think it's that color, and different things happening. Like I had friends telling me about things happening to them, and they were convinced it had happened in a certain way, and it hadn't. But again, that might be perception.
We kind of ignore the Mandela effect. Okay, the whole story. Okay, we can go all the way back down to the origins of what Sam knows directly from off-world information, and you can quote me, people. Hopefully, there is a culling of the herd. It's a known culling of the herd. It happens every cycle. Okay, and the part of that dumbing down is so that that we humans are a little more controllable. But there is also the decree. There is a decree from higher races above the Anunnaki, above the Nibiruans, above those folks that are parked up there in the Texas Cube and the Long Box Cube and the Empire Orb and whoever sent the space tube and whoever is collecting the commodities that are going to go intergalactic, because most of the commodities that go to Nibiru go directly to Nibiru. Because they're that close and they can reach, and believe me, they do have technology far beyond anything we have. But anyway, there is a decree from higher races above the factions that control and own us and our section of space, that they believe and we'll just say the ASPCA for humans, and some of the Pleiadians are involved in this. There are other higher races that believe that we should be allowed to evolve. And now part of that has to do with how long we get to live. And part of that has to do, did you guys know that your average collection of humans that have ever existed within current Western science knowledge, not the fact and actual fact, because the actual numbers are unattainable, but generically speaking, do you know that the average age of most humans that have ever lived generically was, do you know what the per capita average age of all the people on this planet throughout history, known history? 20 to 25 years old.
What was that?
20 to 25 years is all the average human throughout history has ever generically overall lived, according to Western science. Now, granted, there are we talk about the list of kings and stuff, where there were some kings here that lived for 80,000 years and all of this. It's hard to believe. Graham Hancock talks about stuff like that too, and that's the king's list from the Sumerian block. It's called a Trinity thing, but it's a four-sided block. Yeah, right. There's this big, huge stone that they're translating still to this day. But anyway, the other factions believe that we should be elevated, and that is what's going on with the ascension. But it is not for everyone, because the workforce on factory planet Earth, and this is directly off-world information, has to go on, because the economy for the Saruans and the Nibiruans and the other races and the people that from the Federation that are also getting the commodities, all of that's going to continue on factory planet Earth. Now, we were dumbed down, we were conditioned, we were changed from what we used to be. We are not a free race anymore. We have a segmented, clipped 24th chromosome, and the original sin, in my opinion, goes to the fact that we are born and bred and genetically altered to have greed, to dig up the commodities. My gold shines so heavily. If you've ever found gold in your life, and I have panned for gold, and once you find gold, you have an energy that you've never experienced in your life, and before you know it, the sun's going down, your feet are frozen, and you've just moved 4.5 tons of dirt with a shovel. So how did you do that? And how did that time passage fly past you? That's called gold fever. There's a reality to that. That is our original sin. We are bred to be factory workers on planet Earth. We're controlled by other factions above us. But if several factions above us who have major clout, major technology, controls larger sections of space than we perceive, have hopefully, that's the plan, that's the ascension that is in the works. Now, I don't know directly if it's going to take place within our lifetime or my children's lifetime. I believe it has to do with my children's lifetime as well, because I was told about my daughters many years before they were even born, and oh my God, are they special? They truly are. They have the Hofman gene. I could go on in more detail, but I don't want to brag. And I think some of you guys already know who I am, hopefully, a hint, hint. And I'm going to drop that just to tease you a little bit. But I'm not average Joe Facebook. We've talked about this in the past, and hopefully, and Jesus, I know he's not there, but hopefully some of you guys get the shit scared out of you by some of the things I can do. And I mean that in a good way. And so that you can be surprised by something. And I occasionally try to, pardon the expression. Oh, by the way, again, to our dear friend that mailed me his letter. Hector. Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Hector. And he was talking about the indigos. And yes, Hector, there is a supreme power on Earth. And there is a supreme power in all of us. And we have the ability to either be the factory worker or grow elbow. The question is, are you willing to step across that into the belief zone of it? And faith has a great deal to do with it. Huge, because once you open yourself up to that, then you can grow. Now, Joyce here is talking about the Mandela effect. Yeah, well, that's where somebody said time is being changed and rewritten, and we haven't noticed yet. No, that is part of the dumbing down that is going on by them introducing the possibility that someone immediately above us has the ability to alter time and screw with us. Now, if you are studying anything out on the internet, and it has a level of fear, or anyone says, oh, we're better than those guys are, or this is this, that is that, and it doesn't quite fit comfortably, it's a lie. The truth is simple, and it
trust
fits.
Your instinct, guys. We know the truth when we hear it.
But I think that Mandela.
We are far more powerful beings than we've ever been allowed to believe, because we have been manipulated, we have been cast in, we have been drawn closer together by the fact that we got to go out into the field every day and pull the weeds so that our grain crop and our barley crop and our corn crop, so we can eat, live, and survive. And the number one thing that everyone needs to remember is that we are electrically connected to everyone down our genome chain since the beginning of mankind. We are connected to our ancestors. That power is magic. That magic is knowledge. That knowledge is magic. And all you have to do, and here we talk about far seeing and remote viewing, is know and trust and believe what you see, feel, and think. And don't discount yourself. And society today and mankind says, no, I'm right, you're wrong, you don't know anything, you're uneducated, you don't have a plaque on the wall, you don't have a doctorate, you don't have a PhD, you're not making any money, you're not successful. But what you have to believe is that doesn't count. What counts now is how you feel and how you interact with the people around you and what you can give. And it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And if you're living in the negativity and the fear and, oh my God, we're going to get hit by meteorites and asteroids and Nibiru and pardon me for going here, and the Haitians are eating your dogs and cats. And if you live in that world of negativity, you are not growing. You're not connected to the science.
It's one of the reasons why I shared that interview, Sam, recently, because I really like how it starts, how Chauncey says that a lot of the people that he came across having anything to talk about, he always talked about how the end is near, the end is nigh, time is short, and he's all. And I talked to Sam. He is not a doom and gloom guy. You know, he's articulate. And it's just a great.
I love that you posted that this week. Thank you.
Yeah, I came across it and I'm like, this needs to be shared. This is a good one. And I think it's one of your first ones with
that is show number 13 on Radio Wasteland. You go to Radio Wasteland on YouTube, type in Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hofman, show 13.
That was a good interview. You had a good interview.
And that was
Rebecca, what were you going to say about Mandela effect? I really wanted to hear that.
Oh, honestly, I think, let me turn that down, that they are like manipulated and created even decades in advance and played out, you know, like they don't operate just in the current. I mean, they're always like working 10 steps ahead. That's normal, you know, and so they can create the Simpsons or whatever they want and then come back around. I mean, they're in control of pulling the strings on all of it, so they can create Mandela effects.
Well, ask why George Lucas made Star Wars. Have you ever looked at the back of George Lucas's head?
No, I haven't.
And heck, you haven't even watched Star Wars yet.
You are, Rebecca.
Why would I want to see his head?
Oh, I do have an announcement. There has been a serious loss in my life, and it's a tragic thing. My beloved Star Wars PlayStation 2 remote wireless controller is dying, and I don't know where to find a new one. So if anybody really wants to get in my absolute greatest graces, and I'll kiss your feet, because I can't order anything from Amazon. I need a PlayStation 2 wireless remote controller.
Maybe you could find one. I bet I could find one on eBay. I bet I could find one.
Right. Well, I can't order anything because I don't have any way to, because they for some reason don't want to send me stuff. But if you really want to get in my, they're like $40 if you really want to get in my good graces and bribe me.
Star Wars edition.
Watch out for eBay. I ended up with a dud ring bell doorbell thing.
PlayStation 2 wireless controller. I don't care what color. But
mine's wireless for the PlayStation 2. Yeah, I thought they were still.
Yeah, it's a wireless controller. And
I'm pretty sure eBay's gotta have one. I'm sure eBay has one, but
and that was in the 90s.
I agree with Gillian. You have to watch who you order it from too. You know, on eBay, just make sure that they have.
Have a bulldog friend to get the man back.
You have a return. That they have a return policy. You know, something like that. You know.
Yeah, we had a return policy. She just shouted at him until he gave her the money back.
I see some for in the low 20s.
I went off topic, and I
don't know if they're good or not. 23, 20.
What is that on? Is that on eBay?
Amazon.
Yeah. Amazon. Oh, yeah. Amazon.
If you would slap up my PO box for any of you adventurous folks out there that really wish to get in my good graces, mail me a controller because I can't order one for myself. And it is now, the controller is getting to the point where now I'm constantly moving and I have to keep fighting. Oh God, my ears started ringing. Weird. Somebody's talking about me out there. My ears are really ringing. Thank you for talking about me, whoever you are out there. And I hear your message.
About the ancestors.
1 second.
Let you end up with 5 controllers.
Wow, my ears are ringing.
5, you can put 4 in the cupboard.
Also, talking back again on the whole Mandela effect, you got to remember something too, guys. Our memory, our long-term memory, is not as reliable as we think it is.
And
there's a lot of things that I remember one way, and then I talk to my brothers who were there. We're only 2 and 3 years apart, so we grew up very together.
And perception.
We have sometimes we have completely different recollections.
If time was changed
like
in the
our
past,
memory, and it's scientifically proven that our memories, we start to put it together, piece it together differently as time goes by.
Go to the Back to the Future movies. If time was changed in the past, we would not remember any alteration.
Sure.
It would be automatic. And that is why I've never agreed with the Mandela effect from the moment I ever first read about it. If somebody changed the past, we would not know the difference. Okay. P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana 59847. For your once in a lifetime offer to earn my good graces. Bribe Sam.
Yep.
I'll watch. I'll get 5 of them. Which would be insane, and I'd love every second of it.
Lifetime
I'm
supply.
still playing my old Star Wars.
It's not a bad price. $20. Yeah, actually, it's
they went
for
down.
2 controllers. It's a 2. Like this one has a pink one and a blue one, and it's $23.
Are they wireless? Even if they had a cord, I wouldn't care. I don't sit that far away.
Wireless PlayStation 2 with the little vibration pack on it. That's pretty good price. 2 of them.
Yeah, Andrea, I believe that there are clones of us in existence where we have, and if you've ever been abducted by aliens, I believe that we were sampled and perhaps rendered into clones that exist on other solar systems doing the same thing that we're doing here because we are a good workforce. And they pick prototypes and use them for all kinds of stuff, which is why the abductions, and this keeps sampling the herd. This is what the abductions, I'm going to step myself out on the ledge here a little bit, and this is what the 1947 treaty was about, was that a certain number of abductions of the citizenry of the United States was allowed by our U.S. government, by the occupying, never have left, always been here alien factions. And there is so much more going on that you guys that live in Humanville internet world do not even fathom yet. And oh my God, this is why, one of these days we'll have that across the fire cup of coffee where, when I don't have to talk over the internet and end up vanishing because I do, we'll have the opportunity to tell you more stories about the realities of what's really going on in our solar system / universe. Because there are other alien races, and there's lots of them.
That they can't clone some of us because it depends if you're RH negative or RH positive.
Okay.
Correct. That's true. Well, why would they bother if you weren't? And that's part of what the special is about the RH negative and all of that. And that is also part of the intellectual genome that is part of the ascension. And that I can't go into grave detail.
Than what we were told about.
Right. Not only that, there were more prototypes of us than are accounted for. Because we're not the only version. We're not the first version of what's been here. There's 300,000 years worth of messing around with the puzzle to see which were the best workers, including the Neanderthal and including the giants. Now, the giants were large creatures that could roam around and mine underground during the Ice Age because they were big enough they didn't freeze to death. And the different versions. Now, let's talk about the woolly mammoth that used to be gigantic, and now we have a modern-day pachyderm that's smaller. So let's talk about the giants, and then the middle-sized Neanderthal, and then the much smaller humans. So there's a lot more going on than, and this is where you have to look at these larger cycles. You have to look. Now, remember, during the Ice Age, the entire planet was not covered in ice. There were civilizations that continued on in the central equator. There was ice on the North Pole and ice on the South Pole, but the middle of the Earth was thawed out and people kept living. They kept doing their thing. This is where the Atlanteans and the pre-Atlanteans and the other cultures and civilizations that were able to cut perfect stones that we still can't even figure out how they even moved them, let alone cut them. So there's so much more. And there were other civilizations all over the Earth that we don't even see because they have so long ago eroded into dust because of how long ago it was. And you've got to take all of that into account. And then, now if you go to YouTube, and I checked that today, there's been quite a few thousand views on Rebecca's Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube. And there's a Pleiadian message video on there that I asked to have put up. And that is, it's not absolutely accurate, but it is one of the most accurate human earthly descriptions of what is really going on. And it goes back 300 to 400,000 years. And you have to realize that there was a war, and there is a war in space, but there was a war for Earth 300, 400,000 years ago. I don't have the full details, but I do have that off-world information. So remember that we are not what we used to be, and now we are altered, and it is our quest to grow out of this. And my question to each and every one of you listening today is, what role do you want to play? Do you want to be a factory worker, or do you want to ascend? And it's an individual choice, and you just make it. And then once you expose yourself to it, you start to change, and you start to see more and see different. It's a question of belief. It really is.
Well, I think that's what keeps
and
a
then
lot
you
of
teach
people
yourself.
from seeing what's happening, is that a lot of people,
They don't believe.
it's like their mind can't really I have shown some people some stuff that I feel is it's not something you could pass off as clouds, and you guys still get that response that no, and I feel that's what it is. Like, some people just because
Not everyone will get this
because
information.
society says no, this is impossible, or modern science says, some people will refuse it regardless of the evidence. And I think that's troubling, that we have come to a place where
Are you a factory worker, or are you ascending?
Exactly. I think the evidence speaks. Somebody was saying yesterday on TikTok, if I see that it's raining and there's a study that tells me it's not, I don't give a crap what the study says. Like, I see clearly that it's raining, but you would be surprised. For some people, seeing isn't believing. If it's not on the TV, if the TV doesn't tell you, or the government doesn't tell you, it doesn't exist, regardless of what you present them. And I can't wrap my mind around that. I think about it constantly. I'm like, how are people like this? Why are people like this?
We have to remind people that the greatest scientists of all time did most of their science as amateurs in their garages, in their basements, in their back rooms. Leonardo da Vinci sitting in his dark room with candles, drawing his drawings. Now, of course, there's the story of Da Vinci having to do with a great part of the awakening that we're living off of today, and that's also directly linked to the Templar Knights. And I encourage you to look into the Templar Knights, actually. And as a matter of fact, this information is available, so I can actually discuss it. And the bloodline that the Templar Knights were protecting. And I would encourage you to go look up that information, and that is also part of the ascension, and the difference between whether or not you're ascending or whether or not you're a factory worker. So go look up the information. I'm not going to hand you the information, because when you look it up for yourself, you'll have a better avenue
Hey,
for believing.
please know that, guys. Please know that. I told somebody close to me recently that I said, "Look, I'm not gonna hold your hand. Like all the information is there. Like you have to learn it. Like I could answer your questions, I could guide you, but at the end of the day, you're gonna have to do your homework. You're gonna have to
I
do
saw
your,
somebody say, and
your
that's on the
science
internet.
observations. You have to.
You can go look that up on the internet for free.
That's right.
And it is out there.
We
That
have
information. And
tons
you just have to go.
of material. There's tons of material, guys. Just in the little time that Chris has been with us, he's put out a lot of material, guys. That is very, very helpful. Go watch it. Rebecca, unfortunately, she's
Which is
gonna
YouTube Nibiru System Skywatcher.
There is all the information.
Come on, Chris, plug your
that
site.
you want.
Yeah.
It's all there.
Yeah, I've got it on Nibiru System Skywatchers on TikTok, YouTube, and the Facebook group. So I just, chose the name and used it on all the platforms.
Yep. And he needs more subscribers. And on Jesus' channel, he's Nibiru Systems already here. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Your system is already here.
And
it
then
was Planet X is already here at one time when I was new, but I since I changed it because we don't want to be associated with Planet X misinformation. So we changed that. But yeah, so if you look at my early work, it says Planet X is already here, but on a lot of my videos. But it's the evolution of learning and all that stuff. So
let's see.
Hey, Rebecca,
I think you should still play your New Mexico videos.
There you
Rebecca,
go.
I donated.
I love your New Mexico
$5 on to get Sam's controller thing going. But what I did is I did it on the old show that I was watching, which is 2 months old, and I was like, why isn't it showing up? And I just noticed now that it's a 2-month-old show. Will you check if it's I'm sure it went through. It charged me and everything. So, but it is on
did
that.
It go? So did you send it through YouTube?
Yeah,
or...
through YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was on the old show that I was
me.
watching. It was like a 2-month-old
should be okay.
show. I'm sure it went through, but I was like, let's get the ball rolling for Sam's controller.
I know it. Let's see.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just had
guys,
I wish I could order. I really do.
It's $5, but I mean, another 3 people donate $5 when we can get Sam's controller because, I know it's Sam's way of relaxing after the show, and we should get him his controller.
I see it. I do see it right here.
Okay. $20 is not much. I did 5. It's not. Everybody, I'm struggling, but $5 is not a whole lot of money, guys. So, come on.
Right. That'd be easy, really. To,
I can put in money. I just can't order it
for him. Right. Can you receive
I just
shipments to a P.O. box?
Yeah, that's P.O. box, right? You bet. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Well, cool. All right.
And then again, we talk about poor Hector. Poor Hector, he mails me a letter. It takes 3 months to get here.
You're a little closer than I think you're a little closer than Rebecca is to me. I thought you would have already received it, but I think your mail is always stalled a little bit.
Yeah, I believe that stuff gets blown over to Billings, which is on the other side of the Rocky Mountains, and I think they literally sit there for days. And that's happened with a lot of people talking to me. Well, it's like it was delivered in Billings, Montana, and then it takes like 3, 4, 5 days just to get it over on this side of the Rockies, which doesn't make sense. Although I have to freely, absolutely admit that how do I put this? The mail is 3 times as slow as it used to be, and they went 50% up in the cost of a stamp recently, and I was a little shocked by that. The mail is really broken. It is broken. So, and then look what's going on with the strike and the dock workers strike.
What strike is that? What's happening with that? Why is that happening?
It is the Gulf of Mexico East Coast American stock people that unload the ships and the stock strike. And I believe it was averted. I think that they actually got what their demands were, and they got the raise in pay and all of that. So that's because they said it was going to completely affect all the way through Christmas and our economy and everything. So Biden stepped in and said, "No, we got to fix this, and you better pay these people." It was
costing $4 billion each day. $4 billion for them to be on strike. Of course, they're going to get what they're asking for.
Yeah.
So we might have a little gap, guys, between those few days that they did strike. So we might have a little gap, maybe a little bit slow down on some items. So it just tells you how. Think about this: just how volatile our chain of life is. It's scary.
Imagine scary. That was food. I mean, imagine that's food.
A lot of it probably was. $4 billion a day worth
What's
of
going on in the Mississippi right now?
Sitting there going bad. Food waiting to go to people.
Can you imagine? Oh man, we live in such a. We live on a fine thread, that could go wrong at any moment. We have.
So imagine what all the flooding is doing to the food.
We are very vulnerable. We have left.
With crop loss.
Really vulnerable.
China is pretty much going to be nothing for the productivity of the year. China has been flooding for 2 years, and those people are going to starve this year. And they've got a huge unemployment issue, and they've got Bailan going on, where the rebellion of the younger people of this cult. And I hope you look up Bailan, which it means sit back or lay down. They give up because they can't get a job, and factories are bailing on China big time. They got a serious banking housing crunch issue where mortgages aren't being paid and people aren't being paid. And the only workers that are actually being paid are the state workers, and they have taken a pay cut. And the Chinese will just go into your bank and grab your money if they want it. They have a scary banking system, and the power of the state is unbelievable. They've even been yanking millions from millionaires, and it's an entirely corrupt society as well. Now, Russia is also going through some of this stuff. Now, we talked about this on the last show, that by the end of the month, I believe by the end of September, like a week ago, the Roman Catholic Church made an announcement to all of its affiliates to centralize all of their money into the Bank of Rome, which is the centralized Roman Catholic Church bank. So that in itself says that there's a very large dangerous occurrence in the market. So folks, if you have no cash at home and you do have money in the bank, I would suggest that you pull in enough for a while, like 3 weeks to a month or 3 months worth of living, if you can afford to do that, if you are that affluent. I would have cash on hand on purpose in a good place, and don't put it in your sock drawer. But yeah, we're the Amazon is drying up. The Mississippi's pretty much really low. The shipping is really bad. Our trade things are in trouble. Now we have had the highest ranking stock market again, hit a brand new highs this week. The jobs market was really good this week as well, et cetera, et cetera. We have a lot of good going, but we also have a lot of bad going. Now, the storm that went through here yesterday was insane. And then again, look what's going to happen again to the Gulf of Mexico and Florida. So folks in Florida really start planning ahead of time right now. I would, if you're in the central area of the storm, I would evacuate. I would evacuate. If you have an aunt in Georgia or in Texas, go there.
Mexico has gotten
and go early.
They have gotten really hit hard with a lot of this flooding and stuff.
They did.
Also,
really bad.
Well, the recovery is not going to happen. And
projection.
The loss of life is huge in that area, and everything's swamped. And any additional rain is going to be just immediate flooding again. Yeah, there you go.
Oh no.
Yeah, Tropical Depression 14. As of tomorrow, it is going to be Hurricane
Irene. Take care of yourself. I know you're in Florida, so keep us posted. Take care of yourself.
That's like the whole state. Gosh.
Yeah.
Look how big that thing is.
That is insanity. Insane.
It's going to cover the entire state.
North.
And
what is
rain day.
Is this just the heat in the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the temperature and there's a new equatorial weather going on. There's been a change. Earth is tipped, so our weather has changed. It's not rolled. It might be slightly skewed right, left. It's hard to point how it's tipped, but we know the magnetic north is somewhere in the middle of northern Siberia right now.
Wow.
And all you have to do is look at the crazy ass weather that's going down at the South Pole right now, which is insane. I've never seen anything like it. And know that our weather is not what it used to be. It's literally going from the south to the north and from the north to the south on both hemispheres. And some weird shit's going on. I think we're at a transition in weather. It's going to get even worse. And it is going to get worse. And we've seen this in the last 5 years. It has gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. It used to be, there's a disaster every month. Now there's a disaster around the world every week.
Every year it
Twice.
gets worse. Every year we break records. Every year more loss of life, more loss of property. It's time, and I think we're reaching a vital time now as they're going past us. It's going to be a time to pay attention, to what's going on around you guys.
We have to rethink how we rebuild what we build our houses out of. You're going to have to live in a dome that's made out of cement.
We are so vulnerable, as we were saying. Andrea was saying that we need to be self-sufficient. We really need to relearn our way of life, guys.
Go off grid.
Yeah, but you know what I've seen?
We have solar, we have wind.
Sorry, but watching all that Helene damage really made me think, like, imagine that happening to you. You can never recover from some of the stuff that I've seen there. How can you live off grid? You got that said that they were 2,000 feet up. I mean, they never dreamt of being flooded.
I believe in dome housing. Where you don't have a roof that's going to be ripped off, where you're built into a hill or above a hill, and there's things called French drains, and you plan that in your building of your house. You have your overhang far enough off the foundation or off the side of the walls of the house, so that
most people don't know what you know, Sam. They just don't know what you know, and they would, what I'm saying. I mean, you've gone and researched, and you've got this thing where information, like we've all got, it's like a bug for information, but we don't have a patch on what you know already. You could actually start like a little town. We could all pitch up at your door, and you would be able to, like, right, here we go, this is how you do it.
I know the mathematical information.
Other tribes don't have this that we all have, like, that we've all found each other. If you know what I'm talking about. I mean, other people haven't thought that they had to find other people like them thinking the same stuff.
An example of that is like how the Norwegians or the people in Finland or Sweden live. When they're living on the side of a mountain and they're living with their animals and they live off cheese and they milk their animals and they use the wool and all this. There are families that get together. There are 3 houses that are 3 separate families, and they all survive because of what they grow and what those guys grew and these guys grew, and they all make different stuff, and then they share throughout the winter. And if one family's in trouble, well, then they can run over to the next house in their little village.
Society is so messed up. You can't do that.
Well,
and we have to move forward in our belief pattern.
Neighbors.
Well, we've separated ourselves. We've all become. We live in our little cubicle now, and we get our full expression off of these computers in front of us, and we don't even interact with people anymore. We don't even have conversations with our neighbors anymore.
We don't know
because we're all so busy with
that's why society has to change. It's as if each one of us, where we are, will have to help other people to see. I mean, other people to wake up to this and share their gifts and share what they've got. And people find that kind of stuff really hard, and as if you're a nutball or something. Like, why are they talking like this? Why are they even thinking this stuff? Why are they whack jobs like with backpacks and stuff, But the thing is, the whack job with a backpack, he's going to be the one that's got the research in his backpack because he's got all the stuff. Well, for example, I like books and information and stuff. I would have my I've got a big book that tells me how to do all of that, what you're talking about. And that book would go into something waterproof and go into that backpack. But, you know, we're all sitting there going, nah, it'll never happen.
We have to realize we're at
happen.
a change. We are at an extreme change. It's happening right in front of our faces every day, and these are unprecedented. 500-year flood or 1,000-year,
like never in a lifetime kind of things they say.
Yeah, it's not. It's happening right now, and people have to realize that this is a completely different world than we were 10 years ago. And the planets
that's why the media has been trying to hide all this stuff from every other country and every other person.
Rebecca gets
by
in
chopping
trouble
us off like what happened to Rebecca this week. They don't want us to be telling this stuff.
Yeah, it came back to a flood videos. That's what got me in trouble.
See,
I knew it.
I rest my case.
Floods.
That's what I thought immediately, was like, you're posting weather videos that I stopped posting, and I haven't been in trouble in a month. You know,
let's look at some flood videos. I know.
I just got reported 5 times or something, and I don't even know what I got reported for, but it was in my notification. Yeah, you've been reported for something, and blah blah fish paste. And I'm like, all right, but I don't know how many times you can get like reported before they go. Whoosh.
Yeah, there's a listing for that on your site page where you could see any issues.
There's no rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah, they go after you no matter what. I
had not been in trouble. I had not been in jail for anything.
So you tell me, how can we get into trouble when other people shared the shit to us?
Right.
I was sharing the same thing that people all around me are sharing.
The people who post this information do not get in trouble.
That's right.
No.
Like, look at
the
people
fairies did it
week,
and ran away.
Getting 10,000 views on the new moon is Nibiru. It's like, I don't understand. This guy has no information and 50,000 views in 5 hours. I don't get it.
Yeah.
The more dramatic and like drama filled and more like fake looking red stuff you can put in it, like we're gonna die stuff,
Some of those accounts are definitely propped up, and they get the, and there's people that pay for views. You can pay.
Well, yeah, and people think it's random. Like you just get lucky. Oh, my video just got lucky. And no, it's the algorithm. The algorithm pushes these videos to get the views that they get. It's not just a random video. It's somebody or the algorithm or somebody behind it that wants to say, hey, we're going to push this video, because that's what they do. There's a million videos going on. Which ones are they going to push? Which one could be popular? Which one? And that's how it works. It's not just it's not like a lottery where he's going to post a video and it gets lucky and then get the views. Although I'm sure maybe it has happened by accident, but it's mostly the algorithm,
Yeah.
So I do have videos from Helene. If y'all want to take a peek at what we have going on there.
Absolutely.
There's a lot going on that I don't think a lot of people are seeing, and it's just
I was staggered by the actual death toll of the people that are there talking about, and the horrific things. I mean, I'm gobsmacked. I'm just heart sore. I can't even sometimes watch it, but it's your duty to actually see that and remember that this could happen to you. It could happen to it could just in a minute happen.
I was on at 3 a.m. listening to a live on TikTok. So it was like, a few people on this live, and they were talking about how this was on top of a mountain, and less than 1% have flood insurance, because they're on top of a mountain, and the water got up to about 10 feet high in places. So it was just a catastrophe. You'll see in a second.
In some places in Tennessee and Kentucky, they had 30 inches of rain.
Oh my God!
And they're saying that
and you get the people saying that it's geo wars, and somebody with a tech gun was pointing it there and making the
cloud.
I heard, and I'm going to. The Democrats did this storm to get us. Oh, I have to go cut pizza. Will you excuse me, please?
And even if they were.
I was in the comments. Sorry, Chris.
It's not going to happen.
Still not going to do this. No, and I was in the comments, saying everything I know to say, and most people would not even recognize anything I was saying. I was just, like invisible or something. They would not pick up on it. But the guys that are
as I've said earlier,
they won't accept it. They won't.
Sometimes it takes everything out of me not to sit and comment, but sometimes I do.
Too far out there.
No, but sometimes I do comment, try to get somebody in the right, and it goes largely ignored, or I'll get a lot of snarky comments,
Yeah, they follow you back to your Facebook page and start bombing you and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If they got time to do that, then it's just, I don't.
The number of missing is way higher. The people the news is like saying 100 or 2 people are missing. No, the videos from the people that live there, they're up into the 1,000. People are saying there's thousands of people missing. Thousands.
And there would be if half a village slid down a hill.
They're finding people in trees. They're finding people going down the river. It's just, and nobody's there to collect the bodies.
Some guy, I seen a TikTok video of caskets floating down a river too, as if you wouldn't even know if
the sewer system got back up. So the mud is contaminated. So let's get those videos, and then we'll check it out.
Guys, before you put them on, I gotta go to work, so I'm gonna.
Okay, Jesus. Yeah.
Jesus.
But always great hanging out with you guys.
Yes.
I don't know if Sam's cutting pizza, but say bye to Sam.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Let him know.
See you guys next week, all right?
Have a good night.
Night, Jesus.
Have a good night, guys.
Bye, Jesus.
All right, drive safe.
Good seeing you. See you next Saturday. Bye-bye. Yeah, there he goes. I went by too fast. I mean, it's almost 3 hours into the show, but it feels like we're just still getting started, doesn't it?
I know. We still need to go through the pictures and things tonight.
I know. We got lots of stuff to look at still. Okay. So let's go ahead and get that video, because I know people were asking earlier about what's going on there. So here's what we got rounded up over the last few days.
Yeah, I sent you a bunch of stuff as well.
I'm okay. My car is going.
Holy crap.
It's gone.
Can't imagine. I just can't. 1 minute you're out running errands, who's hitting you.
Imagine if you had been at the shops or something, or at work, or separated.
They had workers at Walmart walking through the flooded Walmart, putting merchandise back. Like,
it makes no sense. With the electricity was on too.
Yeah, what?
It was so dangerous. I got that video in here. I will see it in a second. Yeah.
I can't.
A beautiful little place.
Really, really.
It's like something I've seen in Iceland, and now it's gone. I actually can't take it in. You're just looking at it and thinking, I can't take that in. Imagine The poor people that it just happened to. Jeez. Power of that water.
Yes.
And small disaster in the pizza cutting.
Dude, that's
Oh, no.
from the brewery.
It took you longer than usual.
I burnt 3 of my fingers.
Oh no.
Oh, man. Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
yeah. Index finger, middle finger, and thumb.
Oh, man. Ice pack.
The pizza cutter hit a handle in the cutting board, and the whole cutting board jumped at me, and all of the pizza sauce and
Ouch.
topping and cheese went on my hand.
Yes.
Yeah. So I got a cup of ice water I'll be soaking my
Ice.
fingers in. Ah.
Yes. I was going to say, that's the only thing
Me,
you
my
can
pizza
do.
flying everywhere.
Ice it.
It's a Montana flying pizza.
It's gonna hit the pool though, right here.
Anyway. There you go, showing those videos again, those dangerous videos they don't want anyone to see.
Oh, I know. I'm a rebel.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a house.
How could you?
That's a house being
But
split
this
in
is
two
the
right
truth.
there.
This is the truth right here, and it hurts them because they're not doing anything about it, and they should
Well,
be
they
doing
can't.
something
I mean,
about
what can they? Who is they? First of all, what can they? We cannot battle
Well, that's what
Mother
they're all
Nature.
saying, because
Right.
somebody needs to come and help us, they're saying. People used to come and help, and now nobody's coming to help.
Nobody's
Oh,
coming.
yeah, there is. There's
Those that have the
there's services
resources
working
should
at
be
it.
helping.
But you have to remember that
I
our
mean-
roads, our infrastructure, and our roads have been bad for 80 years,
Oh,
and we're just
man.
now getting to
They're
it.
more than bad.
Yeah. It's
And
bad here,
remember,
too.
Look
Look at the
we've
gas
never-
line.
They've never had to deal with storms this size and this
Never.
many people affected. I mean, this was 6 states. So how does FEMA, send resources to 6 states all at once? So, they try to spread it out as evenly as they can.
Right.
There is no way. You can't even evacuate 1 million people from a, excuse me, dry throat, metropolitan area.
Right.
Our infrastructure is not set up to handle people trying to leave in mass doses. And this is why I try to, warn people about, camping gear and all of this and bug out bags and all of that and being prepared. Because if you don't leave early, you don't leave. You will get blocked in. The roads will go out. You won't be able to get out. And, I hope everybody gets an opportunity to have some of those foods and store stuff, because most of that is going to be thrown away. So let's hope they're
This
shared
is
with people. And a lot of that doesn't
this
get
the
done
Walmart?
either.
Looks like it. They had people working
Yeah.
there, Sam, after
They
after
were
the flood.
required.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what?
You're
Look
on
at
the
that.
Yeah,
clock
I
and you
heard
work.
stories where people were being kept at work
What?
that they should have been let to go home ahead of the storm and didn't, and people died
And
because of
the
it.
power is on. The power is on. The power is
Right.
on, and they're walking around in the
Yeah,
water.
that's amazing.
That's hazardous.
Oh, not me, man. I would not be doing that. I'd be going,
No.
okay,
Why
no,
are they
I'm sorry,
walking
we're
in there
calling
with the
disaster and I'm not
electricity
coming
on?
to work today.
It
Oh,
must be something they had to get done or something important.
Mm-hmm.
Hope maybe they were
Well, there's going to come a
taking
time.
supplies out of the store. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's going to come a time when we can't keep rebuilding,
That's right.
where people are going to realize that, oh shit,
Things
and this
are
is
so
people in Florida are
programmed.
saying this right now. Insurance companies, etc., are saying this already. We're not going to insure you. We can't insure you. We can't repair this fast enough. We can't make, if we get the, all these power converters and everything that we don't make in this country on back order. This is why we need to build all of our shit back here again in the United States. I don't care what it costs. People out there need to put factories back in this country, because if we can't make it locally, we may not get it later. I mean, look at all the shipping. Look at all the. Oh my God! Look at what about this escalation with Israel? Oh my God, this is insane. I mean, what we're going through. We are looking at. But I'm gonna reiterate this from a long time ago. We have been in World War III ever since Saddam Hussein days, and invading Kuwait and all of that, Iran, Iraq, the Afghani war, all of that. This battle between the Sunni and the Shia and all of that's been going on for 800 years. So, well, actually not that long. That has to do with Muhammad and his children. But anyway, I don't want to be over exaggeratory. But no, we're in a world where, we blissfully think that everything's safe and everything's okay, but it's not. We're in trouble. And I've been trying to warn people, everybody, for years now, trying to get everybody ready for. We knew this was coming, and it's going to continue. And I'm not trying to sound gloom and doomy, but no, we have a plan, because there's going to come a time when we can't keep rebuilding. Our money won't. I mean, look at the lumber market right now. You can hardly buy lumber; it's so expensive because people are buying it up to replace everything.
There won't be any trees left anymore.
Right.
Well, our trees are in trouble too, because the climate change that we are going through, we are going away from the forest era, and we're going through a transition. We're going to be in shrubs and grasses. Look what's going on in the Sahara Desert. We're changing our world. Our climate is changing. Not only is it getting drastically worse, but we're moving to something else.
Right.
So we're not. I say this all the time. We are not in Kansas anymore, Toto. We are not. And be careful if you're going to buy a used car in the next year. Make sure it's not flood damage.
Yeah, definitely.
And in order to do that, you got to actually crawl under the car to look at the underbelly to see if it's rusted out.
I had a car.
You smell something strange in the car because
it did that. It started turning really orange underneath. I was like, well,
yeah, Asheville got completely, literally wiped off the map. Parts of Asheville are gone. And then there's many other cities. And of course, Asheville is one of the most famous. But there are tons of other smaller little towns that are just now gone. And yes, we talk about hundreds of people missing, but there's dozens and possibly hundreds of people missing. So we don't know. Of course, a lot of that was the early fervor, because they don't even have cell phone coverage down there. Now I got to give a shout out to Ryan Hall, y'all, good weather man. They were out bringing Starlinks to people so they could link up, so they could contact their loved ones and link up and communicate. However, the upload is really slow on Starlink. So Elon, but you can do better. You can come talk to me anytime. We'll discuss it. Anyway, I always welcome anyone if they would like to debate anything that I do have to say. I'm completely open to it, because I stand by everything I say, and I'm as honest and truthful as I can be, without hopefully not putting my children in danger. Generically, me, I don't even care. Up here in my cave in Montana, lived a great life, done a lot of shit, already learned long ago way too much stuff that I wish to God sometimes I didn't even know, but I'm enjoying the hell out of this, all of this, and I'm glad you guys are here. And thank you once again for tolerating me and my ramblings.
I'm trying to find that video. I mean, I know we were just...
Oh.
Right.
The old guys. Get off my lawn. The crazy old guys. Help! Written on the side of that. God, I would be so mad if somebody wrote on the side of my truck, man. And they do that with that spray paint, and they go, yeah, okay, we examined the house. Hello, Alexander. Please watch these shadows on the water surface. Did we see that yet? Or not?
What?
Rebecca. Alexander, the last comment.
What?
Please watch these shadows on the water surface. Atu's moving.
No, we haven't watched any of Alex's.
Oh, okay.
We haven't watched any videos yet.
That house is no longer where it used to be.
Nope.
These are floating these houses away. I mean, when you get a wall, a 5-foot wall of water, it'll push your house off the foundation, and it'll take it down the stream. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that died just like that, where the water hit them so hard they didn't even know it was coming in the night. A lot of people are missing because they didn't even know it was coming. And they didn't. And I warned people ahead of time, like a week ahead of time, that I said there's going to be mass flooding And I told everybody in Georgia and Kentucky and in North Carolina, South Carolina, I told everyone it was coming. And you can go look up the show right before that week when I was telling everybody that hurricane was on the way. Look it up.
Bye,
I knew
Irene.
this was going to happen.
Bye-bye.
Because we do our homework. We watch
Be
the
safe.
stuff. You know, I get ready before every show, and I go back and I read stuff, and I look things up, and I do active searching around the world, and European weather, and Asian weather, and Russian weather, and Japanese weather, and Hong Kong, and Malaysia, and Australia, and South America. Now, South America and Canada are the two hardest places in the world to find information about. And I think that's weird. But yeah, Canada is literally not there. Weird. I don't know if if the Crown is blocking information, but I have noticed that any countries dealing with the UK, Australia, Canada, etc., have a very different what's the word I want to use? A very different filtering. They do not tolerate as much as the American. But some of the stuff that Australia puts out is blocked by America, and some of the stuff that America puts out is blocked by Australia. So,
however, when you have 5 feet of water coming in the first floor, it does significant damage. It doesn't mean that they won't be able to recover. But
free sand.
A different kind of destruction, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking here at piles of sand pushed to the sides of the roadways, Jeff. Clearly, the plows have made.
I foresee a very profitable future in landscaping.
Eric, this looks like a snowstorm. Like when the plow comes through in New York, New Hampshire, Vermont, and pushes all that snow off to the side of the road. I mean, that's what we're looking at here.
What's about the lithium and quartz mines or whatever it was in the one place?
They've been trying
Joyce
to,
just said that they were in court with
right.
people to
Apparently,
buy up
there's
land and stuff.
under that mountain, and so that's another angle that conspiracy theories are coming in on, that they're saying that these storms were created by man. They were man-made storms to get the land cleared off so we can get access to the lithium that they want. That's another theory out there.
Well, there are massive
they're going in
lithium
hard on that
reserves in
one.
South America. There are a few
Now,
in
if there is,
in
that's a huge
southwestern
coincidence.
United States that I know
Yeah.
of. I do not believe that there are lithium mines much. I haven't heard anything on the East Coast, Southeast. I haven't heard about that. So
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's just a convenient cover story. Like we don't know if there's lithium or not. They could just say there is. Could they? You know.
well, we have to be careful
they're
where
not-
we get our news. I mean, if you're picking up news through gossip, then that's what you've got. If you're actually hear
I mean, I'm
something,
not there to see it for sure.
and you think
Yeah, you want to be able
checking
to
it-
see and know it by yourself. I mean,
Yeah, you
How do
can't
you
take one
trust
source.
what-
You have to go look up. You have to go look up at least two other
excuse me a
sources
minute.
to
Right.
prove.
Yeah, you
what-
have to have it
Otherwise,
proven,
don't believe.
verified.
Yeah, because anybody can say anything, and there's a lot of. I hate to say this, there's really a lot of stupid people out there, and it's kind of on purpose by society, on purpose, so they can maintain control. And people, it is about control. Because if we knew half the shit our government was doing, and other governments, not just America,
They're
we
horrible.
wouldn't like it. And
They're so
we would
correct.
be, if you guys, in 1980, if you guys would have found out that what I knew about the binary solar system, we'd be living a
In
different
whole other
world. But we're not. Yeah, we would be the Jetsons because we would have been ready for those other races to be here.
Oh.
We would have known that those other races were coming, and they're here now. And they're watching us very heavily. And they have a heavy hand, and they don't have to do half of the stuff that that the government is trying to terraform. No, they don't have to do that. Nibiru and the binary solar system are doing it all by themselves. They don't have to terraform because we already got this big extra star that's doing all of that. Anytime you raise the temperature on planet Earth by 1 degree, the upper atmosphere will hold 7% more water. It's believed that we have gone up 2.5 degrees already in the last decade, which are way faster than the climatologist models dealing with CO2 sequestration, rather than an extra visiting, passing binary larger star that tipped all of the normal planets. See, if it's two different stories here. If you take that second star into account, this all makes sense, because now we have 15-20% more moisture in our atmosphere that can fall down all at once. Do the math. Rainfall 10 years ago versus now, 20% more increased rainfall. And here's your example of it. 30 inches of rain overnight out of a hurricane that was 800 miles across. So they're bigger. Also, our weather's going completely unusual pathways. This is not the normal pathway track of any known hurricane. Totally different. And it's not mankind doing it. It's the binary solar system. This is why there was a great flood once before, and why the last passing or whatever catastrophic event of climate change that wiped out other civilizations prior to us.
Dixon Ferry Bridge is gone. Both ends are washed.
Free
The
firewood.
road is washed all the way back to here. You go to it right here and look. It's all hollow underneath. Let's see.
You know, there may come a time people stop thinking about, yeah, I'm going to fly to the Caribbean this weekend, or I'm going to fly to Europe, because our infrastructure is going to start breaking down. And we're going to have to, you know, we have to knock down how we live already. We have to start thinking locally rather than globally in some ways, which is a step backwards, but it's also a step forward. Because we have to start realizing that what we're going to do here. We're going to, buy locally. We're going to sell locally. And we got to come back down to the village, not the world. Let's hope people get smart enough to know how to make things again, rather than just consume them.
Okay, here's
It's
that.
a new ball game, Jethro. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that generically. We have to start living differently. We have to change how we do things and why we do things. We have to live sustainably. We have to start growing our own gardens and growing our own food and learning how to build this and learning how to build that. And now I'm all for the starting up of new businesses and everything. And now that there's hopefully going to be a new administration and tax credits, etc., maybe we're going to just take off into a new future. Let's hope so. But if you're going to live in the negative, that's not a good thing either. And I recommend you don't do that at all. Don't say, "Oh, it's the end," even though we're looking at. We have to rethink how we do things, so we keep going forward. Because that's what the infinite human race is all about, is moving forward and learning. Like, oh shit, look what's going on. We have to learn how to go around this. Very important. Thank you, Dubaloo. Everything is all well, with the minor exceptions of, this climate change going on right in front of us that we all have to prepare for. And we have to take into account, that other people aren't going to accept what's happening, and maybe they're a little bit lost, and maybe we should be a little kinder to each other. Right. And try to understand the less intelligence in the people that are afraid. And I read that probably 5 times today before the show, where everybody kept saying, "Sam, everybody's afraid to take on this information. People are fearful. They're afraid to learn this stuff." And yeah, it's time. We have to realize there is a big event going on, and it's going on every day. It's not happening across the country. It's happening right in front of us right now. The lines for gasoline, oh my God, Hey, I heard they got 50 gallons for sale. 3 miles worth of cars. If you had enough food in the house, you wouldn't have to go anywhere. If you had enough water in the house, you wouldn't have to go anywhere unless you're being evacuated. And a lot of people, 20 feet of water will actually, submerge your house. So.
Hi, it's Beth at Griffin Estate Silver. Just wanted to let y'all know we're okay. Obviously, our business is closed for the time being, but we are safe and sound. The devastation is absolutely catastrophic here in the mountains of western North Carolina. This is headed over from North Carolina to Tennessee over Iron Mountain. Please keep us in your prayers.
And they downgraded what they talked about when the category 1, or actually it was a category 4 that hit the Cedar Key area and went north. And it didn't drop down to a tropical storm the moment it hit landfall like they used to do.
Right.
And so a lot of that hurricane was still going on up into Georgia. And then, of course, this is when a lot of the meteorological forecasting changed. And they stopped going live, and then they started being 8 to 10 hours delayed. And if you look, take a look at those ceiling panels are all gone. It wasn't just flood damage. They had wind damage, too. That storm pushed in a storm surge that went all the way to Georgia.
It houses 75 micro businesses.
That's incredible.
It's like a small business, a big building that houses a lot of other little
I think I read that the average size hurricane can release anywhere from like 27 trillion gallons of water. And this one, I think it passed 47 trillion gallons or something like that. It was double the size.
The cloud bank was from Maine all the way down to the Yucatan Peninsula.
Yeah.
That storm, the overall size of the storm was 5 times Katrina.
Yes, they had a picture,
It was
side by
5
side
times the
showing
size
it,
of
and it's
Hurricane
incredible.
Katrina.
To see them both next to each other, it's wow.
Yeah, watch what happens with Kirk. And when it gets next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, when it gets into France and the UK and Europe, let's watch what happens with that. I'm not hoping for anything bad, but
Of course not.
it's a Cat 5 right now.
We were told this prepare for storm weather and snow and
what's
anything.
that one that's up there, that big fancy house?
No, it was on my feet
This is our
anyway.
world now. And
I
this is
haven't seen
happening
the
all
Northern
over
Lights.
the
I've
world.
been
This is what
looking for
happened to China last week. It flooded in Pakistan. It flooded in India. It flooded in the Sahara Desert. It flooded. We don't forget Tunisia. That mass flooding that they had. From,
Thailand.
This Mediterranean hurricane that was there but then wasn't. The news reported it existed for a few hours, that it was a class 1 hurricane in the Mediterranean, which does not happen.
Right.
And then it hit Tunisia and wiped out 30,000 people. And please don't take that number as serious, but I mean there were a lot of people, a lot of towns died that day in Tunisia, Tunis. And it's happening all over the world and has been for a couple of years. And this is why Rebecca got in trouble for sharing worldwide weather. And this is happening everywhere, guys. It's not just here and there and there and here. This is happening everywhere around the world. France, last week I called it Czechoslovakia, and I have to correct myself. It's the Czech Republic now. I kind of chuckled when I reheard the show. I went, oh, I called it Czechoslovakia, and it's not Czechoslovakia anymore. It's the Czech Republic and adjoining other countries. But Poland, they all flooded. Germany, Czech Republic, Armenia, that whole area flooded again. It's flooding in Russia. Of course, we're not getting that information. That the Ukrainian war was affected by some flooding. China's been flooding nonstop. Nepal, Pakistan, India, Myanmar. Let's talk about Taiwan, what they just went through. Japan went through flooding again as well. Korea. I mean, they're flooding around the world. It's happening everywhere, guys. These freaking storms that are off the
And
charts.
this one's the perfect example of it can't happen where I live, right? Yes, it can. It doesn't matter where we need to just be prepared, just like Sam's saying. This is crazy. Look at this.
Those FedEx
I
packages
can't
will be
imagine
arriving soon.
where I live. If this happened to me, I don't know what I would do.
Yeah, I've been through a flood in Minnesota when I was a kid, and it ain't pretty. And everything you own, if it gets water on it, it stinks, and you can't ever keep it in your house. You can't clean it enough to keep it.
There's no way.
And I mean, that is full of bacteria and E. coli and you name it. And you don't even want to touch half that crap. See the water line? That's 10 feet above the river right there. The water blew in these windows because it was above. And look at how high the ceilings are even ripped out of these buildings. They had wind on top of water.
That's exactly why they're blocking this out.
Just take a look at how crazy this city looks right now. Like, this is how 90% of the roads look. 90% of the roads. Trees everywhere. Out of the, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was Missoula a month ago.
Right?
2 months ago.
To me right here.
Remember when we had that event? That's what everything in Missoula, from Lolo to Missoula, was everything down everywhere. Tops of 100-year-old pine trees are just gone.
How long did that take for you guys to get all that cleaned up and back to normal?
It was about 8-9 days. Well, God, they were still pulling stuff off the park areas like a week ago.
Wow.
They're still cleaning up. Yeah, there's trees chopped off everywhere, and and broken and damaged, and you don't see much. There's still in some of the parks. They're still cleaning up some of the big trees in some of the big parks. And I have not even gone into the forest. No telling what happened in the forest up there. I could go up to Patty Canyon or something and have a look, but oh my God, I almost it would probably scare me to go up there and see that. And I'd be sick knowing all of those poor trees that got just the shit ripped out of them. Yep, and all of those walls have to come out.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to live there after this happened. But some people, some of these people don't have a choice.
Well, yeah, and you still have to make your mortgage payment.
Right. Whether it's there or not.
Right.
Their car payments, everything.
Yeah. What car? Oh, I don't know where it went. That's considered a landslide. And bridges and dams are gone everywhere. There's going to be a lot of wintertime bridge construction this year, I promise you, in the Appalachians.
Wendy is asking if you can, would you say it's Attu and Nepicity at fault for this the most, or can you identify?
Necessity. Attu is raised up enough that it's not interacting that bubbly like back in 2018 and 19. Uri would have a strong effect, and then Necessity. Necessity small enough they close faster still. But remember the asteroids too. They can bring these big huge jet storms in too. and it'd be just a quick passing storm, and doesn't even have to appear on radar. Sometimes it does, but yeah, there's, and then natural normal weather, because our atmosphere can now hold 20% more rain.
Right.
It's upward 15, 16, 17% more rain wherever we are on the scale. Our storms are going to be bigger, and they're going to be floods everywhere for a very long time. Now remember, in 1650 BC, running all the way to the 1200s, the whole Earth was in flux for 200 years, 400 years afterwards. And changes and transitions of civilization. Everybody moved. All these people moved from here to there, from there to here. And this is where the onset of the Aryans moved into India, or where the Hittites suddenly came from, or where the Mycenaeans went. It's like like Santorini blew up, so half those people probably just vaporized. But anyway, there were catastrophes in the Mediterranean that aren't talked about. The most of the background information we have comes from Socrates and Plato and all of that, and that's approximately 500 BC. But prior to that, there's not a lot of accounting being taking place other than in China and Egypt and India. And so there's a lot of missing history. Part of the Abrahamic Bible comes from the Old Testament and all of that. But then that's a bunch of mixed in stories from the Sumerian culture, and they just changed the names.
Sure.
So it's not as original as people assume. Boy, look at that. And these are $1 million houses.
Oh, we're going to go up in the attic if we have to, guys.
And there's people, hanging off the side of their chimney, and they're on their roof.
Right.
At least they had an attic to climb up into, but you see how fast that come in out of nowhere.
Yes.
There's definitely I don't know how many's missing, but a lot.
Yeah, I think people should build walls around their
Tragic.
property where the flood doesn't come in, and have a stairway over the top of the wall, where you climb up and over, and park your car on the outside of that. There's all kinds of ways we can build differently. Build on higher ground, spread out the properties, build a raised building, put your stuff up on poles. Actually use cross bracing. There's a lot of poled houses that didn't use cross bracing, and then they're gone. They get washed away. So you have to over construct to say, you have to overthink of everything so that you too don't go washing down the street. Yeah, it's a different world, We are living in a different world, and we have to review how we're doing things.
I have some video. We still have lots of videos to go over, so we can check everybody's skies out.
Okay. As you're
a couple of videos to share from Alexander. Yeah, it's fine.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and let me pick which one. He sent me one just a few minutes ago.
Scroll back and see what his question was.
So I'll do the first one first, and then I'll do the one he just sent me right after. So let's go ahead and start it.
Window of the car.
Have a party making that.
And the flaring comes from atmospheric transition. Remember that. I wonder if that line underneath the sun is the blue asteroid.
Okay.
Ooh, that was a little cubey.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, buddy. I saw.
Hello,
Wonder if
Long
it's the
Box
same
Cube.
day.
How are you today? Yes, an intergalactic ship.
Huh. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Fancy that. And something interesting and pointy on the side there. Wow.
So while I was away, did we lose Jesus? Did he have to go to work?
He did. Yeah, when you were cutting pizza,
Okay.
he had to go to work.
I was out there burning my fingers. Yeah. Okay.
I know. You okay? Is it feeling better yet?
Yeah, it's better now. They're
Well-
not badly burnt as they
Yeah.
originally were. I
Blistered.
have a glass of ice water here. I've been soaking my fingers in. Question: is that the blue asteroid just below the sun there?
What is that? What is that?
That's awful small to our sun. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like the blue asteroid to me. The size is right for the blue asteroid. Or is that our normal smaller sun? Remember, our sun is small compared to this standard red. The green asteroid right there. See the dots?
Wow.
Now remember also, Matim is just to the left of the sun and coming in at an angle to it. So keep your eye out for that as well. That blue there, that's the side of his Saturn. Yeah, that blue above the
lead
roof, that's the
object
Saturn.
and
Her yellow
right
moon
there.
is in the upper right corner. And oh boy, there is the red asteroid is on the far left at the horizon, and you can see little sister in front. See that ovular shape thing above the left house? That's the red asteroid in front of Uri.
Where is it? The
Looks
red
like
asteroid?
a clip in to the side of the sun there from this atom. See, there's an edge. See that orange slice on the right hand side? That is the side of Saturn cutting into the sun. There's only 3/4 of the sun showing there.
Yeah.
And the rest is planet. Boy, that's getting big now.
Like the whole blue area is Isatum
Saturn is
and its
huge.
moon. You know what I mean? The blue area.
Huge.
Like our sky
Yeah,
is just that
everything
tiny little
everything on the
sliver.
upper right hand side of the sun is the Saturn, and the Saturn's yellow moon is in the upper right corner. It's really dark. And again, remember, on the left-hand side is this triangular shape coming in towards the sun, and that is where Matim is. It's just big triangular eddy coming towards the sun, and that's where Matim is. And it's getting bigger. That's what's cool. I think Matim is
looks
getting
like-
bigger.
Like
When
the
Uri
whole
goes
left
far to
side
the north,
is Uri.
yeah,
the
left-hand
whole
side
right
is Uri, and then Matim is just behind Uri.
Isatum or
Right.
maybe Nibiru, but definitely Isatum on
And
the
then
right.
Nibiru
But
is
you know,
farther
like
off the picture to the right.
it's like yeah, but you know what I'm saying? The blue area is planet and the white area is planet. You see what I'm saying? It's coming down like that.
Yeah.
That
And the
makes
light
sense.
blue at the horizon is the normal sky.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll keep looking at these Bavarian
We got
style
that figured
homes. Those are so cool.
I know, they're
I'm
so
kinda
cool.
used to seeing them.
Got those lovely
I
wood
wonder if that's
designs
real
outside.
Bavarian or just crimson. Right. With wattle and daub for you architects out there. And once again, on the left at the bottom there at the horizon is where the red asteroid is. And it looks a little cubey in front of the sun there.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that
Maybe
thing?
in the
Look at it.
previous couple of
Where
frames
the
before
next
this one.
cube would be hiding behind all of that. Underneath Atu's moon and all of that. But necessity is on the upper right in front of, there's a rather interesting light illumination going on right by the antenna. Is a backlit crescent flare off of the lead asteroid, which is why that flare is there, because the light is shining behind the lead asteroid, and central focus flaring out the far side of the lead
Yeah, he's
asteroid.
seen it on the same day as me because I seen that exact same. Yep, that's the same as mine.
I got the cat hair sneezes going here.
I know. Speaking of
Yeah,
cat,
right there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're skinny.
Everybody sneezes. Yeah, that is the
Skinny.
backlit crescent flare behind the lead asteroid.
Oh. He's
Maybe I
old
knew
type.
ahead of time the cats were here.
Skinny.
And that blue illumination on the left is Planet Matim is very bright blue.
Wow.
And it will be facially illuminating and very bright. Weird.
Hey,
I
look
love
at
how
that in
he's
there.
so close. His zoom is awesome.
Yeah, that was a little moving white ball in there.
Yeah, there's tons of asteroids too flying around up there, because to the left is Yuri, and there's a whole bunch of them coming from the left going straight across to the right. I saw it the other day driving home. There's just asteroids underneath the sun, shitloads of them, and that's the old Yuri pattern.
Wow.
That could
that
easily
little
be the
wee-
moon.
Look at that wee thing.
That could be the moon,
Yeah, maybe he's doing the moon.
our normal moon.
This is now.
Luminos.
I agree, Joyce. Alexander, he's got prime location.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And
he gets better
equipment
close-ups
and
than anybody.
knowledge
Really
and
does.
skill and
Yeah.
he's a natural. Yeah.
And great videos and great soundtracks. I'm glad
I
to see the beginning of
know.
his
I'm
film
so
with his
glad he
picture.
found us.
You're doing
Yeah.
great, man. Excellent work. Thank you. I think that's the moon. I could be wrong. It could be the sun. I do not know.
That's
Oh, I see
actually-
spots.
Maybe
So
he can clarify. Is this the moon or the sun, Alexander?
To me.
He's, yeah, very, very thanks. You're very, very welcome. Yeah. It's the sun, Sam.
Yeah.
okay. Oh, there's the
There's
moon.
the moon.
There's the moon.
Yep.
Not with the paw print on the right hand upper side where it's supposed to be. Yeah, did you know that the landing, where the original landing pad was, that bottom little paw print right there on the lower right, that little circle right there is where they landed in the first moon landing. I think that's where they
Detail
landed.
on that.
I did
Yeah,
not know
it's
that.
unbelievable. Craters.
Yeah, if I try to pull mine in that close, then it just freaks out. I can get maybe to that
Awesome.
point where you see
Awesome.
the bike flip.
You have such good equipment. See the little guys waving, everybody? Wave back. Guys out there driving around, the lunar rover,
Right.
because we left it behind up there, and they're out there driving it around now. I am, of course, joking.
Somebody's driving it around.
Right? They've had it for so long. They've modeled it and made it go a lot faster.
They'll probably put it in a museum somewhere.
Gave a
up
flame
on the
job.
hill, like, look what
Right.
look at the humans used when they came here. Oh. Sorry. I'm trying to stay awake now. I have to go to work tomorrow.
That's it.
Can't believe one more little.
Already
Into
12:30.
I know.
It goes by too fast.
Yeah.
I know. And
It
look
goes-
how bright that one spot is on
I
the
wait
moon.
all week for this time. I wait all
I
week.
know, me too. It's like.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Thank
it's
you,
over.
Alexander.
All right. So
Thank you.
there's
Awesome,
thank
Alexander.
you. And then there's a short one I have not seen, but he wanted us to see. He wants Sam to see this. So let me get it
Yeah,
pulled
the
up.
one who
Yeah.
shadowing on the wall, water, and all of that. Yeah.
Encore. Encore.
Uh,
Encore. That. Yeah, look at.
Yeah.
Okay. There.
You guys go sleep.
Super slow-mo. Super slow-mo. Number 7. Okay.
That would be where Matim would be on the upper left cloud area. That's interesting. That could actually be the mountain range. Yeah, that could easily be the mountain range on planet Matim.
So Matim's over to the right now.
This is of course the lower right, but yeah, if it was in the upper left area, it could easily be the mountain range of the side of Matim. It looks like clouds, but and of course that's the lens flare from the camera. That's why it's moving.
Yeah.
That could right there. See that weird shape and that weird shaped cloud could easily be a refractive mountain range on the side of planet Matim. Because we know it's covered in ice. And it does kind of look like that.
It does.
2 stripes and white dots is what he's asking. Did we see 2 stripes and white dots?
Where?
I don't know exactly.
I just see that cool cloud there that tells you that there. That looks like
there is
land,
a specifically triangular thing up there that kind of looks like a tiny little star destroyer, but and that would be where the blue asteroid should be. That's a rather large circuloid right there. Object that's very round.
There's one in front of the other. Look there, the one with a stripe in that in the front. Maybe. Matim hasn't gone over to the right, has it?
I hate speculating. I should not, but I do occasionally, when we do the live, and I was like, that could be that. I hate doing that, but
yeah, but look, it's got that stripe on it. That's what he means. It's got the 1 and 2 like a hot cross bun. It's like a hot cross bun.
What is it, David? David sees something. He says right behind the sun, and then he says upper left.
Yeah.
Okay. There's something up there as well. Look there. There's something there too. Yeah. There's a curved object up in the top left there. So no, it hasn't gone over.
Yeah.
This is something else on the right.
That, lens flare, Alexander. I did not think you meant the lens flare for any reason. Yeah, there's something going on. There's something going on the lower right and upper left. There's a rounded dark object there encased in clouds right there where that lens flare is crossing right now.
Yeah, there's a big ass
and then there's that blip right to the right of the sun. And that could easily be the blue asteroid right there or whatever. And then above his name right there, that could be the lead asteroid encased in the white cloud right there to the right. Whereas on the left-hand side, up above the sun, we know that's where Matim is. So this could be a dark shadowing of Matim with facial clouds showing up on the right-hand side of Matim proper. And yet we still don't see the planet because we're seeing the dark side of it because it's between us and the sun.
Sorry, David. He said, stop it now. And I, let me go back. I want to know what he's talking about.
And you mean that the 2 stripes and the white dots.
David, is it on the right side or the left side? I'm pulling it back up.
Where's the stripes and the dot? Where's the stripes and the dot?
Okay. I did see a stripe there. I'm not sure.
2 little flashes of a white line that popped there, and when he zoomed in, like right there.
Is that it?
Yeah, look at that straight line.
Is that it? Oh,
that looks very much like a space tube.
Let's go back it up.
We know that the space tube is on the right-hand side of the sun, and that could be the space tube coming down. If that's not a right reflection from pulling in close up, but yeah, I see that white line right there that comes and moves very quickly downward.
Yeah.
And that is about the approximate size of the space tube right there.
Okay. That's it. Okay, David
Oh,
said
there,
yeah.
look.
I
Oh,
can't
wow,
seem
look
to
at
stop
that.
it in time.
Wow.
Let
I
me
hope
get
that's
to
what
the
he meant by that. We know that there's ships up there. We see them all the time,
see it.
including the
Okay,
space tube and the cubes and the Empire orb or Norway spiral orb,
and
whatever you want to call it.
and two white dots there crossing. Okay, let me look. And David surrenders. I'm not. Okay, hopefully it's not me. I don't. Can't seem to get it stopped on time. Wow,
There.
what is that?
Looks like a
You think
space
that's
needle.
Ah, that's so cool.
Space needle.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now remember, the space tube is very long and very, very big, and we think it's like a shipping container that they send through a wormhole.
I had to have a second rerun to see it. I kind of saw it the first time,
I
but it
saw it,
didn't
but I
really
was thinking it,
sink
automatically that it
in.
was a camera adjusting thing.
Yeah. I'm glad we went back and looked at it. Like a cigar craft, Sam?
Yeah,
Maybe?
yeah, it's like a
Yeah.
very large tube. We've got pictures of it in many different stages, literally clear to all the way to cloudy and wrapped. And we've been watching it for a few years now, since 2019, and it's usually been on the right-hand side of the sun.
There it goes again.
Yeah.
There,
There
yeah.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, at first when I first looked at it, I dismissed it as a lens anomaly, but now that we see it in slow motion, it's a
Yeah.
different story.
That was
That was
Wendy,
wild.
very different.
Oh, wow. She says, what is the object with the horns to the left of the
The upper
moon
left is
or
where we
sun?
believe that Matim, small tiny blue planet Matim, is there. And so that could be clouds around it or just
Strange.
normal clouds.
How?
And we believe that the blue asteroid is still right in front of the sun on the right-hand side. Now that white blip right there could easily be the blue asteroid, because we know that the blue asteroid has a blip in the front of it. And that bigger area
See
right
it?
above where that dot is right now, that big circle where that dot is I believe the lead asteroid, because it has the stripes spatially on it behind the clouds there as well.
Do you
Those
see
two
that,
little
Sam,
central
going under the
stripes that are on
sun?
the lead asteroid.
Look. Under the sun,
Yeah,
passing.
I see that.
Look.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I can't stop looking at it. Mhm.
Now
Is
we
that the
know
dot?
there's ships up there galore. Crap.
That's a good one. Wow.
Orbs, you
Look
name
at
it.
that little sucker. He was moving really fast. Wow.
Yeah, two small white dots. Okay.
I just seen him.
Yep, hard to speculate, but yep, saw them.
It's something.
Yeah, there's
Not a
tons of
lens
stuff
flare.
up there, and
No.
oh my God, we are not alone, you guys. We are not alone. We are not alone. There are so many aliens here right now you wouldn't believe.
It's kind of fun seeing their little
I
crafts.
asked that guy a couple months ago at the truck stop. I said, "Would you want to know if they were parked right outside Earth by the thousands, and there was multiple factions of extraterrestrials sitting here watching us every day? What would you say to that?" And he says, "I don't know if I'd want to know." So, and
Yeah.
they're here. They are here, and then
yeah.
they've been here forever anyway. And smaller factions, and it's nothing for somebody to hop across the galaxy for some of the higher races, whereas the lower races, it's not such an easy thing. The people of the nearby binary planets, I'm not sure as to their tech level, other than I'm sure they have a higher tech than we do, but I don't know compared to the Pleiadians, for example. I know that the Pleiadians have some unbelievable technology, and they can bop through time, because I was shown that. And they can literally pick time out, like punching a song up on a jukebox at the gas station, or at the bar or the pub or wherever. And they can come and go as they please through time. But I think some of the middle races maybe can't. There's lots of folks here that don't look like us.
Yeah.
And we have to include that. We have to get ready for that. We have to be, we have these racial issues where we can't get along with, pardon the expression, and I'm not picking one person on or another, the Turkish or the Arabs or the Greeks or us crazy folks from Montana. You have to tolerate each other, and so we also have to get ready for the fact that we may not be alone after this, and we may have to. I was told that we may end up needing to share our planet with another race, and so in order for us to tolerate that, we're going to have to grow up a little bit. And I think that great deal to do with why very few people realize this is all happening, because perhaps they're not ready. I hope they're ready. Hell, here we go on an adventure, Let's get used to it because it's happening. Better rethink your tolerance level.
I'm open. I'm open as long as they're not horrible or impossible to get along with. I don't care what they look like.
No matter what country folks are from, they're from Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all one group
People
of people.
forget that.
Yeah.
We're all one group of people. We just happen to move around and look different because we're isolated in different groups.
Right.
Skin color, etc. We're all the same. We just lived in different places that changed us over time. Same reason that alpacas and horses are different than each other. The same thing is why we have the Australian animals versus Madagascar animals are completely different from each other. Isolation. The strongest gene pool is like the Sicilians. They've been isolated on that island for so long that they weren't intermixed with often. So they have a very old-fashioned genome. The American Indians have some phenomenal genome. All kinds of stuff. South Americans, South Africans, you name it.
Are the Pleiadians?
We should celebrate ethnicity. No, they look very much like the guy I talked to. Are they blue? Well, the guy I talked to was like 7 feet tall, and it was really weird. The back of his head was elongated, and for the most part, he looked just like a pretty normal human. But his arms were longer, his fingers were longer. He was taller. It just had a really freaky, weird, elongated head. And I did spend a great deal of time trying to, tip my head around to look at the back of it without actually being noticed.
You should try drawing him for us.
Yeah, well,
I'd
but
like to see
do
what
I
he looks
dare?
like.
Do I want to put that out? And are you ready for it? And they look like us.
Yeah.
They look like
Sounds
us.
like a gold
Their head is
card.
different. The back of their head
Look
is
at their
different.
mascot.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah.
Sounds like a
Oh,
gold,
boy.
Montana Skywatcher gold card redeem.
I know. We'll put him on my business card. No.
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll do that
Yeah.
for once we start. If we ever, pardon the expression, this is a joke. If we ever start selling memberships to Montana Skywatcher, we'll give it to the good members. I'm only joking.
Yeah.
We don't do that currently. We give you guys this for free. So remember,
Right.
donations is how we get by.
Donations would be helpful, right? Because it's not free for me.
Not free for me
I'm
either.
just saying,
No.
not free. So I
God,
spent
if I
$45
had a
last
nickel-
night for StreamYard.
If I had a nickel
So-
for every hour that I put into this in the
Oh
last
my
14
gosh.
years, I wouldn't have any worries anymore. I wouldn't
No
have to
There's
ask,
my
worries.
expenses.
Christmas gift for the kids. By the way,
Wow.
that's coming up. Get ready, folks. Buy your Christmas presents early, or gift cards. They would actually prefer gift cards nowadays, which is easier to mail in the mail. And they're like PlayStation Store cards in case anyone wants to send my daughters a Christmas present this year. Every year we have a drive. That way we can get them gifts that the Hofman budget can't afford. Because I'm busy spending money on computers and keyboards, cameras and microphones.
Yeah.
And again, thank you, Nicole, for the wonderful
It's always-
microphone that you sent for me.
That's awesome.
Always something.
And
But-
remember, people, if
all
you have a
right.
question out there that you don't dare ask publicly, mail me a letter, ask me. PO Box 625, Lowell, Montana. 59847. It's really simple. You put a stamp on a card, and you ask me a question in a letter, and 98% of the time you will get one back, and and be sure to include a legible return address so I can mail you a letter back.
Right.
And my mail has dropped off lately, and I'd love to get more. And for a while there, I was quite
Audrey's
busy.
asking about who's blue then.
I don't know. The Octurian. I don't have any idea who the Octurians even are, but I'm pulling something out of the hat. I have physically seen and talked to 3 races and 3 different beings, and I didn't channel them. This was face to face.
They were male, were they all male?
Yeah, well, on one of the races, I'm not sure I could determine that. I would be guessing. So, I've seen dozens and dozens of grays, and that is one of the 3. Grays are rather unusual. I believe there's different levels, caste systems of grays. Some of them are worker drones, and other ones are scientists, and some of them are, I don't know. I don't know enough about them to make major comments, but I've seen many of them. And what I believe was a Pleiadian and one Draco or lizard man, and oh god, they're cool. Scary but cool. They're really charismatic, and they have a presence, and their eyes spooky shit. But they have pink skin too, and lizard. They're sort of like a blend of soft skin and then lizard. Really cool creatures, very dynamic, charismatic. And let's hope you never have that opportunity to meet one, because it does drastically change your life, and then you have to spend a great deal of time trying to get over that.
So we look like the Nibirians and the dudes that come from Nibiru.
I never met anyone from Nibiru yet, so it really rips the rug out from underneath your feet in ways you don't even have a clue. It really challenges everything you've ever learned, including you second guessing yourself, and it's unusual. It's real. I don't think you frankly ever get over it. I think you're constantly working at no, I didn't, yes, I did, no, I didn't, yes, I did, forever. I think you always argue with yourself. I do about even this topic, and we've been talking about it for 14 years, and we've got absolute planetary proof, because all these planets have matched over and over and over and over and over from around the world. And it's not, it's not like
my video in the Rebecca. Yeah, and then I can go to bed before I pass out here in the chair. I'm going.
All right, this is a video made by Christoper using Gillian's content. Okay, so it's a collection of Gillian's content.
Clever Christoper.
And then after this, I have a series of clips that Christoper made for his channels. So we'll go over that next. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's go ahead.
Yes, and he needs viewers, and he needs subscribers.
I mean,
and that's Nibiru System Skywalker.
Here we go, y'all. All right.
You subscribe. Right. Thumbs up. Like.
It's so noisy.
That's so cool.
Yes, in the age of knowing. Wow.
Yeah, you got some really awesome pictures of Gillian.
That's the long box cube. Yippers.
Yeah, I thought they were landing to have roast chicken with me. I really thought they were going to be eating my chicken with me.
Well, you got to realize that thing is massive. That is, 2 Texas cubes glued together. And that is structure, and they parked hundreds of Star Destroyers, hundreds on that thing. That thing is so big, it's unbelievable. And there again, I mean, we had captures of it that matched from Alexander, and he's in Germany, and we had captures come in from Petty, and we had captures come in from Afon. Oh, hi, Afon. I haven't said hi to you recently. talk about Afan often enough, or Petty.
Right.
I wonder what happened to Petty. I haven't seen him lately. Very strange.
Same here. It's been a minute.
So if all that stuff to the right is...
That is the lead asteroid crossing in front of a Saturn's yellow moon. Right there, just above the tree there.
Wings on.
And that is the long box cube for sure. Replacement's perfect. And behind it is the illuminated faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
It is a really, we are not in Kansas anymore. Hello, doggy. That Kyrie Liaison sound up. Yep. I knew that song right off within the first few notes.
I loved it. That sky made me think of it.
Flashback.
I just had a flashback to this song when I seen this glory. But the whole tree, the two sunrises, and the evening, everything.
RB planets instead of RB whales. No, we've got stars or intergalactic
and
craft.
The words of this song were so real.
No, they can't hide. We see them. Good song. I hope you don't get in trouble for playing it. But...
I don't think so. Yeah. All they can do is demonetize, but that's normal anyway.
Yeah, this is the road that we must travel. It really, truly is. It is time to wake up. It is time to realize that we are not alone, nor do we own Earth. We are responsible to take care of it, and we're not. We have to change.
Look at that black stuff in there. Little chips in. Hi guys, little chips in there.
I'll be right back.
You got a couple of planets at the horizon there, and quite a few over the top of you, of course.
Yep, they're all over.
It's been kind of a disappointing week for actual planetary sightings. We know they're there. You can see the white line there. That's the edge of a planet.
Yeah, look at it.
And that right there, you can see that dark area is Saturn's yellow moon in the upper right. But that is, at the horizon is Saru with Uri over the top of it. And those black things are the asteroids under Uri.
So Uri's over the way.
There's that orange at the bottom core of Saru, just above the sun, cutting off the sun.
Enormous. It was
That's
just
the
from
bottom
one side
of
to the other.
Saru. Yep. And that core is very large. Very large. That's that dark line you're seeing just above the plants there. Really good stuff.
I love it.
Okay, I'm going to do the little scientist room. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
Look at that thing there. It's like another box. Look. Look at the focals. See, that's like what Alexander got. That's the same day, I bet you.
Yeah,
Look at
what
the
if?
focals.
Hot, so warm.
Yeah, wow.
Just look at the focals, though. I mean, you can see that one in the orange right there. It's like
Definitely
whole
see,
area.
because what would be causing that backlit crescent flare is there's the lead object right by our sun, just to the right. I just saw it in somebody else's capture on Facebook. But
yeah,
so
it's the same. It's the same.
light from the sun is kicking around from behind the lead object, causing that little point, that little rainbow point.
So what's pointing on the other side? Because there was one on the left as well.
Right. I've seen that as well, and it could be the tan
I mean,
asteroid.
that day was like, it blew me away. I couldn't decide if that was, like tan asteroid. Because now lead is on the right. So that must be tan asteroid that's on the other side.
Right. Right.
On the left, yeah.
And then
It is very protruding.
see
It's also
that
being
big
illuminated.
going
Look, and
across
it's got
the
like an
sky.
egg shape. Look, its head's quite
Oh, that
big.
big slant
And then
right
there's a
there.
dark one up above it.
Those three lines on the left, that is literally where Matim is the size. If you put a circle in your left hand and you look through the circle in your fingers between your index finger and your thumb, that is the size of the planet I'm looking at. That's Matim. Those
Did you
three
think that's
stripes
Matim
are
then?
around Matim. Yeah, but over farther to the left, if this does go farther in the shot, is where the tan asteroid and everything else is on the side of Uri. But yeah, I see a definite discoloration circle, a very large one, on the left-hand side of the sun. You can see the graying. It's gray or orangey or whatever, blue or whatever, but there's a circle there. And then right there in the upper left is the tan asteroid. Very large, with the secondary asteroid, which is Irene, is behind her. Irene and tan asteroid are coming in really big, really strong, and of course, Pappy is farther to the left, and then the crossing horizontal right. I didn't see it. Yeah, the spiral asteroid is down low. Okay, see that right? See that illumination right? Yeah, that white illumination on the left, that white line.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a small asteroid in front of the tan asteroid. That illumination there is the tan asteroid. Just above the street standing post or whatever that is. Yeah, right there. That illumination is a tiny little asteroid in front of a very much larger tan asteroid. And of course, we got pictures going back all the way to 2016, 17, 18 that match all of that. And that illuminated left side. Now, see that white illumination on the right-hand side of the sun here is, again, the backlit crescent flare of the lead asteroid. The sun is shining behind the lead asteroid, and the light comes out on the far right side behind it in a centralized flare. That's why it's called a backlit crescent flare. See that blue in there? It's probably the blue asteroid. Wow, look at all of those. Or was that too black? Bottom of Nepenthe. And funny, the lead asteroid is between and behind Nepenthe. That's cool. Wow, that's a new one. I haven't seen that.
Really awesome shots.
Yeah, see, that is a backlit crescent flare of the lead asteroid. That's why there's a half halo there.
Yeah,
that is cool. Well done, Gillian.
thank you.
Well done,
They're
Christoper.
gorgeous.
That is the bottom of Nepenthe and Attu and Attu's moon, directly over the top of us. That is the bottom of Uri settling over after sunset. There's that reach cloud in between. It's so amazing how they scroll on the right hand side, it's scrolling
This
toward
was
the center. On the
sunrise.
left-hand side, it's scrolling.
That's
toward the center.
sunrise.
It's so weird. Sunrise?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was sunset.
Of course, I said the wrong thing. Of course.
That's all right. You already here. It's just that it was two sunrises and one sunset, but that was just gorgeous. Look at that. All those little blips.
We are, after all, at the 4th hour, and I am allowed to be dingy about 4 hours
Really
in.
good.
Well, look. Oh, can you go back? Can you go back? Can you go back to that sunset where it was just on the right edge with that tower? I saw something. Forward. I think it's forward. Okay. Yeah. Forward.
Okay.
Cut off halo. Okay. Forward. Okay. That is the bottom of the Septim Yellow Moon. Coming up here, it's the bottom of Uri and all of that stuff. Right here, very soon I'll tell you when to freeze it.
Okay.
Very strong facial illumination on the right-hand side of the sun here that's coming up. And there's like a tower in the shot as well. After this. Yeah, there's the long box again. Right there.
How's it? Is that
Yeah,
what
if
you want me to do?
get that tower back on the right hand. Yeah, the first picture, not the
Chimney.
second, of that tower on the right hand side.
Okay.
It's just a little
Go back
nudge backwards in the tape.
I went back 10 seconds. No?
It's right after this, I believe. You'll see the tower on the right-hand center of the picture.
There, it's a chimney. This one.
Right there. Look at the cut-in of the light on the edge of the sun. And look at the illumination that's going on above the tower as well. And if you look above the tower, there's this big, bright, rounded edge sticking out right directly above the tower there. And that is the Saturn's yellow moon. And Nepenthe is dead center in front of us. You notice it's green. And then Uri's on the left-hand side by the telephone pole, and way back in the distance is the orangey bottom open core of Saru, which is actually cutting off half of the sun. So, lots of stuff is there. Very large planets, people. Remember, you're not looking for a little dot someplace. Talking sky pillars. Yes, I hear ringing in my ears right now as we speak. Big time.
Yeah, it feels like a
that was good.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
so good.
Yesterday, I was absolutely speaking.
That was fun.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
last
Right.
3 days have been absolute magic to make it worthwhile.
That was great.
And you have work tomorrow.
Was that all in the past
Go to bed,
week?
Jillian.
Was that?
Gillian, was all of those captures in this past few days?
Last
Is there
3
current?
days. Yep.
Neat.
Yep. Last 3 days.
Hopefully I
Well,
get my turn, like in
not
the next
today,
day or
but
two.
yes. Yeah, oh man, like in the mornings, if the dogs didn't jump on my face, I wouldn't see some of that stuff. But you know, it's like
They're doing
jump
you
on
a
your
favor.
face, mommy. Come on, get up. I'm like, oh
isn't it?
god, I cannot get up.
And
Just
the
tomorrow,
only
and
planet-
then I'm off for a week, and I'll be able to see all the skies I want.
The only
Nice.
planets that we've
Oh, I
seen so
know.
far
That's
is
exciting.
the open core. is
vacation.
Nepenthe has an open core and Saru has an open core. And that has to do with their southern pole and the polarity value of their magnetosphere. Now, the open core on Saru is massive. I mean, it is so big that some of the planets can actually sit underneath. And we've seen that back in 2012 and 13 when Saru was so big, and the tiny little planets looked like asteroids that were colored asteroids, but they weren't, which is what blew us away.
That means that she is so big.
She is so big, and she's like 5 times the size of Earth. And whereas Nibiru is supposedly like 7 times the size. So, yeah, and which blows me away.
Nibiru is bigger than Saru.
Yeah, Nibiru is bigger, way bigger, 2 times bigger than Saru. And Saru is a couple of times bigger than Uri, and Uri's a gas giant. So, and then Atu is a very small gas giant, but Atu and Uri are directly connected to each other. They don't separate, but they are separate of each other, and yet they share a whole bunch of asteroids, and the Skull asteroid is in between the 2 of them. And then there's all the doings of the lead asteroid, the red asteroid, the green asteroid, etc., the blue asteroid, and all of that is underneath all of that.
Is Atu bigger than Earth?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's a gas giant. We're a tiny rock.
Can't decide on Nepenthe.
Nepenthe, I'm the jury's still out on Nepenthe. It's either smaller than us or Earth-sized, or maybe a little bit bigger. Now I know Saturn is actually way bigger than Earth.
Wow.
Hi, Audrey.
In comparison
Good night, Audrey.
Seeing Isatham in front of Nibiru, I know that Isatham is a larger planet, but we haven't seen any water on it or anything like that. It is a red planet. We do believe that it's like rusting iron or something like that, which is where that iron oxide comes from the passing of the Nibiru group. Which you can look that up, which people have attributed that to red planet Nibiru. No. The red planet, the red winged planet, is planet is Saturn.
So connected. That must be because they're so connected.
Well, I believe that the like Nepenthe is green. It's probably made up of copper. These planets are metallic. Some of them are made of this. We're iron.
And you often said that it was active on Nepenthe, like volcanoes, and active. It was active.
Right. We've seen puffing of what seemed to be volcanic activity breaking through the outer atmosphere of Nepenthe in 2018, 2019.
I want to see that again, like little puff balls.
Oh, by the way, I did talk to Deb Gottschall the other day.
How is she?
She's doing well. She's active. She's of course not touching on her personal opinion. She lost her husband a few years ago, and then we've sort of haven't spoken to her for a lot. But I did mention to her that there are some people that are interested in the Montana Skywatcher t-shirts again. So hopefully she'll watch our shows and be active with us. If she's not, no problem. I just hadn't talked to her and she's one of my co-admins from Montana Skywatcher.
Yeah, she was so visible for a long time. I actually missed her.
Yes, after her husband passed away, she sort of fell busy trying to take care of all those kids by herself, and I don't blame her for a second. And I appreciate everything. She's been Johnny on the spot. She helped me out with money. She was the lady that took care of all the monetary fundraisers for me, and we never had any trouble with her. Where other people years ago, the Money Boys, took up collections for me that they never even told me they were doing, and there was quite a few $1,000s that vanished. And Olson knows he's guilty, so we'll leave it at that. And not to cause any conspiracies or fights or inner arguments between the Money Boys and those guys were hilarious when they first started. They went and they learned a few things about Nibiru in the early years, and then they saw that it was this cash cow that they could milk, and then they went off and lost their science. And I feel sorry for them. A few of them, I think, have learned some science. They weren't even close to anything that is to my IQ level, but I'm not trying to put them down. But they're normal humans trying to make a buck off of something which was stupid, and they went the wrong way, and I feel sorry for them. I'm a little irritated with them, but I feel more sorry for them. I feel terribly sorry for the people that they have affected with bad information, and there was even a major stealing of money from certain groups of people, and they notified me right away, and I had no connection to it whatsoever. But well, how can we find this guy? And it's like, well, I don't know what to tell you. But that kept on for a while. But that was a decade ago, or less. But so. Yeah, we've had quite a ride. Montana Skywatcher and our sister sites are the number one information about the actual facts of Nibiru. And if you don't get it from us, I would question it at least twice before you believe it. I'd love to find anybody out there that knows more about this publicly than we do. I would love to learn from them, but I have yet to meet them.
Have yet to find them.
Yeah. And it's not like I'm, closed off to other people's information. I'm not. You show me something that, matches our information, and I'll let you know. Okay. Hi, Kaylee Nadine. Very hard to make t-shirts. Well, we actually, we have made t-shirts, and fortunately, Deb was really good about, they were a donation t-shirt, so you paid a little extra for that.
Oh, was my gray t-shirt one of them?
Yeah, Gillian's got one. I've got a couple. I've got like 3 or 4 of them. And
yes,
and we
I'm
did,
I'm going to bed right now. It's a good idea.
We did
time to go to bed.
Montana Skywatcher, and I hated to sell those. I sort of just ate the cost myself. And like Andy has one, and I chuckled because I put a hat into the mail to the UK. I put a $28 hat.
I want
in
a
the mail.
thinking cap. Where's my thinking cap?
I'm sorry. I didn't mail them to ladies because I didn't think they would wear them. It's kind of a guy's thing, but yeah, if we ever do anywhere, you'll get one.
Sun hat the other day, Samuel.
Well, we all need them now.
Yeah, we do.
So,
don't we?
but anyway, they actually did
like
well, and I did.
Right.
We did raise some money for the Christmas benefits for the girls, and the girls have had great Christmases ever since Montana Skywatcher came into existence. We've done very well. Thank you all, because I'm on a fixed income and we live off next to nothing. And it's over the world. Thank you very much for letting me here till now and say goodbye. Good night, Alexander.
Night.
Good night, Alexander.
It's late.
Night, Alexander. I'm
Go
going
to
to
bed.
bed too.
Yeah,
Night,
it's all everybody's bedtime.
Nighty
Off to bed,
night.
you all.
Night, Jillian.
Yes,
Good night,
ma'am.
Alexander.
Time for folks in Europe to go night-night.
I'm already looking forward to next Saturday. I can't wait to see what you catch.
Right?
See what I catch next week. Nighty night.
Right,
Bye bye.
I can't wait.
Bye.
Hit the button, Rebecca.
All right.
Trying.
her
I
out.
know.
Kick
Let me
her out.
help you.
Lock
Let me
her
kick
up.
you out. Oh, she did it. She did it
Did it?
herself.
Yay.
Wow, you go, girl.
Running ahead now.
Woo. Wow, that was fast. Here we are. Now there's 3 of us.
And you have
Yeah.
more videos to show.
I sure do. Now we have some clips from Christoper. This is what he
Yay.
made for his channel. So
Go.
let's show. Here is the name of his channel, Nibiru System Skywatchers, and it's across Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Same group name. So I'm glad you got it all consistent. So it keeps it easy to find you. So everybody should definitely follow him, whatever platform he is on. If you're on it, please subscribe and follow him so he can get his channel going.
Yeah, when I started,
Sometimes-
I had like a post with a few names for the group to see like what people liked, and nobody really said anything. So that's the name you went with. It can always get changed.
Perfect.
I was, I was gonna do like Sin City something, and I was just like, no, that's not gonna work.
I know, and that's.
But then I had some lady the other day tell me, how am I supposed to find you credible with a ridiculous name like that? I'm just like, whatever.
Nibiru
Well,
System
without the name Nibiru,
Skywatcher.
Right.
Without Nibiru in the name, you'll get less reference. And now that, see, if people look up Rebecca's site, Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, you are 2 clicks over to the right with your site, Nibiru Skywatcher Group.
Okay.
And
I didn't know that.
so you're
That's
there.
cool.
You're actively, yeah. When I look you up on my smart
Connected.
TV. And
Neat.
you are 2 clicks
Wow.
over to the right of the Nibiru Followers Anonymous. You can't argue with that at all. And that would be a lady that's one person that's being, a Karen or whatever. But I have found that if without the name Nibiru involved, you will get less lookup attachment. And you did perfect. So, don't change a thing.
Yeah, the whole goal is, I basically tell everybody that, it's a group site for everybody to post their pictures, and for me just to basically post everything that I've been doing in one spot, right? And then I refer everybody to Nibiru Followers Anonymous to get all the baseline information on the binary solar system and Samuel Hofman's information and his whole history about how he came up with it. So I think that's really important.
I'm still looking forward to your startup video of you standing in front of the sphere going, "Hi, this is Christoper."
Well, yesterday I think I had like a little trial run because we took an Uber home from Jackie's dad's house, and I'm like nonchalantly talking to her about what I was seeing in the sky. And when we got out of the car, the guy was like, "Binary system," and he kind of like had an accent, and I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Look, round." And I'm like, "What are you talking?" He goes, "Yeah, look, round planet." And I was like, "Yeah, that's a planet." So he was like, "Yeah, we're 2 stars." And I'm like, I was blown away. So I'm sitting there writing all the information out as fast as I could because, you probably got to pick somebody else up.
That's why you have to have a business card printed up.
Yeah.
If we do good on the fundraiser.
It was so my handwriting.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Oh my gosh! But yeah,
that's why. This is why I send the gold card. This is why I had the gold cards printed up. I mean, I'm on my already like 3rd different card. They were originally white, and then I went to gold, and then this is the 2nd set of gold cards that I use. And it was only just to say Nibiru is here. Google it, look it up. And now, but what you need to do is just put your name, your YouTube site, your TikTok, and then you say aligned with or joined up part of the sister sites of Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Montana Skywatchers, Samuel Hofman on a card. And that way you don't have to scratch it down on a piece of paper for everybody. You can just hand them a card and say, "Go look me up on YouTube. Here's the information. Have a nice day." And then you're free and clear of it. And they're not expensive now. We'll work it out
this month.
There's
we'll work it out. I mean,
let you design your own card. Like,
cool,
there's business card apps. Canva is a good one, but anyway, there's several, and you can. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make my own, and then you can order
I'm
them.
going to have to make another set because I've only got about 50 of the gold cards left, and I keep mailing them out to everybody. And if you get my signature, I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm just trying to give you something that's collectible for you. I never numbered them. Now, granted, the more signatures you hand out, the less your signature becomes valued at. Not that I'm going to be world famous or anything like that, but I do have my hopes. And, I do plan to change the entire world. And we're going to move forward into the future, to the new destiny and the new age and realization that we are not alone on this planet or in the universe. And we're going to get through this. We're going to do good. Some of us are going to do better than others, but it all, the common sense, you have to stay calm and in the middle. We can't be driven off the fear, and we can't be driven off of the insanity of how cool this is, because believe me, I'm already obsessed. But if you stay in the middle of the road and formulate your science, because anyone can do science, it's not beyond you. You got through school. You know how to know. You know how to learn. Just teach yourself, and the more, and I won't give it all out for you for free, but the more you learn for yourself, the more nuance, the more, I mean, I can't describe to you the flavor of a strawberry. You have to bite into that strawberry for yourself to taste it. And so this is part of the science, and we talked about this earlier. Some of the best science has been done at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, or in Einstein's lab, or in the garage of the guy who built the first bicycle, or or whatever, or let's talk about the first computers and built in somebody's garage. So science is what you make of it, and if you truly believe that you will exceed or excel, because that's where we all need to go. We need to live excelling, excellente. We all have to believe in excelling. And move forward, and don't live in the negative, the fear, the, oh my God, I'm going to die, because you're not going to learn anything. And not only that, then you'll end up, I bought years ago in 2001 a brand new night vision scope, and I had to have that night vision scope. It's Russian technology with American crossover. I still have it, but it's now 2 decades old. It's outdated. I had to have that night vision scope, and you know what? I've used it twice.
No.
Yeah. And it cost me a fortune. It was like $500 back then in the 90s. And I mean, yes, it does mount to my AK-47 and everything, and with the Russian technology mounting and all of that. And I've used it twice, and I had to have that. So be careful what you prepare for. If you're going to,
typical.
Do not buy 30 cases of tuna fish, because you'll never eat it all. We were talking before the show here. I have a lifetime supply of spices right here to my right here, sitting in the house. I have more spices than I'll ever eat or consume in my entire lifetime coming. And yet I planned in case I have to cook for my neighbors, in case we run into an emergency scenario where we need to cook large amounts of food. And I even at one point in time collected the pots and the pans to cook 30 gallons of food. I have one of them left because I've gotten rid of so much. We had this eviction thing, and I ended up having to get rid of a lot of stuff that I actually regret getting rid of now. But anyway, careful what you prepare for, but realize that we are in a whole new era. This is a new ball game, and I encourage everybody to shine. And believe that you can shine. You can shine. You can do science. You can do this. Teach yourself. God, right now we have the greatest ability to, a handheld device that we can look up the world on that is like 50 times better than what they flew to the moon off of. I mean, these computers, the skills that we have, and if you learn to use all this stuff, my children have better computer skills than I do, and I'm in awe.
Crazy, isn't it?
Oh, it's just amazing. So, and they're all self-taught. They learned it on their own, and you can do anything. You just gotta believe that you can do anything. And that we don't get that message right now. Everybody, oh, it's horrible. This is bad. That's bad. This is broken. This is falling apart. Oh God, I can't afford this. Oh shit. Coffee Mate creamer is now $7.57 for a 35-ounce container. It's like, what? And what shows you is our money is worthless. Our economy, I mean, that used to be $2.50, and I thought it was expensive. When compared to the other brand, which is $2. Okay, I'll buy the knockoff crap that you don't even want to taste, because Coffee Mate is so much better than generic Western Family. But anyway, our economy is screwed, but we have to realize that, what we find important today is maybe not important tomorrow. Absolutely. And what was important yesterday may have been far more important today than what we realize. We have to step back and step forward. We have to do both. We have to look back, but look forward. You cannot be negative. We have to move forward. We have to be exceptional. We have to be better. Pardon the expression, we have to be best, which is a certain person's comment that I never thought I would utter publicly. But anyway. All right. Are we ready for more videos so we can stay on topic? Yes, you too could have this once a lifetime offer, so don't forget now before midnight tonight.
More. We have more. But wait, there's more. Yeah. Okay, so.
But wait, there's more.
Next is
the dice, it slices, it dices, it chops up your little pieces for you. It'll remove your fingertip. Yeah.
I mean, we just finally got warmed up to be able to, handle seeing this next series of clips. But yeah,
there we are.
This is from everything that Christoper has made since the last show. I went through his YouTube channel, and which I'm so happy he created that, because I could just save his videos really quickly. So
yeah,
awesome.
I'm glad I did it too, because before I'd have to post a video to Facebook, and it would take 45 minutes for anything that was over 8 minutes long. So I've started making videos that are a lot shorter now.
Right.
But I'm just taking the link to the YouTube channel and just posting it like that.
Isn't that convenient?
Obviously, just click on it and it'll take you to it.
And again, Christoper, I give you full permission to use any excerpts of my vocal. It's embarrassing to me, but you do it best. Go ahead and use any of our show, any of the comments that you deem necessary from my voiceovers or opinions or whatever, and I give you full reign on that. I don't put anything against me for any reason, not that I have anything, but yeah, absolutely. And some of them are kind of cool, and some of them are kind of embarrassing. But and yes, every once in a while I am very silly. And again, thank you for tolerating Sam. And yeah, absolutely. Go Yellow Submarine, dude. Do your thing. You're doing a great job. I like the music you're doing. I like the fact that you're putting a lot of type in there. Excellent job. You're doing great work. Cool. And thank you for being a part of our team.
No, thank you guys for
tell Judy
telling me everything. It's just it's changed my life. I mean, in so many ways, I'm so grateful.
It goes both
and
ways.
Let's get the camera lady out there and get you the microphone going. Hi, Las Vegas action news from Nibiru System Skywatchers, brought to you by, and then off you go. and play
so
it.
cool,
And by the way, content, if you're in the car, film it. If you're talking to the cab driver, film it. Get it on there. We want to see your adventures in Las Vegas. Give us stuff that we don't have here on the show that I know you do well. We want content. Give us the content.
Yeah.
Film it.
Yeah. Yep.
Man on the street.
He's doing great. Well, let's see what we got here. Here we go. You ready? Here we go. I'm excited. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Love it.
These are more older pictures. I've just been posting a lot of the pictures to the Facebook group so I can get them out of my phone.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And then I'm not seeing, there was a lot of pictures that I didn't even realize what I had. So
yeah.
And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light."
Let there be light.
That's perfect.
There was light.
Love it. Run with it.
Love
Absolutely.
it too.
I like anything you want to stick in there. Yeah, go, like I said, go Yellow Submarine.
What does that mean?
Just be
What does that mean?
man.
Just do it.
Like Yellow Submarine?
Yeah.
In the Beatles' Yellow Submarine album, they stepped across the boundary where they went from photographs to actually using drawings and cartoons, and it's like talking about smoking banana peels or something that you couldn't publicly discuss before because it's kind of taboo. But don't worry about taboo. Be you.
Right.
Just cut loose. I get it.
Cut loose.
Yeah. Hey.
Nippins.
There she is.
Hi, Mittens.
I know. Oh,
Meow.
baby. Yep. She's not crazy about being held, but
Yeah, I
there you
love
go.
that. Do you see them yet?
I love it.
People have to worry. God, this is like wormwood, guys. This is the dragon. It's here. Look, 8,000 years ago in China, this is where the legend of the dragon came from. They had the Great Flood. Look it up. It's happening
Okay, so
again.
here, I haven't posted this yet. This was part of that private spacewalk or whatever,
Right.
the launch. And
Yeah.
Sam, I had noticed, like, next to the sun on the right and left, this is out in space. Like,
Yeah, look
what
at the
is
metal.
that? That's crazy.
Yeah, what is that?
I had to show this to you.
That is the side of Uri on the left.
When I
Yeah,
saw
it's in
it,
space. There it is. That's the light shining between two bodies.
it threw me back. I'm like, wait a second. They're showing this live, and there is that I sat him on the right, and Yuri on the. Look at Yuri.
Yeah.
And then I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
you're
post
exactly
it.
right.
I'm not gonna say anything until Sam sees
wow.
it.
See
But
the dots?
like, I think my hair.
See the
caught
dots
fire
on the
when I
left?
saw this.
Yeah.
It freaked me out.
See the
Yeah.
dots on the
What are
left?
the
Those are
dots?
asteroids on the side of Uri.
Like,
Yeah.
that's what I
They're
thought.
asteroids on the side of Uri.
I
And on the
couldn't believe
right-hand
it.
side is the Saturn's yellow moon.
Night thunder. Bye-bye.
Because that is not a light anomaly.
No, look at
No,
it.
It's
wow.
stable. That is the light
That is
shining
awesome.
between
When was
two
this?
planets.
This was
Hi,
this was
Sabrina.
the day of the. It was called the. No, I don't. The Polaris Dawn mission.
Yeah, right.
So
That's the
this
first
was the
private
first
spacewalk.
private spacewalk, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that happened
I
like a
think this
week or
was
two
like
ago.
September
Look at the refraction on the
11th,
planet.
maybe, or around September, the first week of September.
Look at the refraction on the water.
Yeah.
It's a
I
light
mean, the
pinch.
second I saw it, I don't know how I came across it because I didn't search for it. I knew they were doing this, and then, I saw that, they said, okay, they're going to be separating from the launch vehicle, right? In the they're in the capsule. They're going to, do their thing, and the second I saw it, I thought, oh my God, look. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, you can
There's
see
Yuri,
it.
there's
Just
the
doing that
Yellow
thing
Moon, and I
again.
sat him. And then I looked on the side, and you can see the little asteroids right up against Yuri. And I thought, this can't be right. I have to I have to show you guys this first. And then, I've just
That
been
white
throwing,
dot is Irene.
Wow. I can't believe it.
Hi, Irene. What about the other, like to the upper left of the white dot? There's the other object. You see that? Upper
Well,
left?
that's the ship that just launched. Yeah, that's the ship that just launched. They've gotten that far away.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, so
But there were
like, I
other
was
dots
doing-
before that.
Yeah, I was doing like the
And there's 3
rewind,
or 4 little ones.
fast forward rewind thing with my finger, playing with the cursor, and
any Dragon mission to date.
you can see, you can just tell. This is crazy to me. I can't believe it.
Yeah, that is the light
That's
shining
okay.
between
Yes.
two planets on the left and on the right. Yeah, look at that.
Oh boy.
And then I started looking for other videos to see if they might have had like an extra camera pointing in a different direction, and I couldn't find one.
Yeah, the things that we see that are right in front of our faces that nobody even bothers to realize that what is it that we take for granted. You look at that and you go, okay, it's a light anomaly filming from the lens, but no, that is not, because that's a high definition camera, and it's not. God, there's no moving lens flare in any of that.
Right.
That is the light shining between two planets. And when it matches everything, regardless of how insane it is, you have the facts. Because it's matching everything. We know that the asteroids are on the left-hand side. They weren't on the right, and yet they're on the left. And they're, well, but look at all those little dots. That's the asteroid. We know the asteroids are on Uri. It's like, there it is. Shit. Oop, there it is. Oop, yeah.
I just couldn't believe it. it was a live thing, right? And
see that white line?
Why would they allow this to come? Why would they allow that? Why didn't they scrub that out? I don't know. I couldn't believe it.
Because they probably didn't catch it.
Right?
Because their brain probably missed it. Yeah, they're so used to seeing it. We ignore things that we see already, because we've been so honed by seeing this for so many years. There's a bunch of shit that we miss all the time, and then we call ourselves on it, and then we go back and look and go, oh my god, yeah, there it is, right? Here I started that Nibiru picture for years, and didn't even realize that his Saturn is right there in the bottom lower right. And I went, God, I looked at this for 3 years. And right there is a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon, and I didn't even catch it because I was busy looking at the land surfaces of Nibiru. I was going, oh, look at this. Oh, there's islands and water and ocean and a planet, and I didn't even bother to look down in the lower right-hand corner. And there it is. Yeah, Hercubus blows me away. I'm still trying to figure out Hercubus or Imaru.
Right.
The gas giant that holds 2 stars, it's an electron cluster. That's why it has to be a mega gas giant. Because electron clusters is what holds atoms together in a compound. It's a chemistry equation.
Right.
That's why we don't break up. That's why we didn't die 5 million or 5 billion years ago. It didn't break up because it's a stable solar system. We've always had 2 stars. We've always had 2 sets of planets ever since we first formed 4.5 to 5 billion years. Oh, I got to chuckle. Recently, the space telescope. I can almost talk. I've been talking for 4.5 hours now. They've discovered a star. And they looked at the age, and they looked under the math that they consider what they believe is the math of spectrum analysis to determine an age of a star. And they have discovered a star that is 12.5 billion years old. Okay. The only problem with that is,
wow.
The only problem with that is they believe that the universe is 8.5 billion years old. And so how is this thing 4 billion years older than the universe? And the easy, quick, simple answer to that is not all the universes are the same age.
Wow.
And people don't realize that. We have universes that we can't even see anymore that were long ago extinct 100 billion years ago. And we remember, we only see light, like that super mega Orion star that's about to blow up there, nearby Orion there.
Right.
We should have this big flash from any day now that will light up the daytime and the night. And they're expecting it to happen because it's on a 40-year cycle. I even have that in some of my notes somewhere. They don't know everything, and they claim to know everything, but they don't. And they've run everything around Einstein, and because he's so famous, and and there's like numerous scientists that are way smarter than Einstein ever since, and it's just that he got the 1950s notoriety that we still run off today, and they're not really teaching anything that's as accurate or remotely interesting as it could be if they could take the binary system into account. It would completely change science, and I'm hoping they actually get on board with this, because it will completely change science, including space travel and interdimensional space travel and going through wormholes and things like that. And it's all right there. They just have to look at it differently. They have to realize, as above, so below. What works in the countertop also works in astrophysics. And Einstein did not have that. It does. To me, it's quite
so
simple.
Flawless, and it's so perfect, and every piece fits together so. It's just incredible.
Hofman,
sometimes
1978.
I find myself just It's just it's an
I'll take that Nobel Prize.
undescribable
Thank you.
thing to, think about.
Well, and I use this statement all the time, and I probably overuse it. Had I been wrong in 1978, when I turned in my class term paper for the second semester of junior year advanced chemistry class at Loyola High School, I didn't see much other than this just fit, so I wrote the paper. And if they would have never come and told me I couldn't tell anyone, I'd have never gave it another thought. That would have been long ago history. But sure, come slap me on with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. They wouldn't bother you if I was wrong. It's that simple, and it just blows me away to this day, and I say this over and over again. Why would they come and tell me I couldn't tell anybody if I was wrong?
They wouldn't have. There's no reason.
Yeah, you don't upend a 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid from Montana's life for being wrong. They wouldn't even hear about it. So no, they go and intimidate my teachers and slap me into I'm sure that they got stuck with a non-disclosure as well, because they refused to talk to me ever again. And I was supposed to go away and work for the government, and I didn't. I went away for a period of time, but that's all really screwy as well. God, I love that drawing. I would really like anybody out there that would like to debate this is, how can Sam draw these drawings ahead of time?
Right? I mean, this happened the day after you drew that extra
I see it.
monthly drawing for July, and it happened right the day after you posted
Right.
it. I never had seen it that big before. It was just, this morning was incredible. I thought, how is that possible? He drew this drawing, and within less than 24 hours, this yellow moon shows up, and it just is like, it's just mind blowing. So if you're new to this,
and that's the thing. I just see it in my head.
Yeah, just follow the.
And I'm not coming in here with pen and paper and turning the computer on and drawing, copying what I see off of a photograph.
Right.
No, I sit in the living room and I don't even turn the computer on. I'm in a completely different room, and I sit in front of my table looking out my window to the north sky and going, oh, hi, the deer, and there's the birds, and my neighbor's, small ranch and across the street, and I draw what I see in my head. And to this day, the accuracy it still blows me away, because there's little wisps of cloud nuances that I just draw as extra, to embellish the drawing, and then it matches. And
it's not just like,
wow.
oh, that's nice, it matches. No, the details, multiple details in Sam's drawing always match what is being shown in the submissions from group members. It's awesome.
Even years later.
Right. That's what I was going to say
years
next.
later.
The Texas cube drawing of Attu's moon and the Texas cube you had drawn in 2020, and then there it is in March of 2024. It's like,
we're still seeing it.
I haven't met Sam personally face to face. How is this possible? He drew this drawing in 2020, and then the exact same thing that he drew is in the sky 4 years later. I can't argue with this.
I just want to say hi to Yvonne. Thank you. It's much love to you too. From Oklahoma. I'm like right in the middle of the United States.
So, do I believe them or my lying eyes? Right. I love that statement.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's humorously hilarious. It's hilarious. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. We've been watching this for so long now, and all the rest of the garbage out there is garbage. Everything everybody else is saying and doing out there is garbage, because we are, look, yeah, right there. Freeze this.
Oh, hang on. Wait. Let me go back. It's too far.
It boils right down to we have never in our entire lives ever seen skies like this.
No.
Ever. Not in
don't
my,
let
and
your
I,
subconscious
I'm
tell you any
62 years
differently.
old.
You know?
And
yeah.
these are objects that are traveling in space right next to Earth, and they are huge. And okay, right there.
Yeah.
You guys, this is real.
There's
It's
no filter
happening.
there.
We've
There's
proven
no
this
filter
for
in the picture.
14 years. This isn't colorized in any way. This is really happening. And I have seen it so long, for so many years now, that I can sit down at the table and draw it. Yes, I do have skills in seeing in my mind, and yes, I am an artist, and I painted all my life. I'm Dutch. We do that. You should see what Shiloh's doing. She's such a good cartoonist now. Anyway, she's doing better animes than anime. Anyway,
cool.
The important part of this whole roundabout conversation is we have to take this as a gift. It's the truth. It's developed science. It is citizen science. It is accurate. We have proven it for 14 years, well past the doctorate stage. You people have to listen to this information. You would be silly if you don't. It is that accurate. And we've never seen this in our skies in our entire lives. And tell me, when was the last time, 10 years ago, that any of our weather was anything like it is around the world right now? You add all of this crap together, we have a serious, drastic change in everything that we know. We have to learn differently. We have to change now while we still can. And they, even the movies say, only at the edge of destruction does man ever learn.
Right.
And so we have to be ahead on that curve. Hello, Carol Ann.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hey.
She's been listening.
Out doing.
She's been.
I wonder if they're out antiquing or something, driving around and come back to town, come back to the house late.
She's been working on building
Brought
a small
to you by
shed
Ricola
in her backyard. She's been a busy lady the last few
I thought
weeks.
you'd be
Did you
doing
know
that
that,
by
Sam?
now.
Her and her husband.
Yes,
just
I
the
knew
two
that.
of them
I
are
did know.
building a shed. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm impressed. It looks
Excellent.
like completely professional.
Well, you
You
should
would
have
never
seen how long it took me to
know.
redo my front porch.
Yeah,
I had to replace my front porch a couple of years ago.
I could
Remember?
have a business. I doubt
Yeah.
she wants to do this full time,
We had
but she could.
our house has been hit 3 times with 3 major storms and 1 fire.
Gosh, I can't imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you've been spared multiple
when you're on
times.
you should try fixing a roof when you're on a fixed income. I have to resurface my whole roof. I do not have the money for it. I have to find out how much it's going to cost first. But yeah, I have to recover my whole roof now. We've had so much damage that I have to fix my roof again. It's horrible, and it's scary because these winds. We had a storm last night. Sustained 50-mile-an-hour winds.
Wow.
And then gusts to 70, 75, 80, where the pine trees, the great the tamaracks and the Doug firs are bending. These are pine trees, and they don't do that. And I mean, when you went outside this morning, it smelled like carrots because the leaves were chopped up like miniature vegetables, and you could smell it. My car was pasted with microscopic leaves. They've just been ripped and torn and shredded, and there's branches everywhere in my yard today, and I did not clean them up because I had a show to do, and I had to go to the store, and so that's what I did today.
And it's like, when did 50-mile-an-hour winds become the bare minimum?
Right. And they used to call high winds 30, 35 miles an hour. That was high winds.
I mean, every time
we had a high wind warning.
There's a storm in your
and
area,
what we threw on the
it's
radar was
45,
insane.
50-mile-an-hour winds. It's crazy.
If you have the ability to look up Next Red Radar and go back in time, look up yesterday what went over the top of Montana. Wow. And it was just this lonely, small thing on the radar, the half the size of our state, but it went over the top of us and it was insane. It was my kids came out of their room because they didn't want to stay in that end of the house anymore because they're afraid the trees are going to fall on them. So it was that bad. You ready? It's going to come to a town near you. It really is. It's everywhere. Europe, Asia, Japan, South Korea, Philippines, all the volcanoes. By the way, was it Mount Adams? There's been a series of earthquakes this morning and yesterday in LA, and then off of San Francisco at the bottom of the Juan de Puco. A lot of quakes. I believe it's Mount Adams in Washington State that has had a number of earthquakes, and they're low-level ones, but they do fit the criteria of a pre-eruption thing. And I've been expecting that for many years, that we're going to get a live volcano in the Pacific Northwest. I believed it was going to be in Idaho State. I still do. In the middle of the Idaho State, and that's where we had the 6.5 like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now. But we're still getting aftershocks. It's still going. It's still active. Rainier is active. Mount McKinley is active. Lots of stuff. Do check the Pacific Northwest volcanoes. They are busy. Remember, there's a couple of them offshore underwater off the coast of British Columbia and off the coast of Oregon. Active volcanic venting volcanoes undersea. And those plates are moving, and we're due. And then, of course, the fault lines in California have been quite active, and they've been mildly active, but active. Running all the way from the Sea of Cortez and up all the way up through the numerous tectonic plates, including Malibu. And been very interesting to keep watching those. Oh, excuse me, dry throat. Yeah, a lot of shit happening. And then, like I said earlier, we've got all of these planetary bodies, and there's a new alignment of our normal planets. And we're going to be seeing Jupiter and Saturn up close on the other side of the sun from us, but they're in the box. It's called a box alignment. You can look that up. Do look that up. Normal planets. And then again, whatever's going to happen with the sun here, holy crap, if we get any more X-class flares, woohoo, look out, folks. We don't want a Carrington event. It's very possible still. We're concerned about where the direction of that passing, separating second larger star is, and how hot we're going to get, or if we're going to. I mean, we could even be hotter next summer, which would be catastrophic.
I mean, if that's the case, I need to start digging a hole now.
Yeah, and look at Cappadocia, modern day Turkey. Those people lived underground for a reason. You don't dig 35, 50, 1,000 miles worth of tunnels unless you have to.
Wow.
So we need to look at back in that age.
50,000 miles.
There are supposedly tunnels that run from England all the way to Turkey.
Wow.
Underground.
Wow.
Vast cities that'll hold 30 and 40,000 people, including animals and livestock and water and air circulation and all of it, including rolling stones that, we can't move to this day that are so big they lock the doors from inside. I mean, it's just unbelievable craftsmanship. You're not going to get 12 guys together to dig a bunker and do that. We're talking thousands of man hours from thousands of workers.
And the tunnels, they go down
cities.
like 15, 20 levels, and they've got ventilation shafts.
Unbelievable.
These things are like an engineering.
They got water storage. They've got housing. They've got it's amazing. It's amazing. And they're dating them, and they say, well, it's because the Christians were hiding from the Romans. I'm going, no, because they even believe a lot of those were dug way earlier. And then, of course, we're talking other races are around as well, where they have quite a few underground facilities that they have uncovered recently that are so far beyond technology that we cannot attribute it to being designed by mankind.
Right.
And we know that there are other races that live in dark spaces here on the planet. There's a lot of empty space in what do you call that? Eastern Russia. There's just in Siberia all the way to Kamchatka, there's nobody living out there. And there's nobody living here and nobody living there, and nobody, South America, Montana, Idaho, there's Canada. There's lots of places that we never go. And so lots of creatures out there, and we could talk about cryptids or Bigfoot or any of that shit, and then, or even the Leviathan. More pictures of the Leviathan have popped up again. And you look at them going, well, how credible is that? Is it real? We can't tell. But, I'm sure we don't even know the ocean. So sure, there's shit we haven't discovered ever. I love these comparison layovers. Gosh, how did he do that? Because what we see, I draw what we see. And I just, over the years, I know what's happening and I draw it for you guys. And that's why we are the Citizen Science Project through Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
I keep thinking it's over. I think that's it. Yeah, that really is this time. Okay. Thank you, Christopher. That was so good.
Well, I'm glad you put that image from the space launch in there, because I think I sent it to you, Sam, but I don't know if you saw it yet or not, but I just couldn't believe that.
No, I hadn't seen it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
very cool.
I mean, clever find.
Sometimes.
Because most people would not.
I've seen the one image or the one footage you guys have of the asteroids in space, but I haven't really seen much of anything else. And people are asking me
used
that.
To watch,
do you have footage? No, we don't.
I used to run ISS space camera in the corner of my screen for years. And then it got to the point where every time anything interesting started happening, they'd cut the feed.
Wow.
And then after the Bumblebee story, did you ever hear about the Bumblebee on the ISS array?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Well, they're filming, they're showing an ISS live feed, quote unquote. And up comes this Bumblebee and lands on one of the solar arrays. There's a Bumblebee landing on the array. So, and it's being filmed. So that Bumblebee is not in space. It's on a mock stage in a sound booth where they've got a huge giant screen TV with a mock ISS that they're filming off of and showing old videos from previous. You couldn't tell if that video was filmed in 2008 or 2010 or 2016 or 2024. You would just automatically assume it's film footage of what's actually going on live.
And that's why I
we
waited
see
to
this
post that
bee
video.
land.
I didn't know. It
That was not. It was not a visual anomaly because it would have moved.
Right.
Yeah, that was not a lens flare anomaly. That was a light pinch with a planet on either, and it matches. Now, like I said, if the asteroids would have been on the right-hand side, I'd say, well, it's a light anomaly. But no, the asteroids are exactly where we know Uri is. And the puffy clouded weird smaller thing on the right-hand side, which fits Saturn's yellow moon perfectly to a T. And the light pinch and the small separation between the two. Ta-da! And then the clarity of the sun and its shaft refraction. It all fit. And we break all of that down.
Very cool.
Because if it's wrong, your eye will tell you something's wrong with it. And we automatically accept it, and we go, oh, we didn't even notice it at first. And then I went, wait a minute. And then I started looking closer at that rather than the ship that was leaving.
Right.
I stopped paying attention to whatever they were sending out there and just started looking at the sun and went, oh, wait a minute. There's a light pinch between two passing planets. Without a doubt, 100% sure. Because it matches all the information that we currently have. Size, location, which side of the sun, right?
I'm a fan. Sorry. I just had to agree with Carol Ann real quick.
Yep. Excellent.
Yep. I just now saw it. I know yeah. What else? What else?
Christopher has added
Cryptids.
a
I've
very
never
new,
seen a
new
cryptid.
collective
I don't
opinion.
want to. Yeah. Sabrina,
You can go
hi.
to YouTube. If you guys are into that sort of thing, I would recommend Slapped Ham. He's very good. Just type in Slapped Ham on YouTube, and you will get all kinds of that genre. He's about #1 out there. I haven't drawn by you. What are there images or pictures online that
anybody
weren't
else?
drawn by you? Well, yeah, there's images galore of the planets. As far as, well, now James started making, when I had a co-admin, a guy that was helping me with the Understanding the Sky series, before he canceled and made them all go bye-bye. The ones that you see today are my copies that didn't have the extra production that was put into the other one. He made all of that series, and there was like 30 of those videos, and he made them all vanish over a Tissy fit. But no, James made some digital drawings, but no, generically all the pictures out there are from me. I'd love to see anybody else get on board with the facts. Now, we see lots of people with lots of, misinformation shit every other day, and lots of people that are wrong, or sadly misinformed, or uninformed, or underinformed, and running off of the stuff they learned on the internet that is wrong. And I watched a lot of people try to connect to the information, and then they go off. And I like that one thing where they add to the brown dwarf, with all of that typing crazy people shit went off, where somebody was trying to discredit me by putting out false information and using my profile picture. And I kept seeing that shit going, I didn't type that. And then come to find out somebody was running a fake thing of me and insulting some people, I might add. I heard some stories. There's no telling what that other person did. But anyway, a little sip off the Coke there. Yeah, Slapped Ham is a good video.
Oh yeah, that's sorry, I totally forgot what I was getting ready to say.
I watch a lot of paranormal stuff too.
I hate that when that happens.
We were talking about
Like right
cryptids
there.
and Bigfoot.
Yeah.
I have an older friend that wrote a series of books on Bigfoot. We haven't touched base with it, and I told him about the Nibiru system, and he's never talked back to me. And he has a book out on Bigfoot. So, I believe in Bigfoot. I believe that there's probably many creatures out there, including the Yeti, that are living out there. And we've seen a lot of videos over the last few years of the giant doors that are closing. And I don't know if those are mock-ups or or photoshopped or what, or AI generated. Now we can even include. So, yeah, there's a lot of shit, because I fully know about ghosts and I fully know about ET. So those are real. So you bet there's a lot of shit we don't. And, it's like, I do believe in fairies. Because there's even been a whole bunch of that shit over the generations where they've had these microscopic skeletons with wings and shit like that look too real that you couldn't argue with, and giants and all of that. And just like we know that there's been people born with many freakish attributes throughout, like Elephant Man, for example. That was a disease. But anyway, there's all kinds of shit out there that we don't know, and we have to be careful what we do believe in. But take everything with a grain of salt and then work off of logic and not emotion. If you fear something, it's not right. If you are scientifically intrigued, go for it. Look it up. That's how we learn. And you have to chase it. You can't just accept, Billy's. My friend Billy said they're eating the dogs and cats. That doesn't get you anywhere.
No.
My friend's cousin, sister's brother's nephew's niece said so. Oh, okay, then it's real because I read it on the internet.
Yeah, I've gotten better at not just believing anything I hear. And I try to, people in the comment sections, I'll try to say something to that matter. It's like, you can't just jump on board just because you hear a video, I see it on YouTube or what. People are real bad about that. To see anybody, and they don't know who a person is and what their motives might be and who they're associated with and what the bigger agenda is. And anyway, I don't know if you can stop this.
Yeah, you have to look things up. No.
People are.
Before I even do a video on YouTube, before I actually watch any video, I look who put it out. Do I want to give this person a view count from me? Do I want to give them a like? Do I want to give them a thumbs up? And if this is so-and-so that's rebroadcasting NBC, ABC News, whatever, and then just trying to get, money off of YouTube, then I don't watch that. Now, if MSNBC puts out a news broadcast, well, I'll watch it. But if it was put out by Billy Zhang in Indonesia or whomever, it's hypothetical. That wasn't a real person. Right. But if it's put out by so-and-so, be discerning what you're going to view, who you're going to give your view count to, and then hopefully they're a credible source of information and not QAnon or, oh my God, don't even get me started on those guys. You have to ask yourself, why are they doing this? Why are they putting this information out?
Yeah.
And, we are so invested in time in this level of science. We're so far into the back 48 acres, hell, we're 1,000 acres in on this back Montana ranch here where the cattle are and the buffalo and the antelope and the elk and you name it, and the foxes and the wolves and anyway, mountain lions. We got lots of mountain lions. Anyway, I'm pulling a ramble on purpose as a joke. But we are so far on the back 1,000 acres that we do this because it's proven information. We're not doing this to be, hey, it's a current, real cool topic. Let's talk about it today. No, this is what we do, and we do it best. We are number one. Because you guys have a right to know.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Who you gonna call Ghostbusters? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Wow. And we are at 5 hours, 11 minutes, and
I feel like people who find us are, not really lucky, but they're fortunate, that they cross paths with, because you can't just go find this anywhere. You can't just go get the book or whatever. It's honestly just just a matter of crossing paths with us, like Christopher and I, how we found each other on TikTok.
Right. And hopefully you're asking questions already, Hopefully by the time you meet Rebecca or you come across her group or Sam's group, you're already asking questions. Well, why does the sky look different?
This is the last thing people are going to even consider. They're not going to think first thing about planets. No. So, yeah.
And I
can't even imagine not knowing that they're there, and not seeing them, and not watching these events, which are so. The rainbow alone that we're seeing, the rainbow effects from the passing planets alone is cosmic. And once you realize where and how and why they are occurring, it's even more cosmic. And then, God, we're still to this day, recently, we're getting the best planetary shots, with the minor exception that the planets are so massively big, it's hard to actually see them independently, like years ago when they were way smaller. And if you are on my friend list, I encourage you to go to my personal page on Facebook. And it's one of my older drawings way back in 2015, 18, whatever, that are, it's pretty much open to my friends. And they're so much bigger now than they ever used to be. And it's a completely different ball game. And oh my God. And every day, every week, every month, it just gets cooler. With the minor exception of how big and how hard it is to tell what we're really looking at. And, on one hand, we got to look at that. It's like, because of the challenge, it's even cooler because it is more of a challenge. And, if it was easy, we'd probably maybe we'd be bored by now. But, and we're seeing the, first close pass of a Saturn Magellan moon. We've never, ever seen this before. So this is all brand new territory in that department. And that's going on the right-hand side of the sun. And every day is a new, really cool event. And it's constant. we're seeing a Saturn yellow moon far more prevalent than any of the other planets right now currently. And the last couple of years, it was Nepacity we were seeing all the time. And prior to that was purple Attu. We spent years staring at Attu and Attu's moon, where we had all these purple skies forever, which is like the picture that we're looking at here. We got purple above, and that is a direct purple coming from Attu purple. But the orange and the yellow are coming from Saru and its Saturn. That's why we have a nuance that we didn't ever have before. It's light angle. The light is refracting off of these planets and filling our evening sunset. That's the overall sky color out there, and we're not being bombarded by direct sunlight, so we're able to see better, cooler, more beautiful sunsets. And you've never seen these colors in your entire life before. All you have to do is go watch some old Western, Joe Kidd in the 70s with Clint Eastwood, whatever. You've never seen these skies until now, and it's just unbelievable. There again, look where that is. The sun is to the right. There's this Saturn yellow moon, the ion tail going out around her. August, 2 months ago. Just smaller it was back then, Christopher.
Yeah.
And the long box cube is in that as well. Dead center in the middle of the second cloud. And the side orb is in the middle line. You can see the straight line in front of it. Remember, I'm looking on this at a 40-inch screen. Yep, over and over and over and over again, time after time after time. Got anything else?
If it's any closer, we're not going to be able to get pictures of it. Sam isn't going to be able to fit it on the paper.
Oh, I think we're going to see
yellow moon.
You forget that. Remember when Attu's moon was really close for very long? It was so unbelievably bubbly. Now we're going to see unbelievably bubbly again, but they're going to be unbelievably flame-like bubblies.
Oh, can't wait.
Because the Saturn's yellow moon has very flame-like clouds. Oh, look at that. 9th month, 30th day. Do you see that big blue circular planet right there? Or actually, that's a moon. That's the Saturn's yellow moon. It's very blue, but that's what it is. Because we're seeing blue because we're seeing the shadowy side of it. This is, oh boy, this is the bottom of Nepacity.
Wow.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I've not seen Nepacity curve
with Attu
that
much.
much. Like maybe.
Well, there's other stuff in the mix here on the bottom. Yeah, you've got Attu's moon on the left-hand side of this. Remember, Nepacity has now moved to the right-hand side south, where Attu and Attu's moon are above us, as well as Nepacity is above us now. And so they mix into each other, and they cause an effect of the outview.
What's making that curve?
You'll notice in the upper left bottom segment, there's a white wash in the middle of the sunlight here. So there's asteroids and all sorts. There's 2 planets in this shot. Probably the Attu's moon and Nepacity.
Yeah.
Mixed in our out view.
Nice. I know.
Because it's dead center over the sun.
Would work for that. I'm gonna see if I have it quick.
Yeah, a cat scratching at the door behind me here. 1 second.
Oh. Those cats, they're so demanding. They really are. Like, they'll come and get you. Like, hey, lady. I need your hand. Well, I don't have the drawing I was going to get. Darn it. But I'm going to make that into a comparison because it's so good. Sam has a drawing where it's just like that. It's Attu's moon, Attu and Nepacity, right above the sun, all lined up. I'll try to get it.
Right.
So y'all can see it. But there's that one too. And then
the clouds don't do that. They don't.
Yeah, the cat was telling me it was her dinner time.
Look at that.
That's awesome.
You see this one, Sam? This is from Faith.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that
there's green.
Nepacity?
Yeah, Nepesity with Attu and Attu's moon on the left, and Nepesity dead center. And believe it or not, there is lead asteroid is in the middle right. It's very big, right in our faces. And that orange, yellow in the background is the bottom edge of Saru. That's why there's that bright orange again. That's shining on the bottom because it is past sunset.
Right.
The yellowish illumination on the lower right horizon is the open side edge core of Saru.
Wow.
That's repeating, and you're going to start seeing more of that repeating yellow base core, the very thick, very bright. Because I know the pattern of the angle. It's sort of like walking up on one of those blow up big swimming pools with a big pillow top, but you reverse it and flip it upside down. Saru has this very thick bottom angle base cloud that's massive, and it's very bright and it's very orange and yellow all the time.
Oh, strange looking sun.
Yeah, well, there's normal atmospheric conditions. There's something in the way, or sea trails, or actually asteroid crossing in front of it, or just normal clouds. It's hard. It's a cool picture, but there's nothing we can't, with the phone lines and all that. We can't do much with this. It's a cool picture.
Yeah.
Now the thing above it is rather
actually, as I say, right above is cool too. That's got to be an Nepesity in there, and
it looks
Saru.
like the red asteroid in the. Yeah, it's the red asteroid is directly above the sun, and to the left and above is the spiral asteroid.
Neat. So I bet you it's asteroids crossing the
Same
sun
shape,
that's making those
regular
lines go.
Very.
Because look at all the
large
action
asteroid.
right above.
Uri is over the top. Uri's rising, and it is actually getting smaller.
Okay.
And it is over the top of us more, and I'm going to have to include that in the drawing.
Got my book.
Uri and Nepesity have both risen up higher, while Saturn's yellow moon and Saturn is lower on our right, and Attu is more beyond us and probably not even includable in this month's drawing, if I was smart. Because it's beyond us in the daytime. It's being facially illuminated. That is cool. Wow. I don't even know how to attribute that other than dead center blue in the middle between the two tails is planet is Saturn. And this is the split tail as the yellow moon is going away from us. That is an intense shot.
I would love to see that.
There's nothing, we don't have anything that can manufacture that in the sky that big. That is a very large cutting through of the stellar. That's insane.
Wow.
The winged planet. Okay, the light is coming from behind us. This is Attu's moon and the red asteroid. And a ship or two. And the cube is dead center in the middle. You see part of the face of the cube in that X pattern. That is light shining under the bottom of Nepesity. Notice the color difference, variation between the blue and the orange. It shows you've got two completely different sky patterns going on here. And that blue is the dark area behind the planet Nepesity, which is directly over the top of Earth. And everything else is at the horizon in the orange and yellow is the normal sky. But the illumination just below off in the distance of the horizon of orange is the base cloud of planet Saru. And like I said, seems probably a little bit older. I don't know if this is a current picture or not, but we're going to see more and more and more of that orange, very intense base core of Saru as the month goes by into the winter, because she's coming towards us as Nibiru is going beyond us now. I mean, I almost feel sad we're not going to see that much of Nibiru unless we actually look for it. And you have to be cognizant of that. It comes up first thing in the morning, and it'll be due south, which is weird. Or is it? God, Earth to brain.
I see it at sunset, and at sunset it is in the northeast.
The north side. Right, in the northeast.
Northeast.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's big. And that's where it is at sunset. When you're looking west, it's behind our right shoulder at sunset. And I can't even tell you where it is at dawn. It just argues with my brain that it's doing that.
Yeah.
And I have noticed that Saru is
southwest.
Oddly,
probably.
Would be
Actually, it is
midday. Saru is in the southeast midday, and come sunset, Saru will be in the southwest, off in the distance behind Uri. It's mind-boggling.
Can you describe the Nibiru base cloud for everybody?
Yep, I have pictures of it too. Let me pull those up.
The fingers are much wider apart.
Right.
And it has a bubbly base
I've got it
cloud.
a few times.
Kind of like Uri, but not, and kind of like Atu, but not. It has this cumulus nimbus cloud, base cloud, but then it has the large fingers like a hand holding the bottom of the planet.
Right.
Where Nepacity has this segmented, repetitive, different, more closely fingered base cloud, and it's small, whereas Nibiru's is much spread out farther. This is the bottom of Uri, and those asteroids you're looking at right there that's the tan asteroid, and Irene, which is the second one in the dead center in the middle. Tan asteroid is to the left, just above the road sign on the left. And then red asteroid is above the light pole and above the sun on the right, just behind the telephone line. And that is the bottom, I believe, of Atu. I'm guessing. Yeah, Atu's moon. Yeah. Overhead at sunset in the south by southwest sky, yet overhead. It's getting confusing. It's just every time I figure it out, it changes.
Look at it. It's dark and it's round and it's curved and it's there.
Yeah. And the asteroid
over and over again.
And I assure you,
we
the
know those
Texas cube is back there in that thing too. The Texas cube is in the dark upper middle of this picture. It's in there. I promise you. You can't see it well, but it's in there.
Yeah.
You know the Texas cube hides in behind all that stuff right there. This is a light pinch between two planets. There's a planet on the left and a planet on the right. This is also matching your space shot there, Christopher.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That video.
Right.
This is the light shining between two planets. And the sides are being partially illuminated. And the shaft light is it breaking between planets. That's why it is a shaft light. Otherwise, it would be just a circle.
Maybe I have your drawing for
Because it's
that one.
focaling and being crammed together in a beam of light between the two planets. And you can tell. God, we've been watching for like the last year how the light is wrong. God, we've been watching it on live cams. Remember the earlier shows we were doing Nebraska live cams and stuff from Nicole and all of this, and you could tell that the light was wrong because the angle of light as the day progressed in the time lapse videos alone, you could tell how the light was wrong. It was coming from over here, but not over there. It was dark over there, but light here and dark over there, and it was just insane. We've been watching it for a couple of years now. The light is wrong, and people should be noticing that, and you should be paying attention. And if you're looking out the window and God, it looks weird outside, go outside and look. Do not directly stare at the sun. Put your hand up. But look around. If you think something's wrong, it probably is.
That is kind of like this on just one side, and then there's a planet on the other side too. But just like
I have a
right?
drawing for that. Oh,
I know.
I don't
I
know
was
if I've
trying
ever
to
sent
find
you
that
that.
one. I don't have it on here, and
I can grab it really fast if you want to wait that long. But
or I could too.
I know pretty much where it is. I just got to go to Facebook and bring up your profile, which is still there. I just have to wait for Facebook to
So
open.
much. I used to do that. I used to run to Facebook, and I would get it, and so much of what I posted is now gone. So it's weird.
A big tool.
Yeah.
A regular tool.
Anyway.
Becomes missed.
Uh-huh.
We in the early years we had so many satellite links and science stuff this and science stuff that we used to use regularly, and it's all been taken away from us. I sent you. It's still pending, but I have sent it to you.
It's a race. Oh shoot!
Dun 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 dun. Dun. Sent. You have it.
All right, let me save it to my.
And come back to StreamYard. Oh.
Yeah. All right. Almost got it. Then that suspense, people can move on.
Egg is asking, how do y'all highlight each other's names in the chat? I have no idea. I think Rebecca has that from admin control, but other than that,
I would write to you guys in the chat that for some reason the guest app for StreamYard doesn't let me do it.
What are you? I'm not
yeah,
sure.
StreamYard won't even
she's
let me
talking
sign
about.
in.
That's why I don't talk to anybody during the show, because
What's highlighted?
Yeah. My email doesn't exist to StreamYard either. It's one of those. I'm blocked. I must have a flag on because nobody will recognize my email address and they won't let me in. No YouTube, no Skype, no
You
nothing.
got to get you an encrypted email service.
Well, I have one on that laptop that I was given, but every time I turned it on, it crashed my system. I do have other emails, but my problem is I don't dare try to re-sign up for Facebook and I have to go through what Rebecca just had to go through until it happens, and then we'll go from there. But I couldn't imagine losing my Facebook right now. Knock on wood. Oh my God, it would be horrible because that's our main source of information. And people go, well, why don't you leave Facebook? Leave that platform, go somewhere else. And I'm going, no, because that's where our members from around the world are. This is our central, easy, quick, real-time posting spot where we can all talk to each other with a level of ease and production, and do PMing and all of this, and jump here from there to there to here. And with the loss of Facebook, it would be horrible. I could barely function without Facebook. I have to have my submissions from people around the world because that's how we do what we do, is from what everybody sends us. And every day I go through all of this and I talk to people around the world on different sites all day long. And not all day long. I mean, there have been periods of time where I only spend a few hours on time, and then there's periods of time where I spend all day there. And it just depends on what's going. And, everybody always pretty much posts the same things. They're all catching the same sightings around the world, and it gets easier because I just send the same picture to 8 different people every day, Yeah, you captured this. Yeah, you captured this. Yeah, and it's all the same because everybody is capturing real things that are really happening. So they're all the same. And I pretty much just answer as many people as I can get to every day. And I don't know how we do it any other way than what we're doing it. But then, necessity is the mother of invention. So if something happened, I'd probably learn a new way. But even if I had to do, a monthly hand-typed letter, which would be silly, but that you'd pay for.
Right.
Yeah. You can have a membership for $20 a month, That is awesome. I I have no idea what the hell this is.
Wow.
This is absolutely insane photograph.
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm looking at here. This does not meet any of the normal criteria whatsoever. Oh, wait a minute. Just dawned on me. I had to ask myself, what do we know that turns? Which asteroid turns, Christopher?
Spiral.
The spiral asteroid. Spiral asteroid is the only one that turns because it's small. And when Atu rotates, it goes along with Atu. So this is sunset. Wow. And okay, there are two of them too, because remember, now that spiral asteroid has gotten larger, we're starting to see her companion, which is why it spirals, because it's actually two concentrically orbiting, rotating asteroids that usually go straight across the sky at low off horizon. So look how low to the actual horizon this is. And the only asteroid, I've never seen a bank turn like this. I would believe it.
Also, look at the blue.
It could be either that or, either that or it's a goldfish in the goldfish bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be Atu, and Atu's one on the left, and on the right would be Nepacity, because there's a green tone to the blue on the right. Yeah.
And then that little sliver
bank
is our
turning
sky.
spiral asteroid, and her co-spiral, which is in a weird, wow, that's close and very huge. Plus, we're looking at horizontal moisture rising off of the Earth. So this is in an area probably a very moist, like Scotland or England or someplace that's been recently flooded, because look at that moisture rising off the ground. That's the normal sky. Everything above that is planet. God, that's an absolutely unbelievable shot. I've never seen anything bank turn that hard. That's like something swimming. It's like a freaking goldfish swimming in our upper atmosphere. And I'm sitting here going, what do I know that does a bank turn? The spiral asteroid. And we have seen it. I've never seen it bank this hard. I think he was asking you. Were you asking Rebecca that question?
Yeah,
what was it?
Did a member send this in, or did you find it on like another cloud group? Or
I'm pretty sure this is what was in my Google Photos. Like I'd saved it from a previous time. I don't think it's current, but
it's
okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can clarify.
Good.
Let me see if I can find it. Yeah.
I would say August. I would say August or July. That's insane.
Right.
Because, oh, by the way, normal clouds don't do that either.
Right.
That is awesome.
If I saw something like that,
like
in
a
the
goldfish
sky, there
swimming
would
in a
probably
goldfish
be
bowl.
about 400 or 500 pictures of it in my phone.
You
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robert
Yes.
J. This is the year of the dragon. We know that the asteroids do behave and do visually look like the dragon. We know that in some races and some cultures, and it's been documented in many races and many cultures throughout many time periods. And we know it as wormwood. We know it as possibly, let's see, in the gods of Egypt, it was considered Apophis. We know that there's a behavior to these asteroids, which is sometimes extra-worldly.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen some crazy shit going on in the upper back atmosphere. That's stuff that could literally be called from the occult. But anyway, so we saw a lot of crazy shit over the years. And David says, I'm dubious. Huh. Well, we're... Hey, I hate to speculate, but I'm pretty sure when I'll work through it. And if I'm wrong, I'll say so. This is awesome. This is very long box QB on the left, on the right. God, I'm backwards today. Keep saying left when I mean right. That would be that X9 screwing up our brains.
I was doing earlier. I think
there's
this is
a lot here.
from Robert in New Zealand. I think.
Okay, well, we have both cubes in this shot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, remember,
Okay.
you've
I
got
may
the
get
drawing.
the drawing.
Yep,
Yeah,
the
I do.
drawing.
I'll get it.
Wow.
Let's
That is
get
so
it.
cool.
Uh-huh. It's like I already know. Bear with me. I'm flipping through the pictures. I could
Yeah,
think of
they're
so
both
many
there.
ways to offer StreamYard's advice, but okay, here it is.
Humans, Earthlings.
Hello.
We have visitors. I've been screaming this. Nobody's going to comment
yeah,
on
that's
this
perfect.
YouTube video again, like they did in the last week or the week before when I asked, do you see the cubes? People, these are extraterrestrials, intergalactic cubes. There are creatures, beings, people on those ships.
Perfect.
Technical. There you go. Yeah. The Texas cube is in the middle, dead center. And then the long box cube is above the sun, above the pine tree. And you can see the pathways because they move. And they leave clouds behind them in space because when the sun shines on them, they get warm and then they bleed off ionization, melted moisture, space clouds. You have to remember there are space clouds. And that's... See, how many smaller craft can we see? And look at those eddies. God, the air eddies from the long box cube on the right-hand side alone are just awesome. Just dragging through the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
Is that another cube?
Cubey.
Under Atsu's moon?
Cubey. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I got a drawing for that. Here it is. Come on. Okay, look at this. That's it.
Still scrolling on
right?
for me yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now I see it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at that. It's so right.
It's up
this.
there, you guys. I don't know any other way to tell you that they are up there, and there are other races on those driving those craft. It is a intergalactic thing that came through a freaking wormhole. This one, for example, came through in mid-year 2015, and we started first seeing the long box cube in 2017. Now, the Empire Orb or Norway Spiral Orb arrived in 2009 before the planets. They were the early dun 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 dun. Okay, the Empire is showing up saying, "You must give in to the Force," and telling we expect our tribute of the gods. Bottom of necessity, or is it? Yes, it is. Yeah, this is necessity overhead. Very close. In the southerly.
See that?
Okay, the sun is midday. The sun is behind us to the left. This is past Earth, over the top of us, necessity. And that's her core cloud. Developing the snorkel because of how close she is. Okay, that one.
That's so nice,
Boy, this is a
Egg.
tough one.
What a compliment. You're so
October
good,
3rd.
Rebecca, Sam, and Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is from
Yeah, look at
Nicole
that
in
curve.
Colorado. Thank you.
Ooh. All the way across the sky. Just big curve, big.
Yeah, that would be how large Saturn is now.
Yes.
Very big. And the Saturn's yellow moon is in the upper right corner.
Okay.
Lead asteroid is farther up than normal from her point of view, where she is in Colorado. It's between the pine trees, straight up on the right hand side. You see that darker round circle with the two stripes, and that's where the lead asteroid is, that angle. And then on the left is the spiral asteroid. The red asteroid is dead center, that circular cloud with the little sister in front, and then the spiral asteroid is going down at a 45 from the left-hand corner to the middle, right next to the red asteroid. And above that is Attu and Attu's moon. With the yellow, note the yellow illumination to the top half of the sun being cut off by Saru in the back distance. And Uri is probably farther to the left and to the north. 5:45 p.m. Oh, correction. This is in the evening. So, yeah, Uri will be... wow. Uri will be to the left, more left. Weird. Higher up. Or maybe we're looking at Uri and I don't know it. With Attu over the top of us. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, definitely see the lead asteroid is definitely up in the right-hand upper right top of the picture. Cool. You can even see how dark the back surface of it is. So you see partial surface and partially encased in clouds.
Carol Ann is asking a question about the Texas Cube. Is it?
No, the Texas Cube, I believe that to be Federation craft, which is a group of many multi-races that have a different agenda than the Pleiadians.
Okay.
Remember, it's not good or evil, it's a factional agenda.
So the Pleiadians
yeah, we have
are
multiple
part of the
races
Federation,
here.
or- No.
I believe they're above the Federation as far
Okay.
as tech level and entity level, demigodhood or whatever. I think their Pleiadians are much higher than the Federation. The Federation, I believe, is local ownership of our part of the solar system, galaxy, whatever. It's a local, sort of like Jabba the Hutt versus the Jabba the Hutt had the smugglers faction on their part of the their part of the galaxy or whatever. Well, so the Federation is a group of multi races that have gained together to have a level of control in our area of space, because there's a bug war going on in space right now as well. And the bugs, they just travel from planet to planet and use up the resources and kill it and then move on. And that's been going on for a millennium. That's what I know. I don't know the details, but I know that that's the story. As I whistle as I speak. Getting the old dry tongue here from Goku full of mouth. Nom, 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 nom.
Is that what you said, Sam? They're bugs.
What's that? Well,
They're
not on the
bugs.
There's a bug race out there, somewhere out there in space that I believe the Federation
Really?
and other groups are fighting. Yeah, there's a bug war going on way out in space.
Wild.
And that's why I believe, the possibility that some of us might have clones that are out there flying around in little X-wing fighters fighting in the bug race. So do not be surprised if there's a clone of you or me out there doing some really cool Star Wars shit. Who knows?
So, did you see this picture, Sam? I just thought that
And would
curve
we be
was
connected to them? Yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay, look where its illumination is, where it is. It's on the far left. And this is way over, and that has got to be Nibiru. That has to be Nibiru.
Yeah, I figured that. Yeah. That is so good.
Already beyond Earth, being facially illuminated, and you're looking at a landmass.
Beautiful.
In the middle left, upper middle left. That's a landmass. On the side of planet Nibiru.
Wow.
Way
Middle
to the
left.
people.
Oh, okay.
Upper middle left. That is a landmass on the side of planet Nibiru, and there's a dot there. Now, on that side, there should be Nana and Amel Saru should be visible on the left-hand side. They may be visible, but I don't really see them, and I've got it blown up. But there is a circle above the townhouses, above the road, on the middle left, that could quite easily be Amel Saru. Because Nana is smaller than Amel Saru, and she concentrically orbits Amel Saru and goes around. And I in 2012, I got to sit there for hours watching that. And plain as day in the southwestern sky, day after day after day, watched it and told everybody it was happening, and nobody believed me. I think I had 80 members at the time. And, oh, you're nuts, man. How could that be there? We'd be dead if that planet was right there. And planet red, it's got to be this dot in the sky. No, it's huge. It's massive. We watched it come up from under Earth. We watched it from Antarctica for the last 2 years, saw it every damn day. And now it's visible in the northern hemisphere if you look due south, because then you're looking down the planet, down the face of the planet when you look south. And they came up from underneath us. So, boy, that's awesome. Look at the colors. It's almost like, man, what kind of mushrooms did I eat? That's amazing. The color. What gets me the most is the purple water, the light blue water, and then the pink water, and then the colors are messing with my brain. Yeah, that illumination again. Look at the orange illumination at the horizon, Saru, and in front of this view is the Nepacity. That's the base cloud of Nepacity in front of Saru, and with Uri in between. And they're rising up and over. And this is the side of Uri. And the tan asteroid is that circular area on the middle left. Very big tan asteroid currently. Very big. I saw a lot of shots last 2 weeks where the tan asteroid is just immense. So it's entirely possible we're going to see an absolute illumination again. Now, we saw that, God, I think in 2017-18, where everybody was screaming, oh, it's the second sun, it's the second sun. And you can tell by the brightness illumination that it wasn't. But we did see the tan asteroid in 2017 and 18, where it was visibly illuminated as it rounded out from the side of Uri, because the sun would shine on it, a placement. And we could probably in the next month or two, we might see that this winter. It should be very cool. But, I can't wait to see what, October, November, December has for us, because it's always getting better. It's just getting cooler and cooler and cooler. It really is. It's insane. Now, this is that bottom reach cloud.
Further away, because then you could see them better, when they're a little further away,
right?
Versus being so right up on us.
I'm going to be enjoying it, but I'm also going to be nostalgically sorry, because it's like, oh, they're going away. No, don't leave me.
It's so sad.
Because, I'm already upset that Nibiru has gone past Earth. It's beyond us now, and it's harder to see. This is a base cloud of this is Snailfoot. This is Snailfoot. This is the red asteroid and the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon.
Nice.
Wow.
Look how big that damn ass, and it's just off the deck. This is welcome to September 180-day cycle. This is a very, very large red asteroid underneath Attu and Attu's moon. Look where the sun is. It's behind us to the left. This is beyond Earth.
Yeah.
It has to be Attu. It can't be Nepacity, otherwise it would be farther to the south. And it's not green. And the drag-off shape, that had this just been a snorkel dropping there without the thing that's going on the left, I would have said it's Nepacity. But being that there's that coming from the left, going to the right visible, that's the red asteroid pulling the Snailfoot under Attu's moon. Beyond Earth, because the illumination is coming from the beyond behind us. Facially illuminated red asteroid under Attu's moon. That white illumination in the top middle left is the white illumination of Attu's moon. Big nasty, and I guarantee you that created a weather storm from hell.
Or drop fit.
Look at that. What do we have here? This is unique.
Yeah. I wondered if you could.
Okay. I know what it is.
Figure this out. You do?
I know what it is.
What is it? Okay. Let me think. Yep. Okay.
See the knob. Let's look at the picture on the left-hand side.
Okay.
It's a dolphin. No. It's a fake
See,
dolphin. Didn't you know that?
it's
Okay.
not anything to do with the lead object, is it? Because that's the location for it.
Right.
But
No, it's not.
no.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. See that? Okay. On the left-hand picture, see the center roof, the smaller house roof, goes straight up.
Yeah.
You see that what looks like the bill of the dolphin or whatever creature?
Yeah.
Think side orb.
Okay.
Oh, really? Okay. Wow. Yes, I see that now. Well, let's get the picture. Let's get the drawing. We can think about. Oh, yeah. There we go. Well, here's a close up.
The orb is inside the
That makes
cloud.
sense. Yeah.
The orb is inside the cloud.
I know. Yep.
And it's
I
the
agree
only
with
thing
Andrea.
on that side of that side that can be leading that direction, because the lead asteroid is going from the left to the right, and this is coming from the right going down. So it's either going down and away from us, and what do we know that is going down and away from us? The long box cube and the side orb. And then you look at what looks like the mouth of the dolphin, so to speak, and inside there's that illumination that says there's an orb inside the two cloud patterns going around it, and it's leading into a dark shadowy square thing. So this is an ion cloud bleeding off of the side orb on the long box cube. Can't be anything else. Nothing else goes that direction.
Andrea's talking about the fist. There's that one that looks like a fist. They call it the hand of God sometimes.
Yeah,
but those are
that's the spiral asteroid.
Yeah,
the spiral asteroid is the hand of God asteroid, and that does that when it comes towards us at the early part of the 180-day cycle, when the spiral asteroid is headed to us, and then for the last couple of months it's been crossing in front of us, and now it's passing and rotating and passing away from us. Now that we're at the end of the 180-day cycle. All of that shit changes over time, and it's funny. It's like watching the axis tip of the bottom of Nepacity over the years. First, when it was on the right, it had the axis tip onto the right, and then it went over the top of the sun, and then the axis tip was flat. And then when it went over to the left of the sun, the axis tip was to the left, and it was like, oh. And then we learned that over, 4 different crossings, or 6 or 8 or 10 years, depending on how long ever it took. Cat nap. Good. Audrey had a cat nap.
Oh, you're back
on here.
Yeah, I haven't been
She's like
sleeping well
me.
at all either. I'm finding I sleep better during the day lately.
Yeah.
And when I sleep in the day, I'm out. I mean, gone. And at night, I've only been sleeping a few hours. It's weird. And dreams, this too is, that could be the solar flaring and all of that, or the ascension, or all the planetary alignments where we're all supposed to be ascending and all of this crazy shit. And I keep it in mind. I don't absolutely believe 100% of the time that that's the case, but I do keep it in mind. And, yes, there's something unusually weird going on. I'm regurgitating old memories that should have no reason for popping up, and really odd dreams that I never would usually have, and exhaustion, and, confusion, and loss of balance, and ringing of the ears, and all of that. I mean, there's a bunch of shit going on. And we watched it for years now, where remember back when Attu's moon was coming over the top of us, and all the tides were doing weird things, and the volcanoes were going off, and all, electrical storms and all that purple skies.
A projection of Milton I just saw a few minutes ago. I was going to share this, but they're aiming it right at Tampa.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that yet or not. But
that's right where it's at. It's stalled on me, but where it's at. But that's by the time it's in the center of the Gulf right there, it's going to be a Cat 2. Tomorrow it'll be a Cat 1. Middle of the day and night it'll be a Cat 2, and then by the time it gets to the warmer water above Havana, in the moment it hits there, it's projected to at a Category 4. Now other models don't agree with that. They say a Cat 3, but I think it's going to be a Category 4 once, because right where above Havana there is where that water gets really hot, and that's above the Florida Keys and all of that. And that's where they had that algae bloom this year that they couldn't figure out as well. And they kind of got a Sargasso Sea of algae going on off that coast, I believe. I haven't heard much about it since, but there was a major bloom this year right where that blue spot is, just off the coast of west coast of Florida. And it gets under the Keys and hits that hot water, and it's going to jump to a 4. Now, they say it's going to break up briefly to a tropical storm over the top of Florida and then recategorize as a Cat 1, but I don't believe that. I think it's going to be a big storm that maybe drops a category and then will go over the top of Florida and then reform as a stronger or similar hurricane status as it hits the east coast of Florida. But I don't think it's going to break it up.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's being aimed. If I said, I mean, I said it's aiming right towards Tampa.
No, it's not being aimed by
But I don't
any
feel
machine.
like
Man has no
they
need
is
to
aiming it.
No,
I
the
don't believe
Democrats are not doing the storm.
Or anybody. I really don't. I mean, I do believe there
some
is
mining operation in lithium.
a percentage of. I mean, wouldn't you say some weather is modified? Like just a small part is modified. Just
Well,
enough
there are
to
certain
make it
groups. That,
believable.
there are governments that do cloud seeding. It's stupid that they do because it usually backfires
Right.
on
I
them.
mean, but they
It's
do
very
it
expensive. Also,
to make it
I wouldn't.
real.
Oh yeah.
But it doesn't mean it's so real that it's
You know,
everything. It just
there's a lot of people that are attributing abilities and technology and
a
our ability to do
distraction.
things and modify our yeah. And
100%.
well, look at how many people talk about HAARP, and terraforming and space lasers and all of this crazy shit. Now, man does, or my favorite one to this day is the sun simulator. Oh my God,
Don't
I
get me
could just
started on
scream.
that.
Yeah,
So
I mean, guys, come on. And I've said this 100 times, if not more. If it was up there, we'd know about it. We would have pictures of it by the thousands.
Right.
And so none of that shit's real. We know that HAARP, I'm not saying it on purpose because I don't want to get flagged,
Right.
is an old technology that has been semi-advanced. I've read the technical classified documents. I know what I'm talking about. Okay, on that thing. And then, but you gotta stop thinking that this and that faction is trying to do this and that and that and this, and stop handing man this power, and start attributing it to the fact that there is binary twin passing planet solar systems right next to us, and all of that electrical crazy freak ass shit that's going on is natural. They don't have to terraform the Earth. It happens every 3,654 years, all by itself. Thank you. And you have to believe that this is bigger, and mankind is trying to stay ahead of this, but he's along for the ride. I mean, he's the dog in the back of the pickup. He ain't driving. And you got to realize that we don't own Earth, and we're just along for the ride. So I think the dog in the back of the pickup is a pretty good analogy. I mean, we don't even have a seatbelt. So, it's not man and his secret technologies out to do this and that and that. Yeah, they went and they did dig some deep holes because they knew this shit was coming, and they were planning for it in a rather uneducated manner. A lot of money went into that, and I'm sure it's still very, very likely going to be used at some point, or if not already in use, for many different reasons that I could list, but I won't do this publicly. You got to remember that it's half of what you think and less than what you know, and there's more to it and less to it. You can't attribute the secret factions with black ops and the dark deep state. You can't think that. Although that does exist in ways, but there are checks and balances that keep everything. Now, granted, there's been siphon funds by the multiple trillions going to a private agenda that I can't get into, that I know it for a fact is real because I've been there. But we can't live off of that. We have to live off the fact of the rest of what's going on and not get cornered into a fear source of information that would be just, it's a rabbit hole you don't even want to go down. Anyway, it's a itch. My ears are ringing again. Oh.
Uh-oh.
All right, who's talking about me now?
Oh.
It's an old Dutch wives' tale, as my mom used to say. You know, when your ears are ringing, somebody's talking about you.
Yeah. Hands are itching. That's money.
Ring my bell.
Ears are ringing.
Yeah.
So,
okay. My mom used to say that one as well.
And I was just going to tell Robert.
If your right hand is itching, you're going to pay it out. If your left hand itches, you're going to get some. Wendy Williams is asking.
He's convinced that, like, I guess everything that we're seeing is modified, like everything. But you have to. I mean, you do see all the pictures we share of all the planets and the big curves, and so the planets are there, and they have clouds because clouds are on other planets too. So it just, I believe it's both.
Our technology,
but I think mostly is planets.
We have technology that's years ahead of what we see. They have all kinds of stuff that we don't even get to see.
Yeah,
but it is not catastrophically technologically advanced. Like, for example, the Pleiadian ship that I walked around in and got the tour of. There is, man has a limited tech because they're not going to hand us their own tech so that we can annihilate them. Because you got to remember, man is a really nasty critter. And he's very greedy, and he's bred to be that way. And you corner us, and we fight like Wolverines. And so they're not going to hand us all of this tech that we can control, because we don't own Earth. We're not in charge. We think we're in charge, and we go, they're going to. You can't hand them. God, for God's sakes, don't hand them the power to have control over you by your own fear. Yes, they've got some cool ass toys. Yes, they can do all kinds of shit they're not telling us about. You wouldn't. If Agartha is real, if the inner Earth is real, and they're millennium ahead of us technologically, even though they're our brothers and sisters, our cousins, separated by time, and or the lizard races underground, or any of these other things that you could come up with, and don't go shape-shifting lizard crazy on me. A lot of that is going on. There's a blending of the races with the grays. I can't talk about that. I can't believe I just said that. So take that and write that down. Because anyway, I can't talk about that.
Did you sneeze,
there's
Sam?
so much more going on,
you.
and you do not. What?
I was just
saying,
sneeze,
yeah,
you.
Farfernugan. Yeah,
Right.
Farfernugan. You cannot live in that Men in Black rabbit hole, because you're going to get lost in it, and you're going to miss the rest of everything else that's going on. And if you're spending your time on that, then you're not learning about the planets, or Nepesity, or Saturn, or Atu, or Amel Saru and Nana, or Nibiru, or Saru, or the object cluster group, or any of that stuff that's happening every day, and it's so provable. And then once you get a handle on that, then you can go to other topics. Like Wendy was asking about Tesla. Oh my God, there is so much to Tesla you wouldn't believe. With Tesla, we can reach across the galaxy, and people don't realize that. And Earth puts off its own electricity. We don't have to have power stations. We do.
Right.
We just have to draw the electricity that already is here. Earth puts off 235 volts in a cyclic hum. And all we have to do is develop receptors to pull that and tune to that. And then there it is, electricity. Wow.
Yeah, but we're, designing new nuclear power plants and getting
There-
those approved.
Right, Tesla
I
warned
heard
Edison it
they're
was
turning on 3
toxic.
Mile Island again. What's up with that?
Oh my God, you're kidding me.
I don't know,
I've driven
my wife
past
read
3
me an
Mile
article
Island, as a
about
matter
it
of fact, in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that would be, well, if they rebuilt it, okay. I don't think they should have ever started one of them. If we end up at a Carrington event, we have about a month until the entire planet decides to go even worse, because then we won't have, diesel fuel to run generators to keep those things cooled.
Nope.
And they're either going to go China syndrome, or they're going to have to put their fuel rods away or whatever in a safe zone. And we've already, God, let's talk about Hanford, Washington. Oh my God.
Bad.
We already killed ourselves with that place. We just don't know it yet. I mean, the containment chambers are 50 and 75 years old with wood that's rotten, and people are falling through it and getting a lethal dose. You can't even walk around Hanford without getting a lethal dose right now. And that's the plutonium manufacturing facility for all of the nuclear weapons for the United States of America. And it is 150 yards off the side of the Columbia River.
It's an environmental
And
disaster.
the groundwater is right there.
Bad.
Oh, unbelievable. Beyond we shot ourselves. We just haven't fallen down yet. We've already, and we're all wearing it. I mean, I'm a product of it. I got Fukushima radiation. I got screwed over. I don't know if it's absolutely Fukushima or I could go or did somebody dose me because I'm talking, and I'm still suffering from it. And I mean, the first few years out of being exposed to high levels of radiation sucks. I can't even begin to describe to you what I went through and what I'm still going through. And I had, half my thyroid removed. They wanted to take it all, and I didn't let them.
Right.
And
good.
Wow. Yeah. That damn cat's scratching at the door again. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Yeah, cat door. What do you want? I'd love to have a little cat door sometimes. It's like you're at their beck and call. Anytime they scratch, you gotta get up and run.
Yeah. I go to let her in, and she walks away and says, "Feed me again." I already just fed her 20 minutes ago.
She's bored.
Feed me again so I can throw up.
I know. I got one, two. I got
She's
3
fat.
here by me right
She's
now.
addicted.
They're waiting on me too. So.
Yeah, thorium. Yeah, shit. We could build all kinds of reactors.
Yep.
There's all kind. We could use up they're working on using up spent fuel rods already, and well, it's not economical. Yeah, but we need to use them up, and we need to use and they're downgrading the water out of Fukushima, and they're pumping it after it's cooled down a little bit for half a year or so, and then they're dumping it right in the ocean. Meanwhile, it's killing all the fish in the Pacific Ocean. Absolutely do not eat anything out of the Pacific Ocean right now. If you live on the west coast of the United States all the way up to Alaska, do not go at the beach and hang out in the black sand, because you will get a toxic dose of radiation. If you stood there for a half hour, you're killing yourself, because the black sand in the Pacific Ocean is metal, and that's radioactive. I promise you. Just take a Geiger counter to the beach in San Francisco, in Oregon, in Washington State, in BC. Take a Geiger counter to the beach. I dare you. It'll scare the shit out of you. We have already screwed up.
Right.
And, where do we go from here? How do we fix this? It's already too late.
It's way too late.
Look at the Sargasso Sea. The plastic islands floating in the ocean. There's like 5 of them around the world now, if not more. There are some nice people that are really doing a great job on picking up a lot of that ocean plastic.
It's incredible.
The whales stop eating the plastic bags, thinking they're squids or jellyfish. It's horrible what we're doing. And hey, thank God, did California ban plastic bags now? Finally, I think they did.
About time.
What
about
you know what?
6-pack soda can rings?
I saw I don't know what was something online, but somebody had a paper straw. How they had turned to paper straws wrapped in a plastic cellophane wrapper. It's like, do they not have brains that they
Yeah, I'm
can't,
sorry we don't give out
do a
plastic
paper
bags, but
wrapper?
we're going to give you the milk in a plastic bottle, and your salad comes in plastic,
It's just,
and your donuts come in plastic,
and
and your
how are
bread
we
comes in
supposed to fix
plastic.
it?
Yeah.
It's like beyond our capability to change it. How I want to. How do I change it, Sam?
Thank you, Tylenol scare. Does anybody remember the Tylenol
Yes. I do.
scare, which started all of this plastic wrappers on everything?
Isn't that
Way back in
convenient?
like
I don't know if I was
80s
old
or
enough,
something.
but I know the story.
They were tampered with, and they had to.
Oh well, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, folks, we you know, how do we
many
fix
people-
this? And where do you go? Where do we
Sorry,
where
they
do we
said-
go? One little step at a time. We've got to, one little thing at a time. We got to change. Can't keep doing this. I mean, just the cost of what we do and our luxuries and how spoiled we are. It's insane. We're truly spoiled. And our cars, oh my God, our cars. Excuse me, go back to the Model A and the Model T so I can fix the damn thing.
Right.
And it doesn't cost me $50,000 and should fly. Christ,
just
come on, let's go
recalled,
back to
like,
reality here. I can't. I have a cable. I can't open my damn hood on my car because the cable went bad. It's like, why couldn't you just put a damn switch on there where I can actually reach up underneath the thing, even with a key lock, and unlock it with my key, and then open it with a damn handle? No, you got to put a cable in there so I can do it from inside the car. Oh, and now I can't get my hood open. Simple, stupid mechanic thing. And yet now they're putting all the chips for this and the chips for that, and the carburetor sensors and the air pump this, and it's like, excuse me, go back. If you had a Model T, those damn things still run.
Right.
And you can fix it from your barn. It's like the difference between an M16 and an AK-47. If you throw that AK-47 down in a mud pit and you get full of dirt, you can shake it off, walk over and shoot it. You drop an M16 in a mud pit, it won't shoot.
Wow.
So, if you break something in your AR or your AK-47, the Russian made, you can use tools from the barn to fix it. If you break something in your M16, your gun is done, and you have to send it back to the manufacturer. So there's reality in everything. If we could fix our cars, if we could fix our home appliances, if we could just go back to a level of simplicity, instead of having that washer setting that allows me to turn it on now and it will start washing in 4 hours. Oh, but then that jams up and then it stops washing at the rinse cycle because of computer error. Let's go back to the simple things and the stuff that works like American products rather than all this crazy stuff. We are spoiled. We gotta tone it down and come back to reality. Anyway, I'm off in La La Land here at 6 hours 17 minutes. Have we gone through all of our material?
Going by.
Making sense.
Mostly, I mean, of what I had prepared, I have everything pretty much checked off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yay.
So,
we did our due diligence.
We did. Yeah, I mean, it's been a great
We did
show.
our
6
job,
hours.
man.
So, unless there's more you want to
I'm definitely
cover. I feel like we did cover most all the
we
latest.
talk about the metaphysical stuff. We are going to cover all transmuting because of the astrology, the planets, the solar flares, X class 9 flare. Wow, that'll be tonight, everybody. Have a look. I unfortunately, I have the brightest town near me is due north, and so I'm kind of like in a light pollution zone. Otherwise, I'd get to watch more of it. But get outside, watch the aurora borealis. That's supposed to happen tonight. If your computer or your television or this or that or the other thing isn't working well, could be from this X flare. And man, whatever that sun thing, that's really got me bugged because that did not look like our normal sun. That does not look like any sun picture I ever saw before. It looked different.
Which one?
The one we were showing earlier on the show.
The one with the solar
The actual
flare.
sun.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
that
one with the solar flare.
sun. Yes. Okay.
That sun surface, it has two regions of coronal holes where I'm used to generically
Yeah.
one. As the sun cycle changed so drastically much that I don't recognize it. That's weird. I haven't been paying a lot of attention to it because I've been busy. It looks bubblier. It looks different.
Blair, this happened
Doesn't look
yesterday
like the
morning. It was
normal
the biggest solar
flow surface of our sun. It looks more turbulent than I'm used to seeing it. Hard to describe, but it didn't. Yeah. Look at the surface. Look how lumpy, bumpy, noodly it is. It's just
That's concerning.
doesn't look. Yeah, and there's two hemispheres of coronal holes, and the beta and the gamma is plus and negative filaments that develop on the sun. That when they join up and then they discharge, that's where we get a CME, coronal mass ejection. You got a negative pole and they start out usually away from each other, and then sometimes they gravitate to each other, and then they discharge. You have to learn about the sun. Suspicious observer is a good teacher. Yeah, look at that burst. Look at the size of that burst. That is a lower left side blow. CME.
Wow.
901. Okay, this is 20, but not this. So this is
is that not
September
the right one?
1st.
Oh,
that's
boy,
fine.
sorry.
Just this is September 1st.
Yeah.
No problem at all. But I mean, you need to learn these things too.
But
And look at the activity that's going on. That is an expected direction, because we did have the back blow CMEs of 2012 where it went upward and behind, and it revealed the second star because one reached out to the other, and there was a big discharge between the two of them. You can look that up, the back blow CMEs of 2012, and I'm sure that they have them somewhere. Hi B Coop, how are you tonight? I haven't seen you.
Hey, Tara.
We're winding it up. I'm running out of voice here.
Yeah. Hey,
You're
Vico
running out
and
of
Tara.
what, Sam?
And
Voice.
let's see.
VOICE. Voice. OICE.
Yep. I
Yeah,
agree,
I'm
Tara.
running out of Coca-Cola as well.
And
I've already had
Albert.
Cokes.
Hi, Albert.
Albert's here, everybody. Albert's here. Albert Joseph, you know.
From Grenada.
Good to see you, Albert.
Yep.
From Grenada.
Glad you're here. From
Yeah,
around
they
the
made it right in
world.
time
Yes.
to say hi.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, by the
Those of
way,
you that just came in,
remember
you can
last
always
week
go
when
back
I
and watch the show later.
Right.
You had a good show.
remember at
tonight.
the end of the show last week where I vanished right before we got
you
off?
did. Uh-huh.
Yeah, my internet
remember.
failed. It died out on me, and I'm like desperately trying to get back in like 8-10 times when I couldn't even hear what you guys were
Oh,
saying
no.
because you locked up. And then, well, it's okay. You went off within a matter of 2 minutes or so. But yeah, I got booted off right before the end of the show.
Right.
Remember right that I had told the men in Black Depression for listening to our program tonight to go get more coffee and donuts. I was going to get more. So they got upset with me, I guess, and cut me off. Because, I mean, my internet went down right at the end of the show there. Oh, shut up, Hoffman. You're
Very end.
done.
Right.
I
remember that.
Thank you, Tara.
Aw.
Yeah, it was
That's
funny.
nice
And
of you, Tara. Thank you.
I went to
Thank you.
YouTube away and watched the end of the show. How long I kept off. It was right when we were talking about stuff, and they shut me. Okay. See, there she goes. She came back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I
think
guess
Tara's
we
gonna
will
be
wind
on
it
with
up
us
and
next
let you
week.
guys all.
So I have that to look
Yay.
forward to. Yeah. But yeah, I guess we'll
And
go
we'll
ahead
look
and wrap
forward
it up here then,
Okay.
everybody. I mean, I'm sad to see it. Everybody have to go, but we have been here almost 7 hours or so. So,
oh my gosh,
I know I have to
Yeah,
other things
6
I have to
hours,
do. So
3 minutes.
right?
it's like Yeah, it's hard to get off the phone when you don't want to, end your call. But yeah, okay, well, yeah, let's go ahead and wrap it up here then,
Black
guys.
sphere.
And
I don't believe in a black sphere drawing plasma from the sun. I think that's a rumor. That's that dark star stuff, Andrea. I love you dearly, but some of the things you buy into are a little bit left field for me sometimes, and I'm not trying to cut you down. Great that you do study. I don't believe in a dark star. That, of course, has to do with Nibiru Incubus, which is not a star. It is a electron cluster gas giant, a mega gas giant. And it holds the two stars.
Sabrina.
I think somewhere in the internet world, the gossip has gone way too far.
Yeah.
And that's my perception of everything I know. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm really darn sure that we are right. Well, we watched it.
Right. And if we didn't get to your questions, you can always send us a message on Facebook or whatever. We'll get back to you.
Sure.
Yeah, comment. Leave a like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you don't like it, then you need to boost our algorithms so that Rebecca can someday, and she's getting up there. She needs her 10,000 subscriptions. She is at coming up on 6,000, I believe.
We'll get you there.
And then we got to boost Christoper's subscription numbers too. So everybody go there and subscribe. Whether you go there or not, just subscribe. Get the man up there on the board.
Yeah.
And we work hard for you, so you can help us too. And
that way you won't miss out on his new videos and everything. So you stay in the loop.
I didn't realize I did all that this week.
There's Laura. I know you.
Sometimes it kind of turns into a.
It was like 6 or 7 videos.
Almost.
Like cool.
I haven't seen anything in the sky. Yesterday there was, a few planets in the sky, but I hadn't had anything in the sky for about 10 days. So I'm like asking Gillian, can you send me some pictures so I can put a video together?
I got nothing to do. I want to be busy.
Yeah.
So, all right, you guys.
It's been very clear here.
Great show, and we'll see you during the week, and see you guys next week.
Keep looking up.
Yep, keep looking up.
Okay. All right. Good night, everybody.
See y'all next Saturday. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye, guys.